This is Audible.
High Gravity Productions presents Villain's Defeat, written by M.K. Gibson, performed by Jeffrey Kafer. Prologue.
Well, hello there, dear listener. Welcome back. Just so you're not confused, this is not Jackson Blackwell doing his talking directly to the audience thing. No, loyal customer, this is the one and only Sophia Rose DeVril, the adorably evil djinn you've come to know and love. And in my opinion, the real star of these, well, I wouldn't call them books. That word tends to convey a sense of merit or achievement. And these things are anything but. What should we call these, then? Failed attempts at literary audio entertainment, maybe? Whatever. So, I'm sure you're wondering why I'm talking to you and not our dear Julie. Well, the short version is, I beat him. Jackson Blackwell, the Shadow Master, is no more. Yay! What? You're surprised? You shouldn't be. We, both Jackson and I, warned you that this was coming. Ever since our first recorded adventure together, it was made very clear that I would one day destroy him. And seeing this is the fourth book, then you knew it was only a matter of time. Plus, the title of the fucking thing is Villain's Defeat. Duh. Now, I hear that it's like totally taboo to give away how the story ends, especially in the beginning. But, like I said, I'm adorably evil, and I find the, oh god, spoilers generation so much fun to screw with. Plus, I don't care what people think of me. Sorry. I'm really proud of this. You see, I'm betting you didn't really pay attention to Jackson's previous adventures. I know he didn't. Sure, you followed his antics, laughed at his rants. Despite knowing in your hearts that he was a villain, you cheered for him. Jackson was devilishly charismatic, after all. But none of you really paid attention to what was going on. You followed Jackson through the stories, but you didn't notice what was left in his wake. You saw, but you didn't see. Just like how no one saw the twist coming in the last adventure, Villain's Deception. Oh, quick aside on that topic. I read the reviews and social media posts after the last audiobook was released. Plenty of folks claimed to have seen the twist coming. Come on, no you didn't. If I was a betting djinn, which I am, I'd place a large sum of my cosmic currency on my hunch that those folks, the ones who said they saw it coming, are that special kind of dimwit. You know who I'm talking about. The kind of person who blurts out answers right after someone else says them in a sad attempt to look smart. Or if they get a trivia answer wrong, they mumble a tangentially related factoid in order to save face. Sad, really. Everyone already knows they're dumb, and when they try to hide it, they seem even dumber. Wow, making fun of people is so much fun. I see why Jackson did it so much. Too bad he was just like the aforementioned dimwits, loudly spewing some middle-aged man nonsense in order to hide his own foibles and flaws. Maybe if Jackson had spent less time metaphorically yelling at kids to get off his lawn, he would have seen the frayed strings and dangling plot threads that, when properly woven, formed the noose of my trap. And, oh my, did I ever give him just enough slack to hang himself. Now don't get me wrong, he's not dead. I'm an evil djinn, not some indie grimdark author who masturbates to their own literary trauma. No, Jackson is very much alive. And fucking miserable. You see, I never wanted to kill Jackson. I wanted to destroy him, to see the light of hope vanish from his eyes as I dismantled his life, his empire, and his soul. Neat, huh? This particular audiobook will showcase Jackson's glorious fall, how a man turned god and villain advisor fell due to hubris and the machinations of a smarter, crueler mind. And the whole reason I'm telling you all this is so that you, loyal listener, will see the end coming and know that there is nothing your precious Jackson can do to stop it. No tricks, no twists, no contrived last-minute saves. Villain's Defeat is the story of how Jackson Blackwell lost it all. Oh, ouch. Gotta practice that evil laugh. Not as easy as I thought, especially after giving a speech. Have a bit of a dry mouth, pardon me. Oh, here's a bit of fun. While I get a drink of water to clear my throat, how about you get a taste of what happened to Jackson? A little jump to the end before we begin the tale. You go on and see what became of your precious Shadow Master while I plot what to do with a little Evie. What? Don't judge me. My vengeance has to span several generations. It's directly from the djinn bylaws. It's basically science. Anyway, while I ponder that little snot's fate, you soak in the shattered remains of your beloved Jackson Blackwell.
My name is Jackson Blackwell, and I was once known as the Shadow Master. I was in fact a god, a minor one, yes, but a god nonetheless. And with that power I advised villains across an entire multiverse. Warlords and wizards danced to my tune. Eldritch horrors and celestial avengers heeded my counsel. Cosmic-powered heroes and titans of industry fell because I deemed them unworthy. In my iron grip I held the very souls of mortals who dared enter my employ. Gonna stop you right there, Chief? The man across the counter from me said while looking down at his phone. Unless this story gets me my 29-shot, one-pump mocha non-fat no whip with exactly 4 shakes of cinnamon stirred in faster, then I don't give a shit. Chop chop, barista boy. Sigh. Technically, it's baristo, I said. But at Starbucks, we're called partners. Just make my fucking coffee, the man said, not bothering to look up from his phone. Name for the order? I asked, then added, Sir? Your mom's boyfriend, douchebag. I clenched my jaw and lowered my visor so he couldn't see the hate in my eyes, nor the shame in my heart. I absently tamped and clacked the specialized tools, ground the stupid beans, and turned the knobs on the confounded, overly complex machine. Once it was complete, I set it on the receiving counter. Coffee for the one-pump chump. I got a stupidly complex coffee order for an incredibly simple man known as the one-pump chump. Go fuck yourself, buddy, the guy said, snatching the coffee from the counter. Have a nice day, sir, I said. When he gave me the finger, I smiled. I put full-fat milk in his drink and only 2 shakes of cinnamon. Vengeance is mine. Hey, Jackie, you got a minute? I turned to see a short, late 20-something man with ginger hair and a patchy beard. He was the bane of my existence. He was, sigh, my manager. It's Jackson, I said, correcting him. What do you want, Toby? We need to talk, Toby said. About? I asked. Break room, now. I sighed and rolled my eyes. Mind covering my station? I asked my partner, April, the girl with the dyed black hair, wind-blowing dandelion neck tattoo, silver bull nose ring, and a permanent look of disdain for anyone older than 27, rolled her eyes. Whatever. You're a credit to your generation, I said. Ew, just don't talk to me. But, bye, she said, turning away. I fucking hate everyone. I went into the back, past the prep stations, and into the manager's office. Toby was sitting at a small desk next to the wire mesh storage racks of coffee beans and sealed coffee cups. As I walked in, the door shut behind me. Standing there in the corner with her black apron and smug smile was my current arch-nemesis, Erica, the assistant manager. I looked away from Erica and back to Toby, crossing my arms. Yeah? Jackie, we've had some complaints about you, Toby said, picking up a clipboard and crossing his legs. Uh-huh. The other partners feel you aren't cooperative. They're sheep, I said. We've heard that you've been rude and condescending to our customers. Possible, I admitted. Lots of self-entitled twits seem to want $7 coffee in the middle of the day when they should be at work. See, that's what I'm talking about, Toby said in frustration. Look, I know your generation is known for its destructive humor. My generation? I asked, cutting him off. But the world prefers to punch up now, not down, Toby continued. Eric informed me that you refused to take our mandatory sensitivity course. I'm not sitting through a PowerPoint presentation on how diversity is the cornerstone of team building and why microaggressions are worse than cancer. 1, I'm half Persian. 2, I already treat people equally, like the morons they are. And 3, just because you're from Group X doesn't mean you're not an asshole and deserve to be told that. See? Erica said from behind me. This is what I'm talking about, all the time from him, not to mention the— I'm getting to that, Toby huffed. He took a moment to take in a deep breath. "Jackie, did you leave a death threat posted on the bulletin board?" "No," I said flatly. "Then what is this?" Toby asked, pulling a sheet of paper from his desk and reading it aloud. "To whoever took, opened, and used my hazelnut creamer, I will find you and make you suffer. Just because something isn't labeled in the community fridge doesn't mean it's free game. Your days are numbered. Jackson Blackwell." "Not a death threat," I reaffirmed. Toby sighed and put the paper away. "You know the policy. Label anything that's yours." "Is your car labeled?" I asked. "What?" "Anything that isn't labeled is free game, then. Is anarchy what you condone? Droves of fuckwads taking what they want whenever they want, whether they're privileged pricks, arrogant assholes, or dastardly douchebags. People who take what they know is clearly not theirs deserve to be punished. It's almost like, golly, we have an entire system of justice built around such transgressions." "It may have been an accident. We are a coffee shop, after all." I narrowed my eyes. "Don't fuck with me, Toby. That creamer was store-bought." "You watch your mouth, Jackie," Toby cautioned me. "I took a chance on you." "Excuse me?" "A middle-aged man with no experience," Toby said. "I gave you an opportunity to make something of yourself." "I've run multi-billion-dollar corporations. I've had private homes that cost more than what you and your parents combined could make in a lifetime. I've led entire marketing movements that—" "Can you prove any of that?" Toby asked. Do you even have a college degree?" "No," I said, reining in my anger. "I was too busy making something of myself." "And yet here you are," Toby said. "Look at Erica. Do you want to wear the black apron to show the world your exceptional coffee knowledge?" I didn't bother sighing. It was, after all, a real thing, like martial arts belt ranking, but for freaking coffee. "She completed the rigorous Coffee Masters program," Toby said, pointing at his golden child. "She is taking courses through our partnership with Arizona State University. She will one day manage her own store, and then the sky's the limit for Erica. You, on the other hand, have no proof of your lies." "Lies?" Toby ticked off his points on his hand. "No references, no background we can check, no previous employer, no past W-2s. Truthfully, it's like you just popped into this world, and I figured someone like you could use a break. But it seems that all you want to do is complain and shit on other people's work. With all that and the threats you've made, I'm sorry, Jackie, you're fired. Turn in your apron and your visor. You are banned from this Starbucks for life." I nodded, saying nothing. I took off my visor, tossing it to the ground. I then untied my apron string, slipped it over my head, and let it fall in a crumpled pile. When I turned on my heel to leave, Erica, smile still in place, opened the door for me. As I walked through, I paused for a moment, leaning in towards the assistant manager, my voice low. "I know it was you who took my creamer." Erica smiled. "I didn't even use any," she whispered back. "I just opened it and dumped some out." "Why?" "Because you're a fucking asshole." I nodded, and then walked out of the office and out of Starbucks. "See? Wasn't that fun? I told Jackson I would do this to him. So if you want to see how the mighty Shadow Master met his end, you'll have to finish the rest of this book. You know what? Yes, it's a book, audio or otherwise. This is the story of a great man falling into ruin due to my machinations. So yes, I dub this an actual book, merit and all. So listen on, peasants, onward into villain's defeat, the Ballad of Jackson Blackwell. Oh, for context, this picks up immediately after the epilogue from Villain's Deception. Have fun! Chapter 1. Where the story picks up, takes an early twist, and I feel alive. "Sir, are you okay?" Sophia asked. I said. "You've been standing there for a long time, sir. I know it's crazy, but ever since we got the eviction notice from the Titan who holds the lease to this dimension, it feels like you haven't moved or said anything since, like, I don't know, somewhere between late December 2018 to late March 2019, depending on format." I quirked an eyebrow. "That's oddly specific." "Yeah,"
she agreed. Don't know why I said that. How about this? It seems like you've been standing there long enough for C.T. Phipps to churn out like 19 more books.
That long, huh? How many good ones?
I don't know, 4?
Sounds a little high, I said.
Sir, this isn't like you.
I leveled my gaze at her. I think Charles can handle a joke.
No, not that. You seem, I don't know, shaken, unsure, Sophia said. I don't like it.
Nor do I said. Read me the message again. Once more, Sophia held up her phone and recited the email.
Dear Jackson Blackwell, it has come to my attention that you have breached the terms of the leasing agreement. As such, I regret to inform you that unless you rectify this situation in 30 days, I will be terminating your lease. Should that come to pass, then you and your personnel must vacate the dimensional property. Anything remaining will be considered forfeit and will be absorbed, property of the dimension. I thank you for your many years of patronage, and I wish you well. Sincerely, MKG, the malevolent Kismet gambler, Titan of Chaos.
And that's all of it? I asked. Sophia nodded, putting away her phone.
Yes, sir. That's the whole thing.
This is wrong, I said, churning the information over in my head.
Sir?
It's too early, I said. Way too early. The sense of narrative timing is off. The pattern is wrong. Sophia shook her head.
Sir, did you slip a molly without me seeing and it's just now kicking in?
I sighed. Are we in some EDM club?
No.
Do you see any fucking glow sticks in my hands? I asked, waggling my fingers.
No,
Sophia sighed. And am I a self-indulgent asshole?
You really gonna make me answer that one, sir?
I nodded. Fair enough. No, Sophia, I'm not rolling at the moment. What I am is concerned.
Well, I don't blame you, sir. I don't know about you, but I like living here. And what do you think MKG meant by breaching the terms?
That isn't what I'm talking about, I said.
Sir?
The narrative, it's too early.
You said that a moment ago. What are you talking about?
Sophia asked. I picked up a glass of expensive scotch from my table and took a sip, then broadly gestured around the room. All this existence, is predicated on rules. Excluding the prime universe, the cosmic narrative spins in such a way that when you're looking at it all holistically, you can almost see the pattern.
You mean like movies and books and stuff?
Sophia asked. Exactly, I said. It's been well established that the multiverse influences select minds back in the prime universe, which is how we get our tales of fantasy, comics, sci-fi, horror, and the like.
I'm not tracking, sir.
Of course not, I said. You and the rest of the Jinn, while incredibly powerful and capable of plane walking between the dimensions, are not native to the prime universe. As such, you are tied to the cosmic wheel. The patterns aren't as obvious to you. But to someone like me, who existed in the prime universe first and then came here, the signs are easy to read.
Sir, I normally like our little back and forths. I act really dumb and ask you softball questions so you can pontificate. But considering the circumstances, do we really have the time?
Sophia, you know this is my drug of choice. She sighed.
Fine. Ahem. Oh, sir, whatever do you mean? What signs are you talking about? Please bestow upon me your wisdom and insight.
I couldn't help but smile. Sure, she would destroy me one day. What best friend wouldn't? But we also both knew that indulging me in moments like these was the easiest and fastest way to shut me up. If only my wife would learn and adopt the practice. Story structure, Sophia, I said simply. The multiverse and its countless universes, while full of wonder and mystery, almost always followed the basic principles of standard story structure. It's one of the ways I'm able to predict what will likely happen.
Classic 3 acts with a beginning, a middle, and an end. 5 acts if you're fancy, Sophia asked, still playing along.
Yes and no, I said. The act structure, yes, but there's a specificity within each act. Act 1 will normally consist of introductions, exposition, dialogue, and such. But the inciting incident, which is the crux of the story that propels the characters into action, doesn't happen right away. It's normally the midpoint of the first act. So this call to action concerning our lease is—
It's too soon,
Sophia said, actually nodding along.
You're right, sir. Something could be wrong.
Precisely, I said. I took another sip of the scotch.
Then my apologies for being snarky.
I smiled. I'm used to it. Setting the glass down, I took a seat behind my desk and opened the box that held my black cigarettes with the silver tips. Lighting one, I took a drag off the smoke and considered the strangeness of the issue.
What are you thinking, Jackson?
That someone else is pushing the narrative, I said, then ashed the smoke. Working against me. This potential eviction could be a catalyst for something else, something big.
Well, to play the Neverrealm advocate, how can you be sure? Sophia asked. You said it yourself, cosmic narrative only tends to follow the standard patterns. This could just be a coincidence.
Possible, I said, then shook my head. But unlikely, since when does anything happen to me by something as banal as coincidence?
You might have a point there,
Sophia said with a nod.
Okay, sir, let's assume you're right. Someone somewhere is pushing an agenda set against you. Any idea who?
I think the line for those who seek my fall or my throne starts just behind you, I said with a small laugh.
Sophia smiled. You say the sweetest things, sir. So, when considering your countless enemies, what is it they want?
That's the easiest and most obvious, I said. My defeat.
What's the plan, then?
I finished the last of my smoke and then snubbed it out in my grim skull ashtray. Well, there's the rub. If I do nothing, then I lose my business, my home, and thus my godhood. If I play along and try and fix my situation with a titan, then I'm doing exactly what my unknown enemy wants.
So which will it be, sir?
I have a few ideas, I said. In the meantime, assemble the staff. I think it's time we had a team meeting.
Should I have Maury break out the good hooch and refreshments, turn this into a working lunch?
Of course, but just for you and me, I said, then sighed. Probably Lydia as well, but the minions can make do with a sleeve of Natty-Boh and a stale box of Triscuits.
A Kentucky wedding reception it is, sir,
Sophia nodded, jotting notes. Thank you, Sophia.
Sir?
Yes?
You're smiling.
She wasn't wrong. There is a sick, twisted part of me that feels an electric tingle when threatened, whether it's my martial arts training courses, acting classes, or toppling an egocentric god. Pitting myself against would-be contenders for my title makes me feel alive. I am indeed, Sophia. I am indeed. Fun Time with Sophia, Part 1, The Setup.
Tap, tap, tap. Is this thing on? Oh, it is. Great. Hey there, audiobook fanatics. This is your evil gal pal Sophia once again coming to you directly. In a couple of Jackson's past recorded adventures, he employed these little interstitial chapters to provide you fine audio folks with nifty tidbits like his villain's rules and comic fun facts. We opted not to do them in Villain's Deception as a clue to the audience that it was all a trick. And still no one caught it. Stop acting like you did. It makes you uglier than you already are. Ooh, am I sassy. So, seeing as this audiobook is the story of how I defeat Jackson, I wanted to be the one who talked directly to you. Pull back the curtain here and there to let you know what I'm doing and why. You're honored, I know. In the previous chapter, I bet you noticed that Jackson was immediately aware that something was up. As soon as I read him that email, he was on guard. You might think that was a mistake on my part, that I was tipping my hand, so to speak, and let him know that a plot against him even existed. And that's where you'd be wrong. See, Jackson loves being challenged. The thrill of pitting himself against someone is like catnip for my dear employer. And it's exactly why I introduced the inciting event early. Not only did it catch his attention and throw him off his game, but it also removed me as a suspect. Did you notice his backhanded compliment about the djinn being powerful but blind to cosmic narrative? I mean, does he really think no one else has Google? Hello? Of course I understand the concept of cosmic narrative. It's the fundamental nature of how things are done, and the djinn have been manipulating narrative longer than anyone else. Ever read or heard a story about a djinn or genie? Things don't usually work out for the mortals who bargain with them. And before you say it, no, Aladdin doesn't count. Fie on that poorly animated and often overrated movie. Yeah, I said it. It and its God's awful live-action remake suck NetherRealm demon dong. And you know what else? It's kind of an insult that a mortal, even one as devious as Jackson, thinks he has the patent on manipulating narrative. But I have a little surprise for Mr. Blackwell. There's another genre's narrative I am very familiar with. You want to guess? No, you're dumb. You'll never get it. It's heist movies. I absolutely love them. The twists, the turns, and most importantly, the payoff. When the plan works and the victim is crushed, knowing that they were played like the suckers they are. Mwah! It's just the best. This, dear listener, is the beginning of any great heist. The setup. Typically motivated by more than greed. In this case, my eternal vengeance against the Blackwell clan. The brains of the heist, me, will set into motion the chain of events that leads to the payoff. By ensuring that the Titan who held the lease on Jackson's pocket dimension and thus his godhood was aware of the lease's violation, I set my plan into motion. From here, we set up the team, execute the plan, reveal the twist, and then get the payoff. Jackson's empire, his humility, and his defeat. I love being me. Okay, back to the story. It's fun to watch Jackson when he thinks he's smart. It's cute. Like a schnauzer who fell on its head when it was a puppy.
Chapter 2, where I reveal my love of words, introduce my team, and shed light on my job. History abounds with pithy quotes about friends and enemies. Usually poetic crap about how a person in power is defined not by their actions, but by the enemies they make. Such drivel includes little gems like, "Love your enemies, for they tell you your faults," by Ben Franklin. "He who has 1,000 friends has not a friend to spare, and he who has one enemy will meet him everywhere," by Ralph Waldo Emerson. And "No prudent antagonist thinks light of his adversaries," by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Sigh. Can you believe this garbage? Gods above and below, leave it to a bunch of political philosophers and essayists, in other words, professional sit-about-do-nothings, to think up the literary equivalent of a circle jerk. I prefer quotes from people who went out and did things, those who risked their lives or made changes. Want to know whose words the Shadowmaster finds inspiring? Katharine Hepburn. Yep, that bobble-headed old biddy not only was an icon of the silver screen, but she also broke the mold when it came to doling out sass and dropping truth bombs. And let me tell you, that glorious gal had some great ones like, "Sometimes I wonder if men and women really suit each other. Perhaps they should live next door and just visit now and then. Why slap them on the wrist with a feather when you can belt them over the head with a sledgehammer? If you obey all the rules, you miss all the fun." And the one that is germane to the topic at hand, enemies are so stimulating. And that, my credit-spending audio army, is the crux of the issue. By revealing this early, that they are moving against me, my unknown enemy has my full attention. And when the Shadowmaster gives someone his full attention, well, you've listened to my audiobooks. Things tend to go my way, and this brings me to another famous quote I simply adore, not from Madame Hepburn, but from the one Frenchman I respect, Emperor Frog himself, Napoleon Bonaparte. "Never interrupt your enemy when he is making a mistake." By giving advance notice of a plot against me, my unknown enemy is indeed making a grave mistake. So let this mystery person or secret cabal come. I always have a plan, and I always win. "Are there any questions?" I asked those gathered at my conference table. There wasn't a sound to be heard except a light crunching. Lady had looked at those making said sounds and arched her eyebrow. "Yes, dear," I asked. "Why are the minions eating the good Triscuits?" Sure enough, Mist and Wraith Knight were noshing on an open box of cracked pepper and olive oil. I sighed. "I assume that's because that's all we stock in the Dimensions pantry," I said. "Why would I keep an inferior product in our home?" "Maury said that it is the least fresh box," Sophia said from her side of the conference table. "It was Lord and Lady Blackwell," Morikesh, the former undead Lich King, said. I found them in the back with nary a chip clip to be had. Savages. Morikesh was a lich from some backwater fantasy universe I never bothered to learn the name of and had come to me years ago seeking my counsel. I'd left him waiting for so long that my team, unbeknownst to me, adopted him and turned him into the Dimension's all-purpose steward. At first I was somewhat miffed about it, but old Maury really was a top-notch worker. Being undead meant he never slept, and he worked on salary, not an hourly rate. Plus, he looked adorable in khaki slacks and a black polo with the Blackwell Villain Consulting logo on it. See, hun, I said, stale snacks. My villainy knows no bounds. I suppose that's fair, Lydia said, but kept her eyes on the minions. So no one has any questions concerning the pending eviction notice? I asked. Well, to be fair, sir, it's to be expected, Mist said, then wiped the crumbs off her hands. I gave her a stern look. She and Wraith Knight both were former citizens of the CBU, the comic book universe. After my last trip there, I liberated and employed them both. She had been a former housewife from the golden age of comics named Doris. Infused by my power, she became a shape-shifting spy known as Mist. While she was never one to be coy, it was clear that my femme fatale was hesitant to say what was on her mind. She looked to the large, brutish man for support. WK, want to help me out here? The large black man in the thick, shadowy plate armor was once known as Wendell Dench, a street-level supervillain who had slightly augmented strength at night. His code name? Yep, you guessed it, the Shadow Master. So with a few pen strokes on a soul-binding contract, he rescinded the name and was my employee henceforth, my Wraith Knight. And with my power, he was now a walking tank with moderate shadow-shifting abilities. Too bad tact wasn't included with his gifts. To be honest, boss, you fuck around so much we're surprised it took this long, Wraith Knight said. Well, look who reached into their codpiece and found their big boy pair, Randy said, a bemused smile on his face. Bigger than yours, asshole, Wraith Knight said to my nephew. Keep thinking that, minion, Randy said, then leaned back in his chair, a smug grin on his face. Ever since he began working for me, my nephew and former adversary had cleaned himself up. He had long since abandoned his slacker persona in favor of a haircut, a smart suit, and designer dress shoes. I wasn't sure if I was proud or wary. Well, I don't see why I wasn't invited, Paige's voice said from the video monitor on the table. Because I don't like you, I said flatly. Julie, that's not nice, Paige said. I think I could be a big help if— Sorry, Auntie Paige, the dimension's going through a tunnel, my daughter Evie said as she reached over and turned the monitor off. Thank you, dear, I said. Sure thing, Daddy, Evie said, then began to play with her phone. Sigh. When Lydia and I had lowered our guard, Evie had tapped into her demi-goddess power and once again advanced her age. In reality, she was only a couple of years old, but the body she wore now was somewhere around 13 or 14, and with it came a certain sense of both being a pleaser and a rebel. Can we get back to Wraith Knight's insubordination? Evie asked. Mom probably wants to kill him now. Wraith Knight shot Evie a look of, why? Evie just shrugged at her former childhood playmate. I kinda do, Lydia said. Ah, my wonderful wife. Like a wartime general during a period of peace, she didn't know what to do with herself. The desire to fight was ever present, and I, for one, was happy to not be the target of her boredom-fueled desire for chaos. Wraith Knight immediately raised his hands. Apologies for being blunt, boss, Mistress Lydia, but if we're going to be evicted, then I don't think we have time for ego-stroking and tiptoeing. Jackson? Lydia asked. Every set of eyes at the conference table turned to me, looking for my reaction. Instead of a patented tirade or promises of harm, I just shrugged. Let's hear him out. Thanks, boss, Wraith Knight said. What I'm getting at is that, sure, you advise villains and run your business, right? But no one sees it. What do you mean? Wraith Knight sighed slightly. I mean your books, the recorded adventures you hawk on Amazon and Audible. What about them? I asked. They're— Wraith Knight started to say, but trailed off, looking for the right words.
Villainous?
Sophia said. Action-packed? Mist offered. Hackneyed? Randy said in a huff. Profitable? I said, glaring at my nephew.
Decent bathroom material?
Lydia said. I started to say something, but just shrugged and nodded. She wasn't wrong. Wraith Knight sighed. Yes, all those things. Zany, comedic, go-nowhere adventures. And that's what the Titan must be basing his decision on. You're a villain advisor that never advises villains, at least not in a way that the public sees. I considered his words. His reasoning had merit. Yes, I made sure that my personal scribe recorded my adventures for the sake of posterity and a little side money, but I never really bogged down his tiny mind with the mundane part of the business. Let's be fair, the concept of advising villains is intriguing on paper. But that's it. It's a really cool gun with one bullet. Don't believe me? Think about it. Let's imagine a vampire lord seeks my help. I counsel them on ideas, methods, and concepts outside their native universe. I travel to their universe and have some laughs, and they do a little better. I stand over their shoulder as they attack victims, pointing out newer ways to bite. Over time, said vampire amasses power while I point out pitfalls and traps. We have a few more yuckity-yuck-yuck moments, and then that's it. Any sequel would just be more of the same. I advise some new villain in a new setting, and jokes get recycled. The same plot over and over. Many concepts fall into this trap. A really cool idea based on an interesting world or a nifty concept mechanic. But subsequent sequels never capture that initial wow factor of the first property. Hunger Games, Ghostbusters, Zombieland, Jurassic Park, all animated Disney properties and most standard comedies. The first is always solid because of a neat idea, solid world building, and a cute story. After that, hot garbage, diminishing returns that weaken the whole. I mean, did you see Rise of Skywalker? I'd make a joke, but they did it for me. It's like I said, advising villains is a really cool gun with one bullet. And as Robin Greene once said, repetition is the death of art. If I had gone that route, showing the audience my actual business, then my audiobooks would have sucked. Or sucked worse than what some people believe they already do. And why? Well, here's the dirty secret as to what usually happens after my involvement ends with some universe's villain. Either the primary god of my client's native universe corrects my counsel and resets everything, or the villain takes over the world. Either option then leads to narrative collapse or a cataclysmic event. That's it. So let me ask you, how many times could that story be told? Over and over, either the bad guy wins or the universe resets. That would become some repetitive dreck, wouldn't it? That's why I make sure my stories are based on me as a villain protagonist, not me advising villains. The sad truth is that once the great Shadow Master meets and greets a mysterious villain from another dimension, all the cool bits are gone. After that, it's kinda mundane. You want to know what most of my villain advising moments are? Follow-up meetings, emails, presentations, and corporate events. Not exactly the thrill-a-minute laugh fest folks are expecting. I want you to take a moment and Google the responsibilities of a program manager. Seriously, do it. I'll wait. Wasn't that riveting? I got into villain advisement for the action and the thrills. You think I give two wet, lumpy shits about managing a team with a diverse array of talents and responsibilities or other buzzword jargon? No, I don't. I do it because I'm good at it, and whenever I tell this fact to people that advising villains isn't as fun as they think it is, they always say the same thing. Well, find a way to make it interesting. Sigh. Find a way is the rallying cry for non-creative adult children begging for what they want. You do the thing for me because I can't. I'd like to blame public education, but that wouldn't be fair. Teachers work harder and longer than you realize. When the school day ends, those cat-collecting, wine-guzzling, underpaid icons of education work an additional 4 to 6 hours, all the while laboring under school board bureaucracy bullshit. Or staving off helicopter parents who can't accept that their precious child is actually just middle of the pack. No, the real problem lies with fuckknuckles who make babies with other fuckknuckles and raise a clutch of knucklets. If I had my way, breeding would require a license. Alas, people seem to get all touchy about reproductive rights. But back to the matter at hand. Fine, if that's what's required, so be it. From here on out, all of this will be seen and recorded by my scribe, I said, then turned to Morikesh. Mori, throw open the door to the waiting room. I'm going to advise the shit out of these literary rejects. Yes, sir, Morikesh said, getting up and puttering over to the main doors that led to the waiting room.
You want us to stay, sir?
Sophia asked. Of course, I said. It will help fill in the word count if a lot of people are talking and offering advice, even Randy. Hey, said my nephew. I couldn't help but smile. In truth, the agency franchise he ran was doing rather well. He took all the clients I didn't want and made them better villains. Sir, Morikesh called out, there's a problem. Just figure out who was here first, I said. Then form a queue. No, Morikesh said. The waiting room. It's empty. Chapter 3. Where I look for fascists, threaten the staff, and flex my Latin muscles. I looked left and then right. Nothing. Not one single client. No fantasy realm overlords, no horror realm monsters, no time-traveling conquerors. Hell, there weren't even any sci-fi fascist groups seeking a moment of my time. Not that I have ever or would ever cater to them, but they're always trying to be seen. According to some internet activists, anything right of left is a Nazi, but gods above and below, the sci-fi and fantasy realms practically ran on fascism. And not one was here. Now I'd personally like to see all hate groups at the bottom of the ocean or tossed into an active volcano. But it's still nice to be wanted. This was the villainous equivalent of being alone on prom night, having been turned down by everyone, even the ugly people. What in the 9 circles of the Never Realms was going on? Where are my clients, Sophia? I asked, not even bothering to hide the anger in my voice.
They were here, sir, I swear,
Sophia said, going to her desk and tapping away at her computer.
Maury, do you know what's going on?
No, ma'am, the Lich said, moving to the workstation beside hers. The room was full just before our meeting, like it always is. So what happened? I asked, growing impatient. I don't know. Morikesh stuttered, his bony, bandage-wrapped fingers clacking away at his keyboard. I loomed over Morikesh's desk, my fists resting on either side of his monitor. Mori, you do realize that in order to save my business and my home, I apparently need to counsel more villains, and to do that I need villains. So, where the fuck did they go? Sir, this isn't helping me work faster, Morikesh stammered. I will atomize your body, I said. That won't kill me, sir. I'm a lich, Morikesh said. My soul, which is stored in a phylactery, will endure indefinitely. That's the point, Mori, I snarled.
Sir, it isn't just here,
Sophia said, interrupting us. She, too, was clacking away at her computer at blinding speed. What do you mean?
The sublease dimension for Randy's franchise, Sophia said. It's also empty.
I snapped my eyes at my nephew. He threw his hands up. Don't look at me, Uncle Jackson. You have me under a soul-binding contract. I can't by action or inaction do anything that would cause you or your business harm.
I'm looking at a video feed from Randy's waiting room and it's empty, Sophia said. Well, Paige is there. She looks confused.
How can you tell? I asked. Our natural state of being looks like that. Come on, Uncle Jackson, Randy said. That's my mom. Your mom's an idiot, I said simply. Sorry to be the one to break it to you. I've known that since I was 8 years old, Randy said. But taunting her is just low-hanging fruit. We need to focus on the fact that someone just hit us. Randy was right, loath as I was to admit it. If something like that happened here, where all my clients vanished, what did that mean? It was possible this was just a fluke event, a fluctuation in the temporal membrane of my dimension, perhaps, or even a glitch in the transportation gate magics. Things like that happen from time to time. But the same thing happening at both locations, immediately after getting the pending eviction notice. No. That, dear listener, is a coordinated move by someone cunning and bold. A new enemy. I felt the tingle of excitement ripple from the base of my neck, through my body and settle in my anus. My nipples stood erect, as did other parts of my anatomy. Don't judge me. Do we have security footage? I asked, to see exactly what happened.
Of course, sir,
Sophia said. After a few keystrokes, her brow furrowed.
Maury, could you come over here for a second?
Of course, Morikesh said, obeying his supervisor. What do you need?
Look this over and tell the Shadow Master what you see,
Sophia said, walking away from the desk, past me, and into the conference room. Madam Sophia? Morikesh asked.
Doing great, Maury,
Sophia called back, giving him a squinting smile.
Now just do what I asked.
Morikesh shrugged. Well, Master Blackwell, it seems that the footage is just gone. 1 second everything was fine, and after that, poof. Huh. That's weird. It's almost like someone hacked your system and... Reaching across the table, I grabbed the lich by his throat and dragged him over the desk, knocking over Sophia's computer and office supplies. His paper-thin skin ripped between my fingers as I held him aloft and applied increasing pressure. Dust and foul-smelling fluids stained my suit. You want to run that by me again? I said. Which part, sir? Morikesh asked.
Jackson, put him down, Lydia said. We all get it. You're a big, tough man who's mad. Your testosterone abounds.
I growled slightly. But seeing as Maury doesn't really feel pain or need air to breathe, Lydia continued, while Morikesh gave me 2 thumbs up. You're just posturing. And what do we say about people who posture? I sighed. That they're hiding how dumb they are, how afraid they are, or that they're from New England.
Exactly, Lydia said. So let's not abuse the help.
Wraith Knight leaned his head into the waiting room. Does this mean we can have fresh snacks?
Touch the good Triscuits and I'll cut your dick off,
Lydia instantly hissed. Good to know, Wraith Knight said, leaving the room.
Hey, Dad,
Evie said, looking at something in her hand.
What's malum lux?
Latin for evil light, I said, setting Morikesh back on his feet. Why? Evie flashed me what was in her hand. It was a white business card with a black stylized logo of a candle over block print that read, Malum Lux Inc., the Shadow's Legion lighting the way for darkness. That's just horrible writing, I said. Where'd you get that?
This was on one of the waiting room seats,
Evie said, handing me the card.
What do you think this means?
It means, dear daughter, that we have competition, I said, not even bothering to hide my smile while looking at the card. Okay, Sophia and Maury, find out who this Malum Lux is. Lydia, you, Evie, and Mist work on a new client list. Head out to as many dimensions as you need to under the banner of generating business. None of the gods should have issues with that. Plus, they like you 3 more than me. Randy and Wraith Knight, you 2 visit the clients who abandon us and see what went wrong. Don't be afraid to be creative in your questioning techniques. Let the multiverse know what it means to break a pact with the Shadow Master.
Is that wise, boss? Mist asked. They weren't technically under contract yet. It could piss off the potential clients we're supposed to woo.
You just handle the wooing and let me deal with the blowback. Mist shrugged. You're the boss. After everyone left for their respective assignments, I took a moment to look at my waiting area. Now that there was no one there, I really took it all in. The retro 1970s decor was lit by harsh, flickering fluorescent lighting. The off-white ceiling tiles were water-stained. The rows of piss-yellow, hard, molded plastic chairs attached to scratched chrome frames were ugly. The Muzak versions of Fantasy Realms madrigals that played from the tinny, crackling speakers were rather off-putting. At least the floor-to-ceiling glass windows that looked off into the nothingness of the pocket dimension gave the lobby a perpetual nighttime look and radiated cold. The whole effect hadn't been updated in years, and I've been doing the same thing over and over for a long time now. Maybe I deserve this. I shook my head. A thought for another time. If Malum Lux wanted a turf war, then they were going to get one. A thought occurred to me while I tapped the business card in my hand. "Hey, Maury?" "Yes, Mr. Blackwell." "Order me some new business cards. Time to spruce up this shithole."
Fun Time with Sophia Part 1.5. Hey there, Sophia again. Just being clear, this interlude is not another step in my heist plan codenamed, I don't know, Operation Shadowbreaker? No, that's cheesy. Operation Action Jackson? Oh, gods below, no, that's even worse. Screw it, I'll think of something later. Anywho, this is just me checking in with you. So, how have you been? Gone on any saucy dates recently? Oh, and how are you liking the new format so far? Does already knowing the outcome and then watching it happen bother you? Well, guess what? It doesn't matter what you think. Ha! Evil rules and listeners drool. But seriously, don't get your knickers in a twist. Formats like this one aren't new, where the story starts at the end or midpoint, jumps back to the beginning, and then works its way to set opening. Just in movies alone, you have such gems as Fight Club, Forrest Gump, The Hangover, Deadpool, Casino, Goodfellas, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and The Prestige, to name a few. All of these classics employ the end-beginning-end technique. In literary terms, this framing device is called prolepsis. Say it with me. Prolepsis. It's more commonly known as a flash-forward. You see, the prolepsis is a device in which the plot goes ahead of time, establishes a certain key point or moment, and then takes the narrative forward. You may not enjoy it now, but you will. Trust me. It worked for Citizen fucking Kane, and people won't shut up about that movie. Speaking of, you ever notice that on like every list of the greatest movies, Citizen Kane is there? Everyone lauds it despite no one ever actually watching it. I mean, sure, folks watch it once, but whoever says, "Man, it's a rainy Sunday, I'm gonna put on some jammies, grab me a bag of flaming hot Cheetos, throw on Citizen Kane, and just chillax." Sure, there's some weirdos out there who say they watch it, but they're douche nozzles who want to sound intellectual at social gatherings. They're the same kind of person who makes a point to correctly and often overtly overpronounce commonly used foreign words in English. You know who I mean. Wow, these interstitial chapters are really fun, cathartic too. I see why Jackson does them. What else irks an evil djinn like me? Children? Sure, they suck. People with double chins, definitely. Oh, when someone interrupts a great conversational flow just to tell a really long story, know what I mean? Check it. You and your friends are chatting at a fast clip, right? Laughing and having fun, and then someone jumps in and hijacks the flow with their poorly told go-nowhere anecdote. Ugh, it's the worst. Clueless fuckers don't realize that the people are just being polite as they nod along, all the while praying to an unforgiving God that the story would end, and when it does, the flow is never the same again. The moment it ruined. All because Becky had to tell her stupid fucking story about the thing she found so funny. Thanks, Becky. I want it on record that I would never interrupt a fun story flow just to be heard. Nope. I do it because I'm evil. Heh. See what I did there? Okay, chumps, back to Operation Master Blaster. Crap, no, that sounds like a bad action movie. Or a great porno from the 80s. Anyway, go on to the chapter while I ponder a better name. Go on, Sophia, you're better than this. Think.
Chapter 4, where I admit frustration, court a client, and critique bad plot. Painful as it is to admit, there are times when even the accomplished Shadowmaster encounters small setbacks. Hiccups, if you will, the teeniest bump in the road to what are normally brilliant plans or sound courses of action. I know, you don't believe it, but please hear me out. Even one as great as myself occasionally has plans go awry. Temporarily, of course. When I encounter one of these impediments, I strive to maintain a high level of decorum and professionalism, for it is important to always project confidence and competence. That being said, when 2 freaking weeks have gone by without securing one goddamn client or more than the vaguest hint about my adversary, well, all that nice bullshit goes right out the fucking window. And in these rarest of situations, I tend to get fussy, cranky, perturbed even. So yes, I may have gone to a low-budget fantasy universe and adopted all the children of an entire orphanage. And to avoid any legal complications, let's just pose a hypothetical scenario. One wherein I, after the alleged adoption, might have abandoned said orphans in the deep dark woods of an adjacent Grimm's fairy tale-style universe. For the sake of this highly unlikely scenario, let's suppose that in these woods there lived a wicked witch. And this witch, let's call her Frau Kinderfresser, may have been a friend and former client of mine. Now, would a crapload of children running about lost in her woods be seen as a bribe, an attempt to woo her back? Why don't you go ahead and just type Kinderfresser in Google Translate and see what you get? Look, if I'm being too obtuse and you don't get subtlety, then yes, it was a fucking bribe, and since I know you're too lazy to do what I asked, Kinderfresser is German for child eater. Oh, don't look at me like that. You can't come from a world where Hunger Games has sold millions of copies and the movies have a worldwide box office of nearly $3 billion and give me grief. Gods above and below, every other YA dystopian series is about kids as hunter-murderers. Besides, this is all a moot point. The bribe didn't work. "Come now, Johanna, I don't see what the problem is," I said, then took a sip of the tea, noting that the bone cup made from a child's skull was exceptionally well made. I set the drink down on the bone-made side table and crossed my legs, settling back in the chair made of bones. Sigh, she really needed a better theme. Across from me, Frau Johanna Kinderfresser, wild witch of the weeping woods, twirled a finger through her steel-gray hair. It was odd. Normally the witch looked as one would expect, warts on her crooked nose, wild matted hair, ragged clothing. But now she looked, well, good. Maybe better is a more appropriate word. I mean, she was still horribly unfuckable, even by those with absolutely no standards. Looking at you, Mississippi and Rhode Island. Don't get pissy with me. Be mad at the Realtor.com article from 2015 I Googled, which said that Mississippi and Rhode Island ranked number 1 for least attractive women and men, respectively. Those hunchbacks aside, it seemed like Johanna's entire look had been revised. She looked more like a wrinklier version of Meryl Streep from Into the Woods. "We've worked well together in the past," I said to the witch, continuing the conversation. "I think there are a lot of untapped possibilities for you." "Such a flatterer," Johanna said. "But I'm sorry, Jackson. While I thank you for the gifts, I currently have representation." "Let me guess. Malum Lux?" "Yes, how did you know?" I let out a deep sigh of frustration and lit a black cigarette. "Do you have any idea how much paperwork I had to put my minions through to adopt the whole orphanage?" I said, my tone getting a little more terse than I wanted. "Like, a lot. The least you could do is tell me what they're offering. You owe me that much." Johanna quietly nodded, then stood from her chair. She looked out the bay window of her sitting room into the deep, dark woods. She crossed her arms behind her back and took a breath. "I'm going to be a slasher," she said. Fuck. "Johanna, look. I know, Jackson, I know," Johanna said over her shoulder, cutting me off. "You made your thoughts abundantly clear when I first pitched the idea back when we worked together." "Then let me repeat myself," I said, standing up. "Slashers are the bottom rung of all horror, the cheapest scares for the least amount of creativity." "This is going to be different. It's going to be more like—" "If you say more like Hack Slash or Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon, I'm going to dunk you into a pool of water myself," I threatened. "You and every other snowflake who read that indie comic or saw that movie thinks they and the genre are unique. They're always wrong. The horror market is so saturated with slashers that everyone tries their hand at it, and they almost always suck. Minus a few outlying properties that squeeze a decent idea into one, maybe 2 sequels, they are all forgotten about quickly. Only a very select few have staying power." "I have to do something,"
Johanna said. I can't exist like this forever. You saw to that.
I narrowed my eyes. Excuse me?
Don't act innocent, Jackson, the witch said. She turned around and gestured at her home. Before you came into my life, I had no idea about anything beyond my woods or this world. But then you came, exposing me to a reality I never knew about. Your very presence awakens minds to what lies beyond. Gods? The multiverse? Web-based pornography?
I shot her a quick finger gun. You're welcome for that last one.
The point is, now that I know, I want more. I want power.
That's what we were working towards before you ended our business arrangement, I countered. With my help, you became the scourge of this entire countryside. How many towns and villages now pay homage to you?
That's too small, Johanna said, slapping her hand down on the table. Malum Luck said they can... what did they call it? Subcontract me?
Subcontract? I asked, then shook my head. Gods above and below, they're going to ship you off to another dimension.
Yes, Johanna said, to a premium streaming universe.
To become a slasher?
Yes, Johanna confirmed. Their PR and production departments have it all set up.
Malum Lux has a PR and a production team?
Oh, yes, Johanna said, almost giddy. They're calling it Kildergarten.
Kildergarten? I said in sheer disbelief.
Yes, I'll be reinvented as a school teacher whom the children hate and fear. Even though I am simply strict, the kids secretly call me a witch. One day during lunch I begin to choke on an apple. Instead of going for help, the kids watch me die. With my last gasp, I cursed them. My restless spirit will rise 20 years later and hunt down the children who are now in their sexual peaks. I'm told that if it does well, then there will be a sequel where I come back again, turning the children's children into little witches and warlocks.
That's really bad, I said. I mean, like, God's awful.
You're just jealous, Johanna said.
Of Kildergarten? Oh, no. No. All that did was prove my point about the least amount of creativity needed. An idea as dumb as that takes even the worst writer about 5 minutes tops to come up with. Maybe another 5 to 10 to outline the plot.
She did say that the beauty of the plan was the simplicity, that the story basically writes itself, and that fans of the genre were into the gore and kills, Johanna said.
She who? Who are you talking about?
No one, Johanna said, shaking her head. I think we're done, Jackson. Thank you for the gift and the visit. I wish you well.
There was no point in arguing. Her mind was made up, so I straightened the lines of my suit, nodded, and saw myself out of the cottage. When my hand touched the bone-carved doorknob, I paused and looked back. We had some fun, Johanna, and I wish you luck. But take this last piece of free advice. If they try to shoehorn in a summer camp, walk away. It's been done to death and is the lowest of the slasher low. I'd rather you go out with a shred of dignity. I reached into my suit's inner pocket and took out my wallet, then pulled out one of my new black business cards with golden print and set it down on the table by the door. With my business concluded, I left the home of Frau Johanna Kinderfresser. Chapter 5, where I comment on architecture, ponder the nature of villainy, and think about paintball. Once outside, I lit up a black cigarette and breathed out a cloud of smoke and frustration. Looking up, I saw the sun barely peeking through the dense canopy of trees. My nephew, still dressed in a tailored suit without a tie, leaned against the waist-high picket fence made of bleached bones, his smirk ever present. "So how'd it go?" Randy asked. "Do you see me smiling?" "No, Uncle, I don't." "Then don't ask stupid fucking questions," I growled. "Where's Wraith Knight?" "By the tree line, quaking in his armor." I'm keeping a lookout, boss," Wraith Knight said from off in the distance. I rolled my eyes. "What's his problem?" "Well, I think the murder cabin made of child bones might have something to do with it," Randy said with a chuckle. "Just a hunch." I looked over my shoulder and shook my head. "Don't be hyperbolic. It's mostly made of stone and wood. The bones are accent and ornamental. You think a 10-year-old's femur has the density necessary to be load-bearing? Pull your head out of your ass." "Yeah, what was I thinking?" Randy said, rolling his eyes. "You know, I think I liked you better when you were trying to kill me," I said, walking past him. "Me too, Uncle, me too," Randy said, falling into step beside me. Together we walked down the forested path away from Frau Kinderfresser's cottage. Randy cocked his head to one side, then held up his hands. "But you have to admit, it is a creepy-looking house." I shrugged. "Sure, I guess. In the right light, a cottage of bones set alone amid a dark forest, while wind chimes made from fingers clacked in the breeze and dream catchers of human skin hung from the trees could be seen as creepy. But considering what we do for a living, it's hardly original. Remember Caledon and Grimskull's fortress? Now that was garish." "So she didn't want to sign back on?" Wraith-Knight asked as he caught up with us. "No," I said with a shake of my head. "Malum Lux already got to her." "What'd they offer her?" Randy asked as we continued to walk down the woodland path. "It's just like the other clients you two saw," I said. "She gets a chance to jump into a new universe and gets to be the star." "I know this isn't a good situation for us, boss, but why don't you offer something similar?" Wraith-Knight asked, then flinched as if anticipating a painful reaction from me. "Relax, WK, I don't punish people for asking good questions. Let's see, what's the best way to explain this?" I said, then snapped my fingers. "Got it. Darth Vader in Rogue One." "He was the best part of that movie," Wraith-Knight said. "Exactly my point, dear minion," I said. "In a story about a group of rebel misfits who pull off the impossible and hijack the plans to the Death Star, the standout moment that people remember isn't the rebels, their actions, or their sacrifices. It's Darth Vader in the murder hallway. Those nameless heroes are completely forgettable." "They had names," Randy said. "Oh, yeah?" I asked. "What were they?" Jin was the girl," Randy said. "The sniper spy guy was Calrissian Lando? No, that's not right. Oh, then there was the blind ninja, the gunner, and the pilot." "My point exactly," I said. "The entire cast might as well be nameless because no one cares enough to remember them." "What about K2SO?" Wraith-Knight asked. "That droid was awesome." "Doesn't count," I said with a shake of my head. "In fact, it only serves to prove my point. The only character worth remembering aside from Vader was the comedic former villain, not the heroes." "Don't we want the villain to stand out?" Wraith-Knight asked. "Isn't that your entire business model? And aren't your own recorded adventures about the villain taking the spotlight?" "That's a fair question, Uncle Jackson," Randy said. "It kind of sounds like you only like it when you are the leading villain." I stopped walking and took out my smokes. Randy sighed and took a seat on a stump, settling in for the rant that was brewing within me. "Boss," Wraith-Knight said, "is this really the time for one of your speech—" "It's true," I said, snapping my cigarette lighter closed and cutting him off. "When I counsel a villain, I make them better. However, I don't make them unbeatable. I could, but I don't. And why is that? Don't bother answering, I'll tell you. It's because they would absolutely crush all hope and/or subjugate the masses with either bloodshed or some form of totalitarian regime. And since they would have all the tools I provided them, there would be no plucky, battle-worn underground resistance, no forces of good rallying the people, and without heroism there is no storytelling." "Look, boss, I'm normally along for the ride with these speeches," Wraith-Knight said. "But Darth Vader, totalitarian regimes—" "Yeah, you're kind of all over the place on this one, Uncle," Randy said. I sighed. Apparently I would have to spell it out for them. "A villain creates the conflict. They define the story. They aren't supposed to be the story. That's why the Dark Knight sucked ass. Joker was great and Batman was a boring, lovesick simp. Stories are supposed to be how the forces of good eventually overcome the forces of dark. It's the bedrock upon which storytelling is built." "Isn't that kind of alarmist?" Wraith Knight asked.
"And reductionist," Randy added. "In fact, it's kind of oversimplifying storytelling."
Again, I sighed. Based on the current state of the world, you aren't allowed to punish people for being stupid anymore. According to internet journalism, you're supposed to foster the false belief that everyone's opinion matters, or at least the opinions of those who share your personal politics. Fortunately, the Shadow Master wipes his ass with such nonsense. No, really, I do. I find the dumbest articles I can find from Fox News or Huffington Post and have them printed on flushable wet wipes. It's a little more expensive, but it's worth it. I've thought about it myself early in my career, I began, moving from advising villains to promoting villains. In the short term, it's fun, but since I'm not stupid, I could see a few steps down the road at the potential quagmire of suck. If Malum Lux floods the market with villains, then it could potentially break the storytelling narrative that flows through the entire multiverse. Each subsequent copycat dimension will want their moment in the spotlight and will then create a more heinous villain to garner attention. On and on it will go, each more despicable to a point where they aren't villains anymore, they're monsters. And it will be just like all indie publishing, a sea of voices screaming to be noticed, but their cries drown one another out and thus diminish the whole. I took the last drag off my smoke and dropped it on the dirt path. I then took my time snubbing it out with the toes of my expensive shoes. This isn't about my ego. This is about the very name of villainy and the core principles of how the universe works.
"You'd sell your story and all of us to a streaming universe, wouldn't you?" Randy asked.
"In a heartbeat," I said, "and I wouldn't think twice." "You wouldn't miss us?" Wraith Knight asked. "I'd wipe my non-existent tears on the check."
Randy stood up and brushed off his suit. "What I don't get, Uncle Jackson, is why the gods would allow it."
"How do you mean?"
"Well, you've always pointed out that the gods will change their universe if it gets too crazy, using cataclysms or reboots. If Malum Lux is prepping to make villains front and center to gain influence, wouldn't the gods of the respective universes deny that?"
"Honestly, no," I said. "Each universe has a god or gods that acts as a caretaker. Since the multiverse is huge, that's a lot of gods, all of whom are vying for attention. This would be a blessing in disguise for them. Malum Lux knows this. That's why they aren't targeting the big realms and dimensions."
"I see," Randy said. "The smaller, lesser-known universes would likely offer up anything that would get them some attention, then."
"Yes, they would," I said as a thought occurred to me. I lit another cigarette and thought about the problem as a whole. This group gets villains to sign on to other bland universes. The gods of that universe are so grateful they offer Malum Lux opportunities and incentives, like the ability to communicate to a titan. Before I could think any deeper, Wraith Knight tapped my shoulder. "Boss, what's considered normal for this universe?" "It's basically the proto-world for grim-style fairy tales," I said. "Perpetually shitty. Stepmothers, evil witches, talking animals, and horrible parables about suffering. Why? So a squad of commandos with assault weapons are not normal, then?" "What the shit are you talking about?" I started to say, but then saw what Wraith Knight meant. 8 armed men and women in white fatigues and black tactical gear were advancing on our position from the trees. Their faces were hidden by white balaclavas and black angular visors, and on each of their arms I saw a stylized logo of a candle. Malum Lux. Then I looked at their weapons and I actually laughed a little. "Boss," Wraith Knight said. "What?" I said, dismissively gesturing at them. "Look at where we are and then look at them. They look like those weekend warrior paintball people. No one takes them seriously. You ever notice that people who play too much paintball can't—" "Open fire!" the squad leader commanded, interrupting me. Chapter 6, where I discuss visitation rights, suffer anachronisms, and deal with an upset stomach. Here's a not-so-fun fact about being the Shadow Master. When I visit another realm, dimension, or universe, I need approval from the ruling deity. And even with said approval, I'm only technically a god, and I don't have full access to my godly power. Sucks, I know. In these moments away from my home dimension, where I have absolute authority, I'm considered a visiting deity. As such, I'm essentially a powerful mortal being with abilities on par with a great wizard. Cool, but not a god. And for those times when you're not authorized to visit, woof, you have no access to your power. So word to the wise for all you potential gods out there, just like for elementary school field trips, you better get that permission slip. And steal the extra snacks from the fat kid's lunch bag. So anyway, when a visiting deity is in another god's home, we have to adhere to certain rules. The governing laws of physics, for example. We can perform many wondrous and devastating acts, but fundamental changes to existence is a no-no. Oh, and get this, killing the locals is completely off the table. Can you believe that bullshit? You see, gods and other powerful beings are just like the politicians and CEOs back home in the Prime Universe. They need the unwashed masses for validation, worship, cheap labor, and entertainment. And trust me, few things are as entertaining as poor people. That's why we keep them that way. Now, the caveat to the no-killing rule is that self-defense is permitted. Should a local try to hurt me or one of my associates, I'm allowed to respond with lethal force. And me being me, I can wiggle around what is and is not considered self-defense. With all that being said, let it be known that there are no rules of conduct between beings not native to a realm or dimension. Which means that the squad leader who so rudely interrupted me by commanding his troops to open fire on us was about to learn what one can do when the rules don't apply. Mwah! Ha! Ha! Summoning my power, I threw up a semi-translucent shield of shadow magic just as the cohort of assault troops opened fire with laser guns? Let me repeat that. They fired on me in the woods of a rustic, dark fairy tale genre realm with friggin' laser guns. What the metaphorical fuck was going on? The beams bounced off my shield, burning holes in nearby trees and setting fire to dry foliage. I looked at Randy and Wraith Knight in turn. Did y'all just see that? Yes, Uncle, Randy said, getting into a fighting stance while summoning a portion of my bestowed power around him. It seems like the people of Malum Lux do not adhere to genre-specific rules. That's just bad form. Indeed, nephew, so very unprofessional, I said, then turned to Wraith Knight. This is what I've been trying to tell you. Literary escalation like this leads to crap ideas and blending genres in order to stand out. Is now the time, boss. You like those urban fantasy TV shows, right? Yes, Wraith Knight sighed. And how many are on streaming platforms? A ton, Wraith Knight said. And how many are good? I asked, while more and more lasers bounced off my shield. Not decent, not okay, I mean really good. A couple? Wraith Knight admitted, flinching whenever a beam struck his position behind the shield. Right, because one or two were successful, the market became flooded. Same with the books. The whole genre is kinda boring now. How do you top one another, How do you stand out? By upping the quality? Who has that kind of time? Instead, they stand out by ratcheting up the bad ideas. Even the scribe I employ to record and publish my adventures has a side series that blends magic and cyberpunk in a dystopian setting following the biblical apocalypse of Revelation. I like the Technomancer novels, Randy said. Then you have bad taste, I said. My point is that this escalation crap will happen with villains if left unchecked. These idiots prove my point. They have the gall to use energy weapons in a fantastical realm. Well, that's 3 strikes, And if you know anything about me, that's 3 more than I allow from— Oh, shut up, Julian, the squad leader said in an exasperated tone.
What?
We've all heard your bullshit far too many times, the squad leader said, then drew and leveled an odd-looking weapon at me. Angered not only at hearing my given name, but also at the dismissive tone in which this prick spoke to me, I only paid the odd weapon a passing glance. A curved flintlock pistol with a revolver cylinder that looked like a relic from another age that never was. But at least it was more setting appropriate. Sadly, it, like their lasers, would do jack shit against my shadow shield. Well, friend, you would know that making the Shadow Master an enemy is a big mistake. A cloud of sulfuric-smelling smoke accompanied the loud discharge from the odd-looking pistol. Curious how one notices such details in the middle of a fight. In that instant, I could tell you who was there, how they stood. Hell, I could probably count the blades of grass. "Boss," I heard Wraith Knight's booming voice, but it sounded distant. "Uncle Jackson," Randy yelled as he looked down at me. Down at me? Oh my. It appeared that I'd been shot and had fallen. How unexpected. I blinked a few times as my body seemed to reboot. In the next few moments, I felt fiery pain in my lower abdomen and the hard ground beneath me. "What?" "Just stay still, Uncle," Randy said. "WK, get those fuckers." "On it," Wraith Knight growled. The colossal armored man shifted into a shadowy, insubstantial form and advanced on the squad. No sooner had Wraith Knight drifted a few feet than the squad leader called out. "Thompson." One of the commandos in the back pulled what looked like a grenade from her belt and threw it at Wraith Knight. The grenade exploded into light, dismissing his shadow form and rendering him solid. The sudden and involuntary transformation must have shocked the big man's system because he dropped to all fours. Wraith Knight retched and heaved under his helmet. "Give us Blackwell and you two can walk away," the squad leader said. "Wish I could," Randy said. "Sadly, I'm under contract." Randy threw his arms forward and black, moist, slick eldritch tendrils shot up from the ground all around the commandos. And like a good hentai flick gone bad, each Lovecraftian tendril sought to, probe any orifice it could find. "Hopkins," the squad leader barked. "Deal with this." Another of the commandos moved forward and quickly stowed his weapon. He reached into his fatigues and pulled out some kind of talisman on a leather cord. The commando murmured an incantation and a gentle yet strong yellowish holy light appeared. As if seared by the sun itself, the tendrils wriggled back into the earth. "Huh. I really thought that would work," Randy said, flummoxed. "I'd love to care," I grunted, "but I have a hole in my gut." "We need an emergency evac," Randy said. "Like now." "Oh, you think?" "Uncle!" "Just hang on," I said, rolling to my side and tapping my earpiece. "Sophia, you there?" "Right here, sir," she said in her chipper tone. "What's up?" "Malum Lux is here," I said. "I've been shot in the stomach, Wraith Knight's puking in his helmet, and I think we need to go through Randy's browser history, then check our computer system for viruses." "So you need an emergency portal?" "That would be nice," I managed to force out as I got to shaky legs. "On its way, sir," Sophia said as she clacked away at her keyboard. "And done." An oval-shaped portal made of rippling shadow appeared a few feet away. Randy put his arm around me, helping me to move towards our escape. "WK!" I yelled. "Spit it up or suck it down, we're leaving." "O'Malley, Rodriguez, Kim," the squad leader called out. "Lock that shit down." "Yes, sir," the 3 commandos said in unison. Each of them cocked the underbarrels of their rifles, then fired something silver and solid into the ground at 3 various points. Whatever they were, each of the objects began to crackle with bluish energy. Lines of power snaked through the ground, seeking the other devices. In but a second, the 3 objects formed a triangular pattern and hummed like a completed circuit. The portal back to my dimension rippled a moment, then blinked out of existence. Well, that's just not fair.
Sir? Sophia said over the earpiece. What just happened? I can't get a lock on you.
Seems Malum Lux has toys that we really need to steal, I said. They shut down our portal.
I can create another one, Sophia said, but it'll have to be a couple of miles away.
Okay, I said. Grimble's dream isn't too far from here. Plan for there.
It's further than you think, sir, Sophia said. Can you make it?
I looked at the advancing squad, then nodded. I don't have much of a choice now, do I? Fueled by sheer anger, I forced my power deep into the earth, into all the dark places devoid of light. With an effort of will, I pushed past the pain in my stomach and forced a wall of earth and stone several feet thick to erupt upwards, encompassing the squad of commandos and blocking them off. "Damn, Uncle Jackson," Randy said in disbelief. "It's called experience," I gasped, then clutched at my wound.
"I'll have an escape portal ready on the south side of town," Sophia said. "Good luck, sir."
And that was when the Shadow Master had to do the unthinkable. He had to retreat. Chapter 7. Where I gate crash, consider dick snipping, and get pinned down. One of the upsides to having power on par with a great wizard is the ability to augment one's physical prowess to levels far beyond those of even an Olympian. While enhanced, I could run like the wind, even through the dense forest and over uneven terrain. But I didn't do that. Why? Because I had a fucking bullet hole in my stomach. Duh. Power or no power, try running at top speed with a gut wound and see how far you make it. Trust me, all those action movies are lying to us. Once you tear your abdominal wall, you aren't walking, let alone running, anywhere. So I had to think on my feet and do something inventive. Instead of enhancing myself, I gave Randy and Wraith Knight a jolt to their respective systems. The godly equivalent of steroids. Like, all the steroids. No joke, I likely removed a good 4 to 7 years of their lives. But it was for the greater good. Saving me. So with that in mind, picture this. A massive spiked sphere made of shadow energy rumbling through the forest and leaving a path of devastation in its wake. That's right, in the heat of the moment, the Shadow Master used his incredible mind and power to create a hamster ball. The giant shadow ball of death, for it had no better name, smashed through the wooden gates of Grimble's dream. The improvised vehicle barreled over a merchant cart, flattened no fewer than 3 orphans. So that's where they went, and finally came to a stop when it knocked over the statue of Hammersmith Grimble, the town's founder. I dismissed the shadow sphere while Randy and Wraith Knight panted like overrun labradoodles. "Put me down, WK," I told my large minion. Wraith Knight did as instructed and carefully set me on the ground beside the broken statue. Townsfolk, mostly shit-stinking peasants and anthropomorphic animals dressed in ye-old fairy-tale garb, were staring at us, unsure of what they had just witnessed. "Sawed off," I yelled at the townies, who went back to their lives in a huff. "Where the hell are we?" Randy asked. "Grimble's dream." I winced as I stood and unbuttoned my shirt. A sort of crossroads town where some of the various fable-like beings of this realm live, meet, and trade. The founder wanted the citizens of the local areas to be able to live in harmony. "Do they?" Randy asked. From the town square, it was easy to take in the flavor that was Grimble's dream. Houses, huts, and homes made of stone, straw, wood, or even the occasional giant piece of footwear lined the cobbled streets. Scents from bakeries and butcher shops mingled with a pungent straw and manure smells from local stables to create an unyielding assault to the olfactory sense. Kinda like one of those redneck-run summer carnivals, but with even more rampant illiteracy and teenage pregnancies. Down one alley, I spotted 3 large mice with sunglasses and canes stabbing a chunky butcher's wife to death. A girl in an opulent maroon cloak walked hand in paw with a werewolf, no doubt living well after collecting on an old woman's life insurance policy. There was even a pimp who negotiated various lewd acts and per-hour rates for the prostitute who lived in the big shoe house at the edge of town. More or less, I said with a shrug, then gripped my stomach in pain. Ah, damn it. You okay, boss? Wraith Knight asked. Nope. I looked down at the hole in my stomach. I'm pretty fucking far from okay. There was no exit wound, which meant the bullet was still in there. Worse, lines of infection were already spreading across my skin. I had a good idea of what he shot me with, and if I was right when the infection reached my heart, Evie would only remember me from the residual trust fund checks. What the hell kind of gun can shoot through a magical shield? Wraith Knight asked. Based on where we are, I guess we have some kind of Freischütz situation, I said. A what? Wraith Knight asked. A free shit? Randy sighed. You never pick them for their brains, do you, Uncle? Hey. Free shits, Randy said, as if explaining to a child. Or free shooter is a German folktale about a guy who made a deal with the devil for magic bullets. They can kill pretty much anything. Even a god? Wraith Knight asked. It's damn sure trying to, I said, buttoning my shirt back up. We need to get back to my dimension so I can, not die. Where's the gate? Randy said, looking around. She said it would be on the south side of town, I said, pointing in the general direction. As I did, a pack of scruffy-looking children came running right at me. Papa Jack, Papa Jack, they called out. Oh, shit. Hey, kids. Hi? We knew you wouldn't forget us, one of them said. You're the best dad ever, another added. Our only daddy. I didn't have time for this. Boss, Wraith Knight boomed. We have incoming. I looked back at the smashed town gates and saw nothing. That's when I heard it. Sighing, I looked to the sky and saw the hit squad flying toward us on, I swear to God, rocket packs. A moment later, the assault team landed heavily in the town square, kicking up a cloud of dirt and debris. The citizens of Grimble's Dream, not used to too dramatic entrances, scattered, and we took that moment to strategically reposition ourselves for a better tactical advantage. Sigh. Okay, fine. We hid behind the overturned statue. Come on, kids, I said, hunkering down with WK, Randy, and the orphans. Not bad, Julian, not bad, the squad leader called out. We weren't expecting that one, but in case you haven't noticed, we're persistent and adaptable. Wraith Knight, do me a favor, I said. Yeah, boss. Go cut the penises off all the males in this village and put them in a sack. Why? Because when I tell this man to eat a bag of dicks, I want the message to really sink in. Randy peeked over his shoulder, then hunkered back down. I don't think we have time for a standard bobbit bag, Uncle Jackson. Why don't I ever get my way? I asked aloud, then noticed Wraith Knight and Randy glaring at me. What? Oh, piss on you both. WK, go deal with them while I think up a plan. You saw what they did to me last time, Wraith Knight said. Then don't turn into a shadow, I said. Do what you do best and smash the ever-living shit out of them. But what about that Fritz gun? For fuck's sake, will you just be a good henchman and hench already? I yelled. Clearly they want to kill me, and those bullets are rare as all hell, so they won't waste one on you. Fine, Wraith Knight grumbled. Standing, he bellowed out a roar of challenge, then charged them. They're going to kill him, aren't they? One of the orphans asked. Probably, I admitted. But I needed to buy us a moment. I'd hoped that coming here would help. Yeah, Randy said. Villainy 101. Populated areas equal human shields. I was so proud, so much so that I decided this was a teachable moment. Take note, kids, I said to the orphans. When escaping your enemy, move the battle to a populated area in the hopes that innocents provide human shields or a diversion. The orphans just stared at me. One of them was crying. I know, little one, I know. I said. "This group seems to be as treacherous as ourselves and have the moral flexibility of an internet hate mob." As if they were proving the point, the commandos fired on Wraith Knight with their energy weapons, not caring one whit about collateral damage. Townies ducked for cover as stray blasts and ricochets destroyed property and incinerated innocents. WK waded through the beams of destruction, swinging his maul-like fists. He literally crushed the skull of one of them like overripe fruit, then backhanded another so hard their lower jaw ripped away in a spray of blood and bone. One of the orphans vomited. "Well, there's our R rating," I said approvingly. "But if he keeps this up, we might just make it out of here okay." In response, the squad leader pulled up what looked like a space-age shotgun and fired a kinetic blast of energy that launched Wraith Knight across the street. The big man crashed into a home that seemed to be occupied by 3 bears and their pet human girl. Well, shit. "Howdy, Julian," the squad leader said as he rounded the toppled statue with 2 of his troops falling into position behind him. "Hate to say this, Uncle, but you know what you have to do," Randy said. "You're right," I said. "Kids, run that way at the men with guns. Serpentine, mind you, makes you harder to hit." "Uncle," Randy snapped. "What?" "I said serpentine." "Call her," Randy said as the squad leader drew and leveled the odd-looking Frischitz gun at me. "Damn it, fine. I swear there will be no living with her after this," I said, then tapped my earpiece. "Sophia?"
"Here, sir, what's up?"
"We've encountered a hitch in our escape. Please send in the Widowmaker." Sophia giggled.
"You got it, sir."
Chapter 8. Where the cavalry arrives, I obtain a new season's greetings image, and I ponder non-consensual ursine molestation. Before the next chapter starts, let me get this out of the way. No, the Widowmaker is not a new character or some secret weapon. It's Lydia. Ta-da! You see, my wife really, and I mean really loves to see me in tight situations. Considering all I've accomplished, it really tickles her pink parts to see the great Shadow Master in trouble. And in those rarest of rare situations when I require assistance, nothing nourishes her nethers more than to be the one who bails me out. Provided I call her the Widowmaker. Because if I don't, then my darling wife won't bother lifting a finger to help me. Don't believe me? There was this one time when I was courting a potential client in one of those overly dark, seaside Lovecraftian knockoff universes. You see that god's-awful artsy-fartsy Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe movie The Lighthouse? This Realms was kind of like that, but actually good, and without the old seaman accents. Seaman. Anyway, long story short, I somehow pissed off these mermaids during the negotiations. What's a pack of mermaids called? A tribe, pod, school? Screw it, not important. Point is, these weren't the nice and pretty mermaids on your Starbucks cup, nor were they the kinda scary yet sexy ones like in that show Sirens. Nope, these were the heralds of the deep, flesh-ripping, drag-you-under-and-feast kind. And when they were pulling me under, I shouted to Lydia, who was standing on shore, for help. When I refused to call her the Widowmaker, she waved goodbye, blew me a sarcastic kiss, and retired to our dimension for a late lunch. After a week or so, I eventually got out of there, but to this day I can't even look at seafood the same way. And that's mostly because it's food for poor people. The bolt of a hand crossbow streaked across the open market square. Whistling through the air, the missile struck the squad leader in the shoulder of his weapon arm. He grunted in pain, and the Frischitz gun fell from his now numb hand. "Contact!" the squad leader shouted while gripping the shaft of the bolt in his shoulder with his good hand. "Take cover!" The 2 commandos with him flanked hard to the right, providing their leader cover and firing in the direction that the bolt had come from. But the knockoff D&D rogue that was my wife wasn't stupid enough to stay in one place. A casual glance upwards, and I spotted the love of my life hunkered down on a nearby rooftop. Mouse-brown hair cut into a bob, bright green eyes, and a full mouth that always courted mischief. I was pleased to see that she was dressed in dark brown combat leathers and armed with her crossbow and daggers. She, unlike these commandos, knew the importance of a realm-appropriate presence. "Thanks, dear," I said over the comlink.
"You're welcome, husband," Lydia said. "And if you don't mind me saying from up here, you look like shit."
"That's because I'm dying, darling," I said.
"Stop being so overdramatic."
"He really is, Aunt Lydia," Randy said over the comm. "He's been shot by a free-shit's gun and the bullet is still in him."
"All I'm hearing is excuses," Lydia said, reloading her crossbow. She drew and loaded a second matching weapon. "Besides, I'm pretty sure he used the same excuse last week to not take out the trash." Randy gave me an odd look and I shrugged.
"She isn't wrong. I really hate taking out the trash."
"Did you adopt children?" Lydia asked.
"Yes," the orphan said. "No," I countered. "Well, technically, yes, but that's not important right now."
"I'm not cleaning up after them," Lydia said, then quick-fired 2 more shots from her crossbows, dropping one of the commandos. When the incoming energy blast set fire to the shingled roof, she rolled off the backside. I looked at the fucks who dared shoot at my wife and snarled.
"Sorry about this, Randy," I said, then shook my head. "On second thought, I'm not sorry, just attempting to be polite." "What are you talking about, Uncle?" Randy dropped to the ground and moaned as all his youth, strength, and vitality disappeared. "You see, when one has a soul-binding contract on another, there is nothing prohibiting you from borrowing said person's life force when necessary. Now, the bullet in my stomach was still trying to kill me, but with Randy's essence in me— no, not like that. I could ignore the pain and charge into the battle. I would have taken the energy from the orphans, but they didn't sign a contract. Plus, if I didn't do any serious ass-kicking, Lydia would lord it over me for weeks. You think she's insufferable during these adventures? You should see her at home. My wife delights in torturing me. If I have to suffer through another goddamn British baking show on Netflix, I swear I'm going to sell England to the Australians. I have the counterfeit abdication documents drafted and my army of lawyers are just waiting on a go order. Heed me, England. On behalf of all fed-up husbands out there, knock that shit off. Stick to what you're good at. Remakes of Sherlock, coming in second place at the World Cup, overrated music, and Shakespeare adaptations. You've been warned." Filled with the exuberance and poor decision-making skills of youth, I charged 2 of the commandos with an open-arm tackle, driving them both backwards and knocking their weapons out of their hands. We tumbled tits over tea kettle through a candy cane fence and onto the lawn of a gingerbread cottage. I slammed a magically augmented fist into the face of one of the commandos, while the other slipped from my grip and jumped on my back. His arm snaked under my throat and he tried choking me out. Normally this wouldn't do diddly squat against me, what with being physically enhanced and all, but after a second or 2 I realized I couldn't breathe. How the hell was he doing this? I reached up and grabbed the commando's forearm in an attempt to break the hold and felt something hard under his uniform. No, not like that, you perverts. I felt small vibrations and heard the hum of servos and actuators. These cheating bastards were wearing some kind of physical enhancement exoskeletons under their tactical clothing. The one behind me pulled hard, standing me all the way up. The one on the ground spit blood, then came at me with an imitation K-bar knife. With my oxygen supply quickly dwindling, I didn't have time for finesse or thought. I lashed out with both feet, kicking that attacker with everything I had, sending him through the walls of the gingerbread cottage. Then I threw my head back hard in my choker's face. A grunt of pain and a crunch of broken cartilage later, I felt his grip on me loosen. A quick sidestep and a hip toss flipped my attacker over my shoulder and onto the ground. Momentarily free, I took a second to suck in a lungful of fresh air, while the commando on the ground quickly got to his feet. "You can walk away from this, son," I said. "All I need is the name of the one who sent you." "Fuck you, Julie," the commando said in response, drawing his combat knife. "Wrong answer," I growled. The commando lunged for me. I quickly moved back, threw a quick side kick into the candy cane fence, and grabbed one of the jagged shards. Spinning it into position, I lunged with the improvised weapon, plunging it through the man's throat. He dropped his weapon and impotently grabbed at his wound as if he was trying to pull his blood back into his body. After a few seconds, his arms fell limply to his sides. I stuck the back end of the peppermint murder stick into the ground, propping him up like a macabre puppet.
"Do you mind leaving that?"
a voice asked. I turned and looked into the gingerbread cottage. A human-sized spider sat in a recliner, knitting, her 8 legs moving independently. Sure, I said. Sorry about the hole in the wall.
"No problem, dearie," the spider said. "I'll make my little Muffet fix it later, but I think that is exactly the lawn ornament I was looking for."
"Well, glad to help, then," I said, then snapped my fingers. "Oh, the guy I kicked into there, can you—"
"He is mine," the spider said, stopping her needles while her mandibles clacked in anger.
"Oh, no, you misunderstand," I said. "I don't want him back. I'm only curious how long he'll be alive for. You see, he and his group attacked me first, and I'd like to know he's going to suffer."
"I can make a victim last for days if I choose," the spider said.
"Perfect. Thank you, ma'am." The battle seemed to have died down, and I didn't see anyone moving, so I took a moment to kneel down in front of the man impaled on the candy cane.
"Jackson, what are you doing?"
Lydia asked as she walked up, wiping blood off her daggers. "1 sec, hon," I said, taking out my phone. Holding it up for the best angle, I snapped a thumbs-up selfie. I checked the picture and smiled. I just had to get this for my holiday postcards this year. So are there any of them left alive?
"Do you think me an amateur?" Lydia asked. "There were 2, a squad leader and one of the grunts."
"Were?" I asked.
"We only need one to answer questions," Lydia said, "which is why I killed the squad leader and made the grunt watch."
"Well done." I smiled at my wife. She knew as well as I that the leader of such a group was likely very loyal, therefore harder to break. The grunt, on the other hand— Uncle Jackson, Randy said weakly. Can you— "Oh, yeah, here you go," I said, releasing most of his life force. I kept a little back just so I didn't double over in pain from the still-bleeding hole in my stomach. A moment later, and Randy stood up, feeling stronger and revitalized. "Thank you." "No problem," I said. "I'll give the rest back once we're safe at home."
"Not going to keep it all?"
Lydia asked. "No," I said, giving it some thought. "While feeling young is nice, I have these overwhelming feelings of invincibility, beliefs that my opinions are original and that they matter. Oh, and the delusion that Bernie can win a rigged election."
"So are we ready?"
Lydia asked. I looked around the square. "Where's Wraith Knight?" "Here, boss," Wraith Knight said, practically running from the house he had been launched into. At the doorway of the house, I saw a large brown she-bear with a pink bow on her head. She leaned against the doorframe and cocked her hip, then held her thumb and finger to her head.
"Call me,"
she said to the rapidly departing Wraith Knight, who was fumbling to fix his belt. "Okay, let's go home now," my large minion said, sounding flustered. "What the hell happened in there?" I asked. "I don't want to talk about it, boss." "Come on, WK, she looks sweet on you. Did she—" "I said I don't want to fucking talk about it." Fine, I said, amused.
"Papa Jack,"
one of the orphans said, coming up to me.
"Do we get to go home now?"
"Oh, kids. No," I said. "You were at best a prop."
"But we brought you a present,"
a pair of them said, holding up a small bag that appeared to be leaking blood.
"What is that?"
Lydia asked.
"A bag of dicks," the kid said, "just like Papa Jack asked for."
I nodded and looked to Lydia. "I did ask for that. You have to give them credit. Maybe we could add a new wing to the Dimension's living space."
"I think we have enough to worry about," she said. "You can always come visit them when this is all over."
"Well, you heard, Mama Lydia. Sorry, kids."
But who will be our parents?"
"Dah," I said with a hand wave. Growing up without parents is no big deal. Look at me. My parents are dead, and I'm awesome."
I haven't eaten in 2 days,"
one of the kids said. Did that stop Harry Potter, Batman, Superman, Jane Eyre, or all those scamps in Oliver Twist?
"Who are they?"
"Trust me, y'all will be fine," I said. Turning to leave, I looked at Lydia. "I think we did some good today."
"We may have just created a team of superheroes," she said.
"And it will be a hoot defeating them. Besides, it's not all bad. I think Wraith Knight fucked a bear." "Hey!"
Fun Time with Sophia, Part 2, The Team. Hey, it's me again, Sophia the Genie who's a meanie. Welcome back to the second phase of Operation Jack Attack. Really, Sophia, Jack Attack? Is this a complex multi-phase plan or a cartoon for children? Or those really weird adults who have an unhealthy obsession with animation? You know who I'm talking about. Anyway, sorry folks, the naming convention is a work in progress. Coming up with devilish plans? Super easy. After all, I was behind Jackson's Problems in Villain's Rule and Villain's Pride using Randy as my cat's paw, and I was integral in programming the simulation in Villain's Deception. But naming these things? Ugh, so frustrating. Maybe I should hire one of those indie writers who won't stop talking, read begging for attention, about their latest crappy masterpiece on social media. I'd hire a real writer, but they're expensive. Indies will work for a rent check and a ham sandwich. But let's just move past that for now and on to more interesting things. My team. So, in any great heist, the team is just as important as the plan and leadership. If you don't pick the right people, then the plan, like most relationships, fails. Funny when you think about it. Relationships, I mean. I know, I'm supposed to be talking about my to-be-named plan in these interstitial chapters, but follow me on this. When it comes to picking the right people, or rather how you likely failed to pick the right person, this will drive the point home. You see, as a djinn, I'm fascinated by numbers. Ironic, I know, since numbers don't lie and we djinn lie as easily as breathing. But when used the right way, the truth can be made to hurt. So with that in mind, we all know that around 90+% of dating relationships amount to nothing. Either a weekend fling or months of a relationship, the vast majority will end in incompatibility or heartbreak. The remaining less than 10% that survive can lead to marriage or long-term domestic-like partnerships, but nearly 50% of those end in divorce or separation. So based on those numbers, that gives you what? A 5-ish% chance of finding the one? But that can't be, can it? Oh, you simple-minded human. You never realized that maybe, just maybe, you never had a chance to begin with. According to scientific studies, the average person knows around 600 people, not counting social media. Just real people you've met throughout your life. And since the world's population is around 7.5 billion people, meeting the right person for you is so extremely low, it's practically a mathematical impossibility. Running the numbers, you've roughly met 0.0000008% of the world's population. Huh. Such a small number, yet you found the one? How weird. But Sophia, I'm in a happy relationship, you say. Or, Sophia, I choose to be alone. Uh-huh. So I'm going to do you a solid and rip that Band-Aid right off. You're wrong, empirically and mathematically wrong. You may have convinced yourself that you're in love, that fate or destiny allowed you to meet your soulmate, but no, that's not the truth. The basic math proves you couldn't have possibly met the one. You've simply settled for good enough. That's all. But don't feel bad about it. In fact, put all these silly numbers out of your head. The truth often hurts the longer you think about it. No, I'm sure whoever you're with is a good person, or good enough. So, during your next argument about whatever the fuck it is you people fight over, don't think about the sheer number of mathematical possibilities. Don't even ponder the fact that there are literally thousands of people out there who could better fulfill you mentally, emotionally, and physically. And I'm not talking about Hallmark card bullshit. I'm talking about joy and happiness that you've never even realized was possible. A person with whom you could have the deepest and most true bliss, where there is no conflict, only a partnership that rivals the will of the gods. See? Aren't numbers fun? So this brings me back to creating a team for the job, which is more akin to the perfect booty call than to a relationship. The compatible skills brought together to achieve a mutual objective and then walking the fuck away. I'm dewy just thinking about it. No, I won't tell you about the team here. I don't want to spoil the reveal, but let's just say that Jackson is like many children, or a selfish lover who abuses and then forgets about his toys when he's done with them. And just like my unsolicited manuscript for a Toy Story sequel, sometimes those toys come to life and destroy their owner. I mean, sure, my script was kind of derivative from the scene in Sid's house in the original Toy Story, but that was the only good part of the movie. Pixar, I swear, they have zero problems intentionally making people cry, but they refuse to pull the trigger and show the good stuff like child murder. But I digress. You see, that last chapter is a perfect example of what I mean about Jackson. He's always forgetting about the things he leaves behind, and sometimes discarded toys come back to haunt you. But seriously, my script was awesome.
Chapter 9, where I return home, dismiss the idea of soul containers, and meet a model.
Did you really fuck a bear?
Mist asked Wraith Knight the second we came through the portal into my dimension. My large minion swung his helmeted head towards me. You told her? Don't look at me, I said honestly. She must have been watching on the monitor. No, Wraith Knight stammered.
It's okay, WK, Mist said with a slight chuckle. We all do strange things from time to time. As a shapeshifter myself, I've been known to get a little freaky. So, will this be a thing now? Like, will you bring her to company picnics? I hear bears love picnics.
I hate all of you, Wraith the Knight said, then stomped away, carrying the bound prisoner tighter than he needed.
I'm going to follow him to make sure he doesn't kill the prisoner before we get information, Lydia said, giving me a quick peck on the cheek.
Remember, hon, we need information more than we need another corpse.
Do I tell you how to do your job? Lydia asked.
Constantly, I said.
Exactly, Lydia countered, because one of us is actually good at what they do.
I sighed as she walked away. My wife. Unless you need me, Uncle Jackson, I'm going to head back to my subdimension and see what I can do about rounding up some potential clients, Randy said. I nodded. Go ahead, and while you're at it, see about setting up consultation visits with existing clients. It isn't much, but that may help our potential stay of execution. So make up some reason? Randy asked. Yep, I said. Remember, if this all goes tits up, it's the end for all of us. That includes you. Do you want to go back to living with your mother? I already do, Randy said. You saw to that, remember? I mean back in the Prime universe, I said, not some cushy pocket dimension. The thought made Randy visibly shudder. I'll make something happen. Good lad. Oh, and be sure to take some more of the new business cards. When Randy departed, I turned to Mist. Please tell me you have scotch.
Already waiting in your office, sir,
she said as we started walking up the stairs from the receiving room of my domain into the office section.
So things that bad?
They aren't good, I said, cresting the top of the stairs and into the empty waiting room. We haven't been able to secure even one new client, and our old ones aren't returning our calls.
Mist held up her hands. We've been trying, Jackson. Lydia and I have been to every realm in your Rolodex of potential clients. We hit up the fantasy realms and all its stupidly numerous subgenres. We also went to horror, paranormal, thriller, alternative history, you name it. Hell, we even popped into a couple of romance universes.
How'd that go? I asked.
Honestly, Mist said, I'd rather watch Wraith Knight fuck that bear.
Don't judge them too harshly, I said. There is some good storytelling in that genre.
You just like the sex, Mist said with a wry grin.
I am a pervert. I nodded in agreement. So, no dice then?
Nope. Every time we mention your name, the doors close. Add that to the attack on you, and it's clear that Malum Lux is coming for you and the business, Mist said, opening the door to my office for me.
Did you pass out the new cards?
Of course, Mist said. Dozens of them. Why do you care so much about the new cards?
Branding, I said. You saw Malum Lux's card. We need to appear to be better.
I guess, Mist said with a shrug. So is that bullet still in you?
Yep. I said, walking past her into my office. Sophia and Maury were sitting in the receiving area, poring over documents. I went to my desk and, true to her word, saw a fresh tumbler of scotch waiting for me. I took a quick sip, then set the heavy crystal glass down and placed my hand on my stomach. Focusing my will, I painfully began to remove the foreign object from my body. With a grunt and a painful pop, the bullet was in my hand. A moment later, my body healed itself, closing the wound. The bullet was odd. A sphere like a half-inch musket ball. It was golden with strange runes carved across the surface. Even in my hand, I felt waves of power and hate, like this thing wanted to kill me. Then why didn't it? "Hey, Maury, take a look at this," I said, then tossed the projectile to Morikesh, who caught it. "Use that research brain of yours and tell me everything about it." "I can tell you right now it's cursed," Morikesh said. "Powerful hexes are on this." "Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a free shits bullet, but I'm not familiar with the markings. See what you can dig up." "Yes, sir, Mr. Blackwell," Morikesh said. "And if you don't mind me saying, considering the nature of this object, you really should consider a phylactery. Mine saved me more times than I can count. As a lich, I find that—" "How do I say this gently?" I said, cutting him off. I looked around the room for a moment at all my trophies, then shook my head. "Fuck it, I'm the Shadow Master, and I don't tiptoe. Maury, people who use crap like phylacteries are cowards." But I shh. I silenced the lich, holding a finger to my lips. "Hear me, you withered, third-rate Vecna knockoff. People like you insult the name of villain." "Little harsh, sir," Sophia said from the leather couch. "He's just trying to help." "No, he is suggesting defeat as an option." "Mr. Blackwell," Morikesh said, "I understand you're upset with this entire situation, and yes, I'm an easy target, but as a lich I have to object to your—" "Palpatine," I said. "Latest Star Wars flick. How'd he survive the Death Star explosion in Jedi? Answer, he didn't. That was his soul in a decaying clone body. Aside from being a garbage movie that tried to retcon the even worse movie that came before it, Rise of Skywalker enforced the wretched trope of the villain's soul being unbound, thus unkillable." "Isn't that a good thing?" Morikesh asked. I swear it was like talking to a child. "Voldemort and his Horcruxes, Sauron and his One Ring, fuck even Dorian goddamn Gray and his painting. All of these are perfect examples of some ass clowns stuffing their soul into some dumb objects. Why? Because they were preparing for defeat, and because they had this miracle safety net, they never achieved lasting villainy or true success." Morikesh actually stood up and squared his shoulders, looking directly into my eyes. "Each one of them is remembered and revered." I sniffed and leaned in. "They're remembered for being defeated," I said. "Defeated in spite of their little trick. You want to know what my first piece of advice would have been for you, Maury? When the day came that I deigned to admit you into my council, I was going to tell you this. Lose the phylactery. It makes you weaker, not stronger. That little fear of death, the knowledge that it could all come down on you at a moment's notice, that is how a real villain sharpens his mind. You and all your soul-binding ilk are anathema to me." Morikesh stood there a moment. He wiped a bandaged thumb along his nearly empty eye sockets. "You hurt me. Here and here." Morikesh sniffed, touching his head and then his chest. "You, Mr. Blackwell, are an a-hole." The lich spun on his heels and stormed out of my office, slightly sobbing the whole way. "Don't forget to research that bullet," I called after him. "Fuck you," he called back, then added, "Sir." "You know, I'm the one who will have to deal with that," Sophia said, shaking her head in frustration. "Maury's more sensitive than you realize." "Aren't you the one who is constantly trying to destroy me?" "Duh," Sophia said with an eye roll. "Then ask me if I feel bad about you having to console a weepy undead." "Touché, sir," Sophia chuckled. "So, any luck on finding out more on Malum Lux?" Mist asked, breaking the tension.
Nothing we hadn't already figured out, Sophia said, sifting through the documents. Malum Lux is a relatively new villain consulting agency that seems to grow by the moment.
And it seems their mission is to take all of my clients. I sighed.
So it would seem, sir.
Mr. Blackwell, Morikesh said, rushing back into my office. Gods above and below, Mor, if you even say the word phylactery, I'll— No, sir, Morikesh blurted out. There's $7 million missing from one of your accounts. That got my attention. Excuse me? I was starting my research on the bullet, and I got an alert, because I'm a good employee despite how you treated Maury. Yes, sir, Morikesh stammered as he approached closer. Anyway, I got an alert on a large funds transfer, and, well, this. He turned the data tablet in his hand around to show me. Sure enough, there was money missing. Part of me wanted to shrug. It was only $7 million, after all, which, if I'm being obnoxiously honest, is chump change. $7 million to me is the equivalent of you bottom feeders sifting through your couch cushions hoping to find enough loose change for Taco Bell. Or whatever you poor people eat. But it's the principle. So I put on a stern managerial face. Where did the money go?
I have it,
said a new voice from the door to my office. Standing there was a young, stunning woman. She wore a vibrantly white business dress, blazer, and matching heels which contrasted her espresso skin. Her white hair had been shaved nearly to her scalp, but with perfectly styled angular termination points at her widow's peak, along her ears and at the nape of her neck. For half a heartbeat I thought I was looking at Nayakim Gatwek, but unlike the aforementioned model, this woman's eyes had a coldness, a malice. "Who the fuck are you?" I asked, not bothering to be even a little reserved.
My name is Eris Pence, Mr. Blackwell, the woman said, CEO of Malum Lux. I'm the one who will destroy you.
Chapter 10, where I explain the importance of confrontation, engage the enemy, and drink a double scotch. In classic storytelling, there is a moment where the antagonist and the protagonist meet and get the measure of the other. Sometimes for the first time, sometimes for the last. Moriarty and Holmes, the White Witch and Aslan, Megatron and Optimus Prime, the Alien Queen and Ripley. These scenes are crucial to telling a story. Why? Because they represent the core of the respective characters in conflict, where the metal is tested, the metaphorical meeting of the unstoppable force and the immovable object. It is these moments where the character perspectives, their dogmas, damn it, their very souls, are pitted against one another. Sadly, it's been my experience that the vast majority of modern tales are weak attempts to ape the tales and voices of better minds. They're subpar storytellers devoid of heart, skill, or talent. Which is why these pivotal encounters often come off as nothing more than two dogs sniffing butts in the park instead of the critical confrontation it needs to be. So when this Eris Pence chose to reveal herself, I, as the Shadow Master, eagerly met the moment. I am, after all, a man of class who respects the grandeur of classic storytelling. My staff, however, are a pack of inbred fuckwads. She was here to destroy me. Destroy me? I'm going to be honest here, I'm not even mad. Sure, she broke through my security, walked into my place of power, and threatened me. But she did it with style. I mean, the CEO of Malum Lux, here, confronting me directly. The chutzpah alone meant she had a wheelbarrow's worth of brass ladyballs. If I had a tail, it would be wagging. This is what villains dream about, the moment of confrontation between rivals. With a practiced smirk that conveyed both cockiness and predation, I calmly turned away from her as if her presence meant nothing to me. I took my time pouring 2 tumblers of fine scotch from the bottle on my desk. I cleared my throat and mentally ran through my list of opening lines. Ready for this encounter, I turned back around with the drinks. "Destroy me, Ms. Pence?" I said as richly as I could, adding just a touch of amusement. All those who've come before you have said something similar, yet here I stand. None the less welcome to my But before I could finish my thought, mistook my dramatic posturing as an opportunity to leap at the woman in the doorway. My minion shifted into a nightmarish, multi-limbed insectoid creature directly from a Cronenberg fever dream and lashed out at the newcomer. Sigh. Home? I finished under my breath. I was going to say home. Welcome to my home, but all menacingly like. Eris Pence moved with speed and grace, deftly dodging each of Mist's attacks. Despite the constrictive nature of her body-hugging dress, Eris managed to bend and twist under a series of sweeping attacks and create distance from my nightmarish-looking employee. Eris quickly placed the first 2 fingers of her right hand on the simple bracelet she wore on her left wrist. With a murmur of an activation word, Eris raised her left hand and released a shotgun blast of unseen raw force. Mist was hurled across my office like a rag doll and crashed into the far wall. I shook my head in frustration and quasi-embarrassment. With both drinks still in my hands, I turned my attention back to the woman in an attempt to salvage the moment. After all, interruptions like these are common when forces meet. Such events and stories allow the newcomer to display her abilities and establish her credentials. It's basically pro wrestling. Throw a jobber, which is a term for a relative no-namer who has been pre-selected to lose, at the person you are trying to prop up to get them over on the crowd. Forgive my minions, they're a bit overzealous at times, I said, pouring on the charm. So, Ms. Pence, what makes you think you can destroy the Shadow Master? I hope you realize that Wraith Knight burst through the doorframe with a roar of challenge. If that wasn't bad enough, Lydia shot past WK, combat daggers in her hands. Oh, fuck me. I poured one of the glass's contents into the other and down the whole lot. The moment was completely ruined. Ruined. Seeing Eris standing there in the office and the nearly unconscious Mist across the room, both Wraith Knight and Lydia attacked without so much as one witty remark or a touch of villainous flair. No, who are you to enter my lair, or at last we meet. Nope. Each one of my nefarious chuckle fucks, to include my beloved wife, skipped right over any proverbial foreplay and went balls deep, diving into the fray with all the bluster of 2 horny virgin teens awkwardly banging for the first time in the back of a car. Amateurs. Why do I even bother trying to educate them? With a heavy sigh, I sat down at my desk and lit a cigarette, while my wife and my remaining minion duked it out with Eris. Why are they even here? I pondered aloud. I thought WK and Lydia were in the holding cells with the prisoner. Sorry, Mr. Blackwell, that would be my fault, Morakesh said sheepishly. When the lady showed up and Mist was unable to subdue her, I hit the panic button. What? When did we install a panic button? I had it put in right after someone managed to enter your waiting room, convince your clients to leave, and left a business card, sir. Morakesh said, then added, It's top of the line. The Lich pointed to the button on the desk that I hadn't noticed before. Once activated, not only does it send an alert to each member of your staff, but it also locks down your office as a panic room that is impossible to open while activating a zone of truth enchantment for questioning. So how did she get in, then? I asked, thumbing over at Eris Pence, who was backflipping away from several of Lydia's thrown daggers. We forgot to shut and lock the door, he offered. I shrugged. Well, it's the thought that counts. Thank you, Morakesh said, then gave a small bow. So this is one of your schemes. I turned to ask Sophia bluntly, Prop this hellcat up to kill me? Honestly, sir? It would be a change of pace, so... Yes? I have a lot of irons in the fire when it comes to my revenge on you, but as for this woman, I've never seen or spoken to her in my life. Now that Morakesh had pointed it out, I saw a small LED screen off to the corner of my desk. The light flashed green, meaning what Sophia had said was the truth. Huh. Who knew she was capable of such a feat? But I have to say I like her spunk. Sophia said, giving her nodding approval. She wasn't wrong. This Pence woman handled herself like a professional. At no point during the scuffle did she gloat, glare, or goad Lydia and Wraith Knight. She simply dodged their attacks until the two of them began to pant from the exertion. Eris used minimal amounts of movement and conserved her energy. So while my staff was sucking wind after a few minutes, she barely had a light sheen of sweat. Puffing under his helmet, my big minion was getting desperate. Wraith Knight feinted with a left, then threw a hard overhand right. Eris slipped the attack by stepping into his body, grabbing his arm, twisting her hips, and judo-tossing him over her shoulder and onto the floor. "No, stop, don't," I sighed. Before Wraith Knight could get up, Eris pulled a silver ring from her finger and slapped it down on the big man's armored chest. The ring began to magically multiply over and over, interlocking as they went. A second later, and my minion was engulfed in an unbreakable net. "You have to do better than that to deal with me," Lydia said, charging in with her combat daggers. "Oh, honey," I said, wiping my hand on my face. "Why did you tempt fate like that?" Eris responded by throwing a textbook-perfect stepping-aside kick into Lydia's solar plexus, which knocked the wind out of my wife and sent her staggering back. Then the strange woman deftly reached into her cleavage, pulled out a small metallic device, and rushed the still coughing Lydia. My wife stabbed at Eris, but the woman dodged the attack and, as fast as a viper, slapped the strange device onto Lydia's forehead. My wife suddenly dropped as if she was a machine that was simply turned off. "I don't suppose you'd sell me one of those, would you?" I asked. "Not to bother you with my personal details, but I can't think of a single person in a relationship who wouldn't pay through the nose for an off button." Eris looked up from the unconscious Lydia to me. "Just to let you know, you're sitting in my seat." Sigh. "That was a cool line," Evie said as she walked into the room, stepping over her unconscious mother, her eyes glued to her phone. Who she was texting, I had no idea. I looked at Eris and shrugged. Kids. Honey, Daddy's in the middle of something." "Huh?" Evie said, as if she realized people were staring at her. "Oh, well, we're out of cereal. Can you send the minions to Costco?" "Seriously?" I stared at her. "Read the room, sweetheart." "When they wake up." Evie sighed. "Besides, this isn't that weird. Not like the time I walked in on you, Mom, and Mist covered in chocolate. I'll have Maury put a Post-it on Wraith Knight for when he wakes up," Sophia said, cutting Evie off before she finished that particular potential therapy bill of a story. "Cool," Evie said and walked out, still staring at her phone. "Lovely child," Eris said. Chapter 11. Where impotence jokes are made at my expense, my adversary won't stop talking, and I suffer deep cuts. Do you want me to try?" Morikesh asked while raising his fists, knuckles outward like an old-timey boxer. "No, Maury, I think we've done enough to establish Ms. Pence's credentials. And with Evie defusing the tension, I think the combative nature of this parley is over. Why don't you take the others out of here and give us time to talk?" "Yes, Mr. Blackwell," Morikesh said, then went over to tend to my wife and minions, making sure to stick a note on the forehead of WK's helmet. "Will you be okay, sir?" "I don't see why not," I said, keeping my eyes on Eris. "I'm still the god of the universe." "For now, Mr. Blackwell," Eris said, taking a seat across from me while Morikesh struggled to free Wraith Knight. Damn it, she really had some good lines. I wonder if she has a staff writer. Yeah, either way, I thought it was time to remind her who I was while also helping Morikesh. I raised an eyebrow in amusement and snapped my fingers. Nothing happened. Huh. "Problem, Mr. Blackwell?" Eris asked, a condescending grin on her face. "Nothing to be ashamed of. Men of your age sometimes have difficulty performing." "Limp dick jokes," Sophia said from over my shoulder. "Well, aren't you fucking classy?" I snapped my fingers again. Still nothing happened. "Sir?" Sophia whispered.
This is where you metaphorically, rise to the occasion.
I'm trying, I harshly whispered back. Don't pressure me.
I assume you're trying to deactivate the devices I used on your pitifully inept staff, Eris said. You will find that you cannot, not until I leave.
Eris reached into her purse and pulled out a slip of paper. She placed it on the desk and then slid it across, using only the middle finger of her left hand. I snatched the paper from the desk and scanned it, and in a moment I understood. A pre-approved lease, I said with a small shake of my head.
Yes, Mr. Blackwell, I and my associates will be taking over this dimension when you are evicted in a little under 2 weeks. As such, I already have access to certain abilities, and if I may, I didn't expect it to be so easy to overpower you, Eris said, leaning forward while propping her chin on her fist. Perhaps your reputation was just an overinflated fabrication. I find that to be the norm with men.
Okay, enough of this happy horse shit, I boomed, my voice augmented by the power of my realm.
Fascinating, Eris said, maintaining a cool and steady gaze. A textbook example of the toxic aggression and narcissism that plagued the previous generation of man-children. If you can't control something, you yell at it, and if yelling doesn't work, violence. Your ego is so entrenched in who you are, it physically prevents you from discussing things in a rational manner, like your inevitable defeat.
Where did you get all this bullshit from? I asked. Some community college's gender studies class?
No, Eris said with a small chuckle. I attended Yale.
She leaned back in her chair and crossed her legs.
While my postgraduate degree is in criminal psychology, I did take electives on the topics of gender studies and postmodern feminism just to piss you off.
And why would that piss me off?
You paid for them, Eris said.
Something in her little rant tickled the back of my memory, but not in the good way. If my hunch was correct, this would not be like a little surprise taint play during sex, something amusing that led to exploration. No, I had a feeling this would be more like an aggressive thumb in the butt and I'd be the bowling ball. Who are you? I asked.
Eris stood and walked away from my desk, taking her time to explore the open floor plan of my office. She paused by one of my bookshelves and took down my autographed copy of Villain's Rule. She absently flipped through the pages. A few years ago, I lost someone very special to me. My uncle, He wasn't a good man, not in the conventional sense, but he had a code of honor. As far as the family knew, he worked private security for some businessman. Then one day we get an envelope in the mail. Inside we found a substantial check and a note that simply read, "We regret to inform you that Courtney Rawlings died in service to our company. As policy, we are issuing this check and a copy of his signed agreement with our company in which Mr. Rawlings waived all legal rights in the event of his death. We consider this matter closed and wish your family nothing but luck."
Courtney, I said, shaking my head. Wow, now that's a callback. Who knew that the traitorous bastard's death would come back to haunt me? I mean, who really thinks about dangling plot threads from Book 1 affecting Book 4? So you're Courtney's niece?
I am, Eris said, tapping the paperback against her open palm. It seemed like the mid-2010s was flooded with shitty little indie writers playing out their male power fantasies through weak prose and overblown villains, balding trolls who for once in their sad lives wanted to be special.
You're telling me, sister, I agreed. All those other hacks really cut into my residual checks.
Cute, Eris said. So imagine my surprise when I discovered this book. At first glance, it seemed to be more of the same. A fun, if dumb premise with iffy at best execution. Kudos on the multiple typos and random name switches.
Hey, I get that we're villains here, but there's no reason to be cruel, I said. It's indie publishing. Accidents happen.
But then I read the book, Eris said with a small shake of her head.
Too cheap to spring for the audiobook? I asked. And there he was in gaudy Garamond font, my Uncle Courtney, dead, Eris said, ignoring me. And I thought, this has to be a coincidence, right? The real world doesn't have magical portals or pocket dimensions or fantasy realm conduits. Or does it? You tracked down the author, didn't you? I asked, seeing where this was going. I did, she confirmed. I sighed. And I bet he cracked like an egg, ugly fucker. Yes, on both accounts, Eris said. Maybe you should have picked a scribe that doesn't look like Chris Evans's afterbirth. I'll keep that in mind, I said, not disagreeing. Did he at least try to deny it? Oh, he tried, Eris said. He said that it was just a story he created and the characters were coincidence. But that ginger-bearded nutsack broke when I threatened his family. So with his information and a few searches later, there I was at Blackwell Industries' main campus in the Prime Universe. One application of an Ivy League graduate later, and I became the newest intern. After that, well, I won't bother with the details. The short of it is, I found your portals, and with the money you gave my family, I opened my own villain consulting agency and started recruiting the very people I needed. So the gods helped you? I asked. Spiteful pricks. No, the gods didn't help me directly, Eris said, shaking her head. Valyar gave me a nudge in the right direction a time or two. Casil provided me with a temporary base of operations. They both really hate you. It's mutual, I said. You see, Eris continued, I was looking for a very select group of men and women. She set the book on my desk and flipped to page 42. She turned it towards me and tapped a paragraph. This might be of interest to you. I silently read the paragraph in question. I rode along on horseback with Courtney in the lead, with 7 of my elite field operatives flanking the small caravan, all of them personally selected by Courtney. So? Well, poor sentence structure aside, I said it's indie publishing, I growled. Mistakes were made and we've gotten a lot better. I'm sure you think you have, Eris said, but that's not what I'm referring to. In this book, you and your nephew rode with my uncle and 7 of your operatives. After you were captured by Baron Grimskull, said operatives were never mentioned again. So my question was, where were they? You go on in your books about your web of information, your network of spies, but you never mention them otherwise. Wouldn't make for good spies if I revealed who they were, I said. True, but when you do talk to them, you chastise them or kill them, like poor Bethany, a.k.a. Lady Aliana. Don't you jump on that bandwagon, I said. I've read the negative reviews. She didn't die needlessly. I had to move the plot along, and Hawker wouldn't have come if I hadn't— Wait, I don't have to explain myself to you. No, you don't. But like most boys, you secretly seek the approval of a strong female figure, which is why your secretary, your top minion, and even your wife act as a surrogate mother figure, scolding you or patting you on the head as necessary. Gods above and below, at that moment I wanted to torch every college around the world and their bullshit liberal arts curriculum. I'm glad these graduates can't find jobs and are up to their eyeballs in crippling student loan debt. Yeah, I said it. But all this brings me back to those missing operatives. It appears that you leave your people out there for extended periods of time and almost never talk to them. Based on that assumption, I wagered that they would jump at a chance to ally themselves with someone who actually valued them. So I found those abandoned operatives in Caledon. And with a little guidance, I branched out across the multiverse, tracking down more and more of your former employees. And oh my, the things I learned about you, your operations, tactics, and security. That's why those commandos were so well prepared. Fuck. But those grunts wouldn't have known enough to breach my security, so where was she getting her information? And as if she were reading my mind, Eris Pence reached into her purse once more and produced the answer. It's as I said, Eris began, then set an obsidian candle holder on my desk. I found all the operatives you left behind. Semper Fi, motherfucker, Steve the candle holder said. Chapter 12, where I wax nostalgic about unseen times, I chat with a trader, and this 4-chapter meeting with Eris finally ends. To say that the Shadow Master finds himself in odd situations is like saying water is wet. Because of the nature of my job, it seems I am a magnet for unique events. And let me tell you, my audio angels, you're privy to only a few such occurrences. One time I escaped a prison on the back of an elephant-sized battle hamster. True story. It was one of those weird low fantasy realms where it resembled the Prime Universe and magic is really limited. Word to the wise, don't piss off the kid who can magically manifest things from his imagination. There was this one time when Lydia and I decided to take a little sexcation getaway. My wife, thinking she was funny, booked us a spot on this alien world that was run by matriarchal 7-foot space Amazons. One look at me, and needless to say, things went south. But the joke was on her when we had to fight the queen of the tribe and her elite guards using dildo nunchucks. Maybe that was her intent all along. We did bone like weasels in heat that night. The point is, at this stage of my career, I should be jaded, numb to the bizarre or surprising. But I'm not. See, I treat these moments like I treat every new sexual partner, with curiosity, openness, and a willingness to explore. Odds are that the moments, like the sex, won't blow me away. After all, there's only so many ways things can play out. But once you shrug off the dreaded sense of the familiar, there always exists the chance of being surprised. So when I stared at the obsidian candle holder that contained the soul of my former employee, I could honestly say I was not expecting this. How wonderful. Steve the candle holder sat there on my desk, gleaming like a black angular sex toy. Before he was a field operative, the former Marine gunny had been one of my top security assets. Back in Book 1, Steve had been part of the coup against me in Caledon. Something about me ignoring him and him wanting revenge. I don't know, I was barely listening. The last time I saw Steve was in the volcanic lair of General Anders. For his betrayal, I placed Steve's soul in this obsidian prison and tossed him into that pit of lava. He was locked away for all time in a fiery prison of molten rock. And because the candle holder was enchanted, it would have stayed that way indefinitely. But Eris fished him out just to get to me. I have an ego boner. So you're the crack in my security, I said to Steve the candle holder. Yep, Steve admitted. I knew plenty, and each person you threw away that Eris recruited knew a little more about your operations. Put them all together, boom, operational security nightmare. Man, you should see your face. I smiled and leaned in slightly. At least I have a face, you traitorous piece of garbage. Traitor? Bro, you abandoned me, Steve said. Because you betrayed me, you thrift store-looking piece of shit, I said with a disbelieving shake of my head. Did all those years in the lava make you dumber, or are you one of those snowflakes who thinks that when bad things happen to them, they deserve justice, despite being the very cause of said bad things? Steal that little rant from some alt-right message board? Steve asked. I sighed. When will people get it through their heads that I hate everyone equally? So what's the point of this little show, then? I asked. You're here, you've made your threats, you've stolen my money. I stole nothing, Mr. Blackwell, Eris said. You gave it to me. What? I never... Oh, she was good. I looked past Steve to look into her eyes. Those commandos, the ones that died, the ones you killed, Eris corrected. I waved my hand. Whatever. They were my former employees, weren't they? Indeed, Eris said. Each one technically still in your service, and the life insurance policies each of them held stipulated that in the event of their deaths, $1 million would be paid to an account of their choosing. As they agreed to work for me, that designated account was mine. Does that make you angry? I shrugged. Employees are replaceable. Just like romantic partners, there's always someone better out there. It doesn't bother you that you killed your own people?" Eris asked. "Why would it?" I asked. "They turned on me, just like Steve the dildo here. Hey, one does not reward disloyalty," I finished. "And the captive you have?" Eris asked. "The remaining squad member?" "What's another $1 million to the super-rich?" I said with a smile. "Well, aren't you ruthless?" Eris said. I shook my head. "No, a realist. You sent them specifically to attack me. You wanted them to die. You wanted to collect that money. Congratulations, I fell for it. Now why don't we get back to the matter? What did you come here for?" Eris interlaced her fingers and leaned back in her chair. "As I said, you have less than 2 weeks until you're forced to leave this dimension, at which point I will take ownership, establish this as the new headquarters for Malum Lux, and become the Shadow Mistress." Oy vey, how original. "I'm here to offer you a one-time chance at a peaceful surrender, which is more than you gave my Uncle Courtney." Again, he betrayed me, and technically it was Randy who killed Courtney. "Yet you forgave and later employed your nephew," Eris said. "Thus the sin falls due, bro," Steve said. "Shut up, Steve, the adults are talking," I said. "I'm an adult. You're the tchotchke my gay friends buyed an estate sale as a joke." "Because you're such a fan of Napoleon, I thought it appropriate to give you a similar out," Eris said. "Walk away right now. Take your family and retire to a remote location of your choosing in the Prime Universe. I will ensure you have a stipend of funds sufficient enough that you can live out the rest of your life comfortably. But it will be a mundane life. Never again will you act as a god." "Napoleon left Elba and once again rose to power," I pointed out. "He had 700 men," Eris said, "and he still marched towards his defeated Waterloo." "And if I refuse this offer?" I asked. "Bro, we want you to refuse," Steve said. "Indeed," Eris agreed. "Mr. Blackwell, I want you to try and counsel villains and save your crumbling empire, because I want you to fail. To know you've been beaten. In a short amount of time you will be expelled from this dimension. Back in the Prime Universe, I've already begun the process to cripple you financially. In the multiverse, I will tear down everything you've built. I'm going to destroy you." "So you can replace me." "Surpass," Eris corrected. "I will surpass you in every conceivable way." "It's harder than you think doing this job, making the cockwobbles of the multiverse dance to your tune. It isn't easy. Tricking the gods is one thing. They're just like any dumb, deluded, self-indulgent, aristocratic wanker. And then you have all the villains begging for your help. Believe me when I say that the sum of their life's work is about as interesting as a cockroach fart." "You're stalling," Eris said, "per usual, stringing together a series of nonsensical words in an attempt to be found edgy, humorous, or profound. You, Mr. Blackwell, are none of those things." "I see," I said, taking in the measure of her words. "Well, then let me make it official. I, Jackson Blackwell, the one and only Shadow Master, formally refuse your offer of exile. I would like you to leave my dimension and then go fuck yourself. Or you can fuck yourself now and then leave. You are very attractive, after all. While my wife and I have an open relationship, there are no rules on watching live porn. We're progressive that way. Regardless, leaving and fucking yourself are my top 2 demands." Eris smiled, then picked up Steve and placed him in her handbag. "I very much look forward to sitting in that chair." "Later, bro," Steve called once they left my office. From behind me, Sophia cleared her throat. "Well, that was intense." "You're telling me," I said, tapping my fingers on the desk while plans raced through my mind. "What did she mean she would financially cripple you?" Sophia asked. "Oh, no doubt when she received that payout money. She knows our bank's routing codes." "Well, not all your accounts," Sophia said. "No," I agreed. "But if more of my employers have turned on me, then it's just a matter of time before some financial wizards do their things and track down every cent." "So what are you going to do?" "Sophia, the Shadow Master has many avenues by which he can approach a situation. In one such as this, you don't have a fucking clue, do you?" Not a goddamn one, I yelled. Where the fuck did this come from? Don't I pay people to keep me informed?
Well, it seems like you used to, but now they work for her.
I sighed. Fair point. Okay, it's time to make a few calls. Get me the hotline.
You want to call the world leaders?
Sophia asked. What? No, what the hell can those useless, bloviating puppets do? No, I need the hot line.
Oh, I see, Sophia said. I'll connect the call.
Chapter 13, where I'm forced to wait like a peasant, endure sore egos, and have an accounting problem.
Thank you for calling NeverRealm Customer Service, the multiverse's leader in space, healing, and suffering for the damned, the perky automated recording said. Due to the current socio-political climate, which we may or may not be responsible for, we are experiencing a higher-than-usual call volume. Please know your call is important to us, and it will be answered in the order it was received. Estimated wait time is...
I groaned, hearing my position in queue. Put it to you this way, there's a better chance of George R.R. Martin finishing the Song of Ice and Fire series before I get through to customer service. But that's the NeverRealm for you. It's meant to evoke despair, which is why they handle all internet providers' customer service.
So what's the plan, sir?
Sophia asked. I'm working on it, I said, drumming my fingers on my desk. I thought you were going to connect me to Yali directly.
I did, sir,
Sophia said from where she sat across from me.
They must have changed the system.
I rolled my eyes and sighed. If anyone could help me with certain issues, it would be Yolgaroth, Exalted One from the 8th plane of the NeverRealm, provided I could get through to him. I looked over at the others in my office's lounge to see how they were doing on their projects.
She got lucky,
Lydia said from her spot on one of the office couches. Mist and Wraith Knight sat opposite her on the other couch, working on their respective laptops.
One more minute and I would have stabbed her.
Uh-huh, Wraith Knight said as he clacked away.
Are you sassing me?
Damn gauntlets make it impossible to type, Wraith Knight said, ignoring Lydia's question.
Then take them off,
Mist said, continuing her own research. It's part of my ensemble, WK said. Otherwise I'd look silly without them.
Hey, I'm talking to you,
Lydia said again. With respect, Wraith Knight said. Another minute wouldn't have mattered. That Pence woman wiped the floor with us.
Well, that's 1 minute I need to kill in his sleep,
Lydia announced.
She did, Lydia, Mist said. You know it. And that's 2 less mouths to feed.
Fewer, Evie said. From her perch on the back of the minion's couch, my daughter munched on spoonfuls of frosted mini-wheats.
You mean fewer, Mom, not less. Watch your tone, young lady, Lydia cautioned. Learn proper grammar, then, Evie quipped.
Excuse me? Hey, I yelled. I'm on the phone. Evie, mind your mother. Lydia, she's not wrong. Your grammar sucks. Minions keep searching for prospective clients and my missing agents.
We're scraping the bottom of the barrel here, Jackson, Mist said. These universes, not prime candidates.
I don't care, I said. Time's running out and we have to do something, so get me some potential clients or all this goes away. You want to go back to the comic universe?
Oh, gods, no,
Mist said. Then scrape harder, I said. WK, what did you find? It isn't good, boss, Wraith Knight said. There are dozens of your field agents who haven't filed an intel report in the last few weeks. Near as I can tell, they're off the grid. It doesn't mean anything for sure, but it likely means Malum Lux has already gotten to them. Shit.
What do you mean my grammar sucks?
Lydia asked, an edge to her voice. Again I sighed. Honey, you know I love you and that I'd club Baby Yoda to death just to see you smile. But you're a woman of action and downtime is not your friend, so please quit threatening the minions and find something productive to do.
Like what?
She snapped. I honestly don't know. I snapped back, growing more frustrated due to the madness-inducing NeverRealm on-hold music. But please, for the sake of everyone's sanity and safety, Wraith Knight added. And safety? I nodded in agreement. Please just find something else to vent your frustration on. Lydia narrowed her eyes.
Never end a sentence with a preposition, asshole.
Before I could respond, she got up off the couch and left my office. Evie shoveled another huge spoonful of mini-wheats into her mouth, then mumbled, "She's not wrong." "I know," I said, "but after Eris made her feel like a level 1 rogue, she needs a win. But to be on the safe side, would you make sure she doesn't blow up anything too expensive?"
"Sure thing, Daddy,"
Evie said, leaving her bowl on the coffee table. "Hey," I called after her. "Your bowl?"
"Make Maury do it,"
Evie said, then left my office. Friggin' kids.
"So what's the plan then, sir?"
Sophia asked again. "I don't mind, sir," Morikesh said, picking up the bowl and straightening things in the office. "Not the point," I said. "She shouldn't rely on others to take care of her issues." Morekesh's undead face wrinkled just a bit in confusion. "Aren't you doing just that? Watch it, Maury," I said. "No disrespect, Mr. Blackwell, but you're on the phone with the Neverrealm while your minions scramble to find a client and missing operatives. Clearly, you're looking for help to solve your issues. As for Lady Evie, she was born into privilege. You can't be one of those people who say they want a better life for their children, then get mad when they have it." "Get out," I snarled. "As you wish, Mr. Blackwell."
"You know he's right,"
Sophia said when the lich left the office. "I know he's right," I said. "That's why I'm mad."
"So your plan," she said. "What you—"
"I don't know," I yelled. "Is that what you want to hear, that the Shadow Master is stumped and grasping at straws?"
"It makes me feel better," the voice on the phone said. "Useful, even."
"Yali," I said, switching the phone to speaker so I could light a cigarette.
"How you doing, buddy?"
asked Yolgarath, exalted one from the 8th plane of the Neverrealm. "To be honest, I've been better."
"So I hear," Yali said. "Looks like you're in a bit of a pickle."
"Ugh," I groaned. "You've heard?"
"Fill in, please," Yali said. "It's all over the dark web."
Shit. I rubbed at my face, thinking about the implications. Oh, and Yali wasn't talking about the section of the internet that movies and books like to use as a writer's tool for assassins and hackers. He literally meant the dark web. The spinning mistress, this dusty old bitch of a spider deity, was a horrible gossip. Aside from being the inspiration for beings like Anansi, Arachne, and Shalob, the mistress was the one who created email chain letters and those annoying "forward this to 10 friends and see what happens" memes on social media. "So what'd she say?" I dared to ask.
"Let's see," the demon said, ticking off the stories. "You're about to be kicked out of your dimension. There's a rival consulting agency circling your corpse. You've been sniffing around old clients, begging them to come back, stuff like that. Oh, and you pee sitting down."
"Well, she's not wrong," I admitted.
"And the pee?"
Yali asked.
I looked over to see that Mist and Wraith Knight had stopped their work and were now staring at me.
Sigh. "Lydia, gets really mad about the splatter."
"Huh, well, it sounds like you're in a whirl of shit, Hoss, with nary a roll of TP to be found. What do you need from me?"
"I need to cancel some of my soul-binding contracts," I said. "This rival company has employed some of my old operatives, and I need to remove their access to me. I know there are early withdrawal penalties, but—"
"Gonna stop you right there, Hoss," Yali said, cutting me off. "I get that you're in a bad way right now. I really do, but your entire account with us is in review at the moment, which means your soul-binding accounts are frozen while we investigate. And if I'm being honest, things don't look good. Old clients bailing on you and no new ones coming in. Your source of soul payments drying up. Jackson, this ain't good."
I snatched the phone out of the cradle, muting the speaker. "What the fuck, Yali?"
"Watch the tone," Yolgarath said. "I like you and all, but this is business. You know it."
"Good business is based on positive relationships," I stressed. "If you knew this, why not give me a heads up?"
"Because we're villains,"
Yali said plainly.
"Why would I help a failing prospect?"
I gripped the phone so hard I thought it would break. "I'm not failing," I said.
"You sure?"
Yali asked.
"Eris seems to have you over a barrel. You better think of something, and soon."
And with that, Yolgarath ended the call, removing one of my few remaining options. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the ceiling.
"How bad is it, sir?"
Sophia asked. I didn't bother answering. I just turned to the minions. "You better have found something." "We have a few options," Mist said. She came over to my desk and placed several printed sheets of paper on it. "But they aren't great." I didn't even look at them. No matter what they found, it may not be enough. But what choice did I have? Just pick one," I said, turning over any potential moves left on the board.
Fun Time with Sophia, Part 3, The Plan. Oh my, that was frickin' priceless. Did you hear him at the end of the last chapter? Just pick one. Wait, what's this? Huh. In case it isn't obvious, it's your favorite Djinn Sophia again. I say that because I was just informed by some beta reader jackoffs that my voice and speech pattern aren't dissimilar enough from Jackson's. Are they knucking futs? I'm like totally discernible. If anything, that pretentious twit has been copying my speech pattern. I've been his guide for the 25 years after all. Sigh. Beta readers. Life's guppy fish just begging for a snack. But anyway, back to Jackson. Man, have you ever seen the Shadow Master in such a low place? In all these years, I've never seen him this bad. It really warms the cockles of my chort. Oh, sorry, you're probably not familiar with Djinn biology. See, we don't have hearts like humans or other low-tier animal species. Instead, we have a chort, which is a nifty organ. Not only does it pump my body's enriched phlogiston, but it also prevents me from feeling all those pesky emotions you bottom feeders suffer from. The useless ones like empathy, love, or that stupid impulse you humans have where you see things with large eyes and think they're cute. Seals, babies, that kind of thing. Thanks to the chort, I mostly feel, well, disdain and apathy. It's the best. But you're not here to know about my chort. But I bet you'd love to know about our sex organs, wouldn't you? Yeah, you would, you pack of perverts. You're here to know about the third part of the heist, a.k.a. the plan. And no, I never came up with a better code name for all this. My last few attempts yielded Operation Crap on Jack, Operation Sick of Jack's Crap, and Operation Jack Son of a Bitch. Bad, I know, but I'll get there. Where were you on this one, you beta-reading buttholes? Anyway, the plan in any heist is the structured step-by-step blueprint for the team to follow in order to complete said heist. But considering our target, anything short of brilliant wouldn't work. I may mock Jackson, but he is clever. As such, my plan is unique. I won't tell you every step because I have a few surprises I don't want to reveal just yet, but I'll give you the gist. The first step was super simple. Find an enemy. Jackson has so many lying around, I could swing a live cat and hit dozens. And yes, I know the expression is swing a dead cat, but that's not the Sophia way. First, the dead ones stink. Second, thanks to necrosis, the tail tends to pop off by the second or third revolution. I swear, put a little torque on your swing and bam, flying cat carcass. And third, live ones make way more noise and then claw the ever-living poop out of your potential victims. So trust Auntie Sophia on this one. If you're going to employ a feline flail, live ones are the only way to go. But anyway, I needed to find the right adversary for Jackson. In order to keep him distracted and interested, I needed someone he would not suspect. Which is why I've been secretly grooming Eris for some time now. And before you call bullshit and point at a potential plot hole, let me clear things up. Yes, I told Jackson that I'd never seen or talked to Eris Pence before, and the security system zone of truth confirmed that. Because that's exactly what I wanted. I'm the one who encouraged Mori to install the new security system because the plan required me to have plausible deniability. You see, I spoke the truth. I've never seen or talked to her before. In person, that is. Wink, wink. I did, however, make sure that print copies of Jackson's first 2 books were delivered to her. I wasn't wasting my credits on the audio versions. And in those books, I made sure that certain sections were highlighted, specifically pointing out the death of her uncle and Jackson's missing employees. And, of course, I included an anonymous printed letter detailing my desire to defeat Jackson, a rough outline of how to bring him down by evicting him, and ways of establishing herself in the multiverse. That's the beauty of the long game. You plant seeds and wait. After that, I had to ensure that Jackson's next book didn't actually show any villain advisement, so I encouraged Lydia to test Jackson's parental training wheels with a fully immersive simulation. You may recall that at the end of Villain's Deception, it was I who said that the test had been recorded for publication. The next step in the plan was just as tricky. Once you come at Jackson, you're in for a fight. One of his best assets is his unpredictable mind. So how do you make the unpredictable predictable? Well, the immortal bard Rowdy Roddy Piper said it best. Just when you think you have all the answers, I change the questions. So I attacked his business in a way that made him dance to my tune. Right about now, he should feel the edges of the trap. His home, his money, and his employees are all being assaulted, and he can't save all of them at once. But worse is his mind. By leading Eris to use Jackson's own forgotten employees, I've made him doubt himself. The great and powerful Shadow Master sees that he's slipped up, and once he spends a little time dwelling on that, he'll begin to wonder what else he's missed. And trust me, he's missed a few things. Which brings me to the next step in the plan. Patience. Jackson will try to rally back, and we'll let him, because when someone is in panic mode, more mistakes are made, and when more mistakes are made, people tend to get tunnel vision, preventing them from seeing the attacks coming from blind spots. So, strap in, or strap on if you're feeling frisky. Now that the plan is in motion, things will happen at a rapid clip. The fall of the Shadow Master will come very swiftly as the trap closes in. Yes, Jackson will dance for me, right up until his destruction. Yay!
Chapter 14, where I consider my surroundings, receive a linguistics lesson, and get kicked in the face. "I think there's been a misunderstanding," I yelled over the high winds. "I'm not here to challenge you. I'm here to help you reach new levels of power. As it says on my new business card, I'm the top villain advisor." "No, you came here to spy," said the short man, hidden in the depths of a long gray greatcoat and circular hat, passing my card to one of the men behind him. "This is why you die today." Despite the sincerity of my words, I felt that they were lost on my target audience. Plus, there were a few other issues that had me concerned about my current situation. It wasn't just that my hands were bound, which they were. It wasn't just the leader's semicircle of advisors in militaristic uniforms aiming their Luger-like energy pistols at me. And it wasn't even the three mysterious figures in hooded ceremonial robes watching me from my right that had me on edge. It was my relative position that had me most concerned. And I meant my actual position. I dared to look over the edge of the Eisenlong Syndicate's sky temple just as a gust of wind caught my hair, blowing it back. Over a mile below me, the bright multicolored lights of the cyberpunk city glowed like a neon whore, waiting to welcome me into its diseased embrace. Getting a better look, I noted a few landmarks in this futuristic setting. Huh. Was that Big Ben but as a digital clock? Was that London? Sigh. How do I end up in stupid situations like these? The Sky Temple's aesthetic form was an amalgam of Chinese and German culture, where curved, flowing lines met harsh metal angles. The temple had a long, rectangular courtyard meant for either troop formations or the launching and landing of fighters. Instead of a command bridge, the temple had a large Chinese quoon at the center. In place of traditional foo dogs, carved reliefs of German shepherds stood watch. Oh, just FYI, when I say German, I'm not talking about the good Germans with their fantastic beer and sausage plates. No, I'm talking about the bad Germans. You know, the ones Indiana Jones likes to fight, the ones that rhyme with Potsy. So I'm sure you're wondering why there's a Chinese-German skyship floating above a cyberpunk London. First, let me be clear. It wasn't technically floating. It was flying on the back of a colossal steel-gray dragon. Yep, a goddamn dragon. I couldn't make this shit up if I tried. When Mist said she was scraping the barrel of places for me to solicit clients, she wasn't lying. Hence my presence in this bottom-rung slice of storytelling, a quasi-cyberpunk universe with magical elements. I won't bore you with all the details, so here's the condensed version. This realm, known as the Five Dragons, is one of those gods-awful alt-history meets magic crap factories. A mirror of the prime universe in setting and locale, but as the name suggests, this one comes with the selling point of dragons. When the creatures returned after their millennium-long slumber, World War III happened. Why? I don't know or care. Let's just say, something Game of Thrones ripoff and move on, okay? Anyway, the various surviving nations had apparently joined forces, tamed these great beasts, and then pooled their resources. Instead of great kingdoms, said nations formed megacorporations. I'll assume you're smart enough to figure out the rest. Now, why would anyone enjoy something like this? Don't ask me, ask the creatively stunted minds of the people who love this junk. Regardless of my opinion, I was doing my best to take this world seriously in order to woo a potential client. However, it seemed that the Shadow Master may have rushed things. Instead of all the normal scanning, scouting, and planning that goes into a realm visit, I had to just go and hope for the best. Time was not on my side, after all. Seeing as this universe ran on cyberpunk rules, the boardroom of the Eisenlong Syndicate, or the Iron Dragon Syndicate in their respective languages, immediately assumed I was a spy for one of the other corporations and arrested me. Which brings me back to where I was, standing at the end of the Sky Temple, peering over the edge and guesstimating how long it would take for me to fall to my death by computing the high school physics lesson of 9.2 meters a second squared. Huh. Impact around 20 seconds. Well, that'd suck, I whispered.
Then don't fall, sir,
I heard Sophia say from my ears comlink. Well, that really isn't up to me, I countered. It seems that I'm not welcome here.
Then use your charm, sir. Schmooze.
I growled a little. The Shadow Master doesn't schmooze.
Well, he'd better learn, Sophia said. Otherwise, he'll lose his home and business, provided he survives the fall.
I couldn't argue. Fine, schmooze it is. Honorable Chairman of the Eisenlong Syndicate, Council Advisors, and creepy-as-fuck-robed acolytes, I said with a small bow of my head. As I said in your boardroom before being so rudely treated, my name is Jackson Blackwell, the Shadow Master. I represent the Blackwell Villain Consulting Agency. I am no spy, and if you grant me a few minutes of your precious time, I think I could be a great asset in your quest to crush the other 4 dragon syndicates.
Geschenk vom Feind ist nicht gut gemeint, one of the advisors said. A gift from an enemy is not well-intentioned, Sophia translated in my ear.
Again, I am no enemy of yours, I reiterated. I come to you in friendship.
Mi cheng yi duo, anxian nan fang, another advisor said.
What?
Hang on, sir. Google Translate is having a doozy of a time with this one, Sophia said. Oh, okay. Roughly put, it's easy to dodge a spear that comes in front of you, but hard to avoid an arrow shot from behind you. I think this is about being able to avoid an enemy's attack, but to be wary of the friend that will stab you in the back.
Oh, for fuck's sake, there's just no pleasing these people, I sighed.
Why would you want to? She asked. It seems like all they do is talk in metaphor. It's like some bad writer ran a search on German and Chinese proverbs just to create setting-appropriate dialogue.
I nodded in agreement. You misunderstand my intentions, I said, still attempting to win these idiots over. I seek to assist the Eisenlong Syndicate. Shall I just kill him now, my lord? Asked another advisor. No, said the leader, the short man hidden in the greatcoat. I shall take care of him myself. Free him. I want to see how this outsider fights. One of the robed acolytes came forward, drawing a curved, single-edged knife that looked like a small butterfly sword. With a deft slash, the acolyte cut the bonds holding my wrists together. I saw blood and honor etched into the steel, but also noticed the acolyte's smell. He, or perhaps it, smelled of death. Once I was free, I rubbed my wrists, getting the blood flow back into them. The leader shrugged his shoulders and cast off his greatcoat with a dramatic flourish. He stood there shirtless, wearing gray pants with a black sash around his waist that matched his black jackboots. Looking the man over, I estimated that he was about 5'8.5" and weighed in at about $145. I was taller and heavier, sure, but I didn't take him lightly. His muscles were shredded and honed to perfection. Every ounce of him was like a coiled viper. He brushed his black hair to one side, ran a thumb across the tiny square that was his mustache, and then took up a fighting stance. Before I realized what was happening, the man let loose of a whoop sound, then delivered a straight-legged, swinging heel kick under my chin. My head rocked back, and I fell on my ass. Ow. Did you hear anyone say, go? I groaned. I thought someone was supposed to say, go.
No, sir, I think you were sucker-punched. Well, kicked, Sophia said.
When my eyes cleared, the man had backed up several feet. He did the come-get-me gesture with his outstretched hand. "Who the hell is this guy?" I asked. "You impudent dog," one of the advisors said, scolding me. "Bow your head before Rudolf Littler, chairman of the Eisenlong Syndicate and master of Das Kung Fu Step." I looked from the advisor to the man who kicked me, then back to the advisor. "What the fuck is a Rudolf Littler?" Chapter 15, where I hate pseudoscience, suffer performance issues, and extol the virtues of Krav Maga. No sooner had I said the words than a realization hit me nearly as hard as Rudolf Littler's foot had, and to make matters worse, I heard Sophia laughing hysterically. Sophia, knock it off," I demanded as I got to my feet.
Can't," she wheezed. "Too funny."
Sigh. Getting my guard up, I dodged a quick jab and side kick for my attacker, then countered with my own quick backfist knee-strike combo. But damn me if this Littler was too fast. He ducked the punch while driving an elbow down hard into the nerve cluster just above my patella, numbing my leg. To add insult to injury, he closed the distance between us, placing one leg behind me while sweeping an open palm strike across my temple. Once again, the Shadow Master's ass met the ground. I looked up and saw that Littler was holding that open palm strike out in a manner that was distinctly recognizable and disgusting. "Maury, you online?" I grunted.
Yes, Mr. Blackwell,"
I heard Maury say over the comlink. "Pretty sure I know the answer to this, and seeing as Sophia can't act professionally, I need you to confirm my suspicions."
"Of course, Mr. Blackwell. I did a little more research on the realm of the 5 dragons, as you asked."
And
it turns out that each of the dragon syndicates is ruled over by a, well...
"It's clones, isn't it?" I asked, getting to my feet.
"Yes, sir. Each of the syndicates is ruled by a clone. More specifically, one that has been genetically spliced together from historical or culturally significant people."
So to be clear, I just got pimp kicked in the face and Sig Heil slapped by the combined clone of Bruce Lee and Hitler, didn't I?
"It appears so, sir,"
Morakesh said. "Well, fuck." In the background, Sophia roared with laughter. Gods above and below, it wasn't bad enough that this poorly constructed thought experiment of a universe forcibly mushed magical elements on top of a cyberpunk future like a chimp playing with Legos. Oh no, they had to go and add anachronistic clones. Well done, universe, well done. Your trans-dimensional influence will no doubt inspire even more dumb and desperate creators seeking to smash genres together in the hopes to stand out. I see now where Gibson got the inspiration for those stupid technomancer books of his. Before I could get to my feet, Littler advanced like a greased cobra. I rolled backwards and narrowly dodged a goose-stepping downward axe kick that was meant to crush my skull.
"You move well," Littler said. "It's clear you have some skill, but not enough to save you."
Enough of this shit," I growled. Getting my legs under me, I popped up and prepared my own counterattack. Since this test-tube human hemorrhoid intended me mortal harm, all bets were off. With my hands held apart by my right hip, I began to summon my power, intent on force-feeding this fascist fuck enough lightning to choke a Tijuana donkey. Except nothing came. Not a snap, crackle, or even a pop of electricity. Instead, I stood there, looking like some jackass holding an invisible bowling ball.
What are you doing?" Littler asked.
"I rightly don't know," I said honestly.
"Don't feel bad, sir," Sophia said in my ear. "Eris did say that performance issues happen to a lot of men your age. Stress, the great debilitator."
"Not funny, Sophia," I said, bringing my hands up to block a flurry of Littler's punches. I intercepted the first 3 attacks, but the 4th broke through my defenses, striking me directly between the pectoral muscles and driving me back several steps.
"You're right, sir, it isn't funny," Sophia said. "It's hilarious."
"What the fuck happened to my power?" I said.
"It looks like your permission to visit this realm was rescinded,"
she said. When? I said, dodging Lietler's low shin sidekick and back-knuckle strike combo.
Just a few moments ago, it seems,
Sophia said in a tone that suggested she was reading an email. Well, message him, I demanded. Get me my permission back. This is a recruitment visit, after all. It's within the rights of visitation. Tell the god—
The caretaker?
Sophia corrected.
For this remote realm also watches over several other alt history dimensions no one cares about, and I've been trying to contact said caretaker and they aren't responding.
Why not?
You seem to have pissed them off.
Oh, gods above and below, how? I don't even know the prick's name.
Regardless, sir, seeing as you're no longer a visiting deity and are basically a mortal man, you'll have to fight your way out of there.
Well, crap spackle, I said. I rubbed the already forming bruise on my chest and winced. Lydia and the minions?
Minions are on their way and Lydia is standing by.
At least there was some good news. All I had to do now was kill this goddamn clone. Normally, I didn't like to handle potential client negotiations like this, by killing them. But seeing as this syndicate was led by an actual Nazi, I saw no reason to resume schmoozing. So I decided to stop being a punching bag and fight back. Say what you will about me, but the Shadow Master can throw down when necessary. I didn't spend countless hours in martial arts classes to be slapped around by some backwater realm Serpentor knockoff. I ducked under a left-legged spinning backhook kick that was meant to unhinge my jaw, then lurched to my left, avoiding a straight punch to my face. Before Lietler could pull his right arm back, I rushed forward, forcing the right side of my neck and shoulder under his right armpit. I quickly threw my right arm around the left side of his neck and trapped him in a cinch. With the smaller man captured for the moment, I threw vicious left-handed rabbit punches to the base of his skull until I felt him go limp. Something I learned a long time ago when I began my training in Krav Maga. Hollywood-style kicks and punches look good on film, but the person who is willing to close the distance and commit the most violence in the shortest amount of time tends to win. Lietler was faster and likely better trained, but I doubt he ever went up against someone who had been trained in a discipline specifically developed by someone who grew up fighting Nazis. Bless you, Emmy Lichtenfeld. With a twist, I tossed the unconscious man to the ground. Looking down, I saw that the goose-stepping son-bitch had a pair of swastika-shaped throwing stars tucked into his belt. Kneeling down, I grabbed the throwing stars tightly, then slammed them point first into Lietler's temples. Over the howling wind and the roar of the dragon, I heard audible gasps. The late Lietler's advisor stood there watching me, mouths agape. The acolytes, their faces hidden by their ceremonial robes and hoods, softly chanted what I assumed to be a prayer for their fallen leader. Slowly I lifted my head and stared into their eyes respectively. My most devilish smile crept across my face. As I was saying, I'm here to offer my company's services. Who among you is next in line so we can schedule an appointment? I went to stand but found that I couldn't. What? I tried again, and once more my limbs refused to obey me. It was as if something was blocking the signal from my brain to my body. "I told you he couldn't be trusted," a voice called out. A figure stepped through the doors of the Kun Temple wearing a remarkably white business suit tailored to fit her form. In her hand she carried an obsidian candle holder. "Oh, fuck me." "Nice to see you again, Eris," I said. "What about me, bro?" asked Steve the candle holder. I didn't bother answering. "It is as you said," one of the advisors said. "This person intruded into our lair, demanded to be seen, spewed his rhetoric, and killed our leader." "He is predictable," Eris said. "Most men suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect are, which is why I provided you with a solution free of charge." I don't know which of her words offended me the most, calling me predictable or offering clients anything free of charge. "Indeed, Ms. Pence," the advisor said, then nodded towards the acolytes. At his gesture, the robed figures once again began chanting. I winced, expecting the worst, but nothing happened. My body was still locked into position, but I felt nothing else. That's when Rudolf Lietler sat up and looked me in the eyes. "Not bad," he said with his own wicked smile. "Not bad at all, but Eisenlong will rule for 1,000 years." Chapter 16, where I laugh in the face of death, get critiqued, and give respect to a bad situation. There are moments when the body has a reaction that's directly contrary to the gravity of a given situation. Despite all logic or reason, the biological response is not appropriate to the information that the brain receives. Perhaps it's a state of shock wherein the mind interprets the data as too complex and secretes chemicals to create an absurd reaction as a coping mechanism. Who knows? I've heard tales of some men getting erections during times of incredible horror or stress. No, this is not me saying I was sporting a fear boner. No. What actually happened was when Rudolf Littler sat up, I laughed in his fascist face. Why? Because he still had the shurikens I'd killed him with sticking out of the sides of his head. Ha! Oh man, I'm sure Eris and the still-chanting acolytes intended this resurrection scene to be dramatic and shocking, something to rattle your friendly neighborhood Shadowmaster. But come on, he looked like a silly kid pretending to be a robot or something. I stopped laughing when he backhanded me across the mouth. "Ow," I rumbled, my gaze turning from mirth to malevolence. "Not very sporting of you, Broody. Can I call you Broody? Hitting a man who can't move is bad form, and if that man is the Shadowmaster, well, that's suicide." Littler didn't respond. He stood, then pulled the throwing stars from his head, dropping them to the ground with a clang. His advisor offered him his greatcoat, which he slipped back on. I looked at him, then to Eris. "Neat trick." "Thank you," she said, then turned back to Littler and his advisors. "Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that my gift of the Cromlech's brood has proven my value to the Eisenlong Syndicate." "Indeed, Ms. Pence," Littler said, rubbing at his temples. "Your undead necromancers are efficient. With their aid and your continued assistance, we will take back this city and crush the other syndicates." Wait. I heard Maury say over the comlink. "Did she say the Cromlech's brood necromancers?" "Yeah," I said. "Traitorous, pox-riddled sons of that leprous whore," the former Lich Lord ranted. "What's the problem, Maury?" Sophia asked. "Those are my acolytes!" He shouted loud enough to make me wince despite the comlink's decibel equalizer. "Remember when I first came to your dimension, I had my retinue of priests with me." "No," I said. "Well, I did," Maury snapped. "And when it was clear that I wasn't going to be seen any time soon, I dismissed them home. This Pence person must have realized that and snatched them up like she did your former employees." "So they can raise the dead?" Sophia asked. "Well, yes and no. They have to be nearby to prevent a soul from escaping. Actually, the process is fascinating. Early on in my Lich career, I found that—" "Will you shut the fuck up?" I hissed. "How do I get out of the spell that's holding me?" "Oh, that," Morakash said. "Easy, you just need to chant the counterspell. Repeat after me. Esseler M1, Esseler M1, Esseler M1. "Oh, for the love of— Did you just say release me now backwards 3 times? "Gods, no," Morakash said, then paused to think about it. "Huh. I guess it is. Funny when you think about it. Back in my world, I'd never have known, but ever since working for you—" "Shut the fuck up, Maury," Sophia and I said together. "Fine," Morakash sniffed. Rolling my eyes, I whispered the ridiculous incantation. Esseler M1, Esseler M1, Esseler M1. When the last syllable was uttered, I felt a fracturing sensation ripple over my body. The spell that had held me in place was now broken. "Holy shit, I can't believe that backwards a ton of crap worked," I said, once again able to move. But when I flexed my fingers, the casters of said spell became painfully aware that they no longer had dominance over me. All of the acolytes turned in unison, pointed and screeched in shrill voices, "He is free!" Well, shit. "What do you mean you can't believe it?" Morikesh said, sounding offended. "I happen to be an accomplished practitioner of the arcane arts." "Not the time, Maury," I said, pushing myself to my feet. "Seize him," Lietler commanded. "I want him alive." I turned and sprinted towards the far edge of the temple platform, which hung over the edge of the dragon. Behind me, boots clacked loudly as Lietler's retinue gave chase. "Things are bad," I said over the comlink.
"They've been worse,"
Sophia offered. "When?" I huffed. "No, I want to talk about it now," Morikesh said. "I think that since coming into your employ, I have been an exceptional asset, yet you take every opportunity to belittle and demean me, not to mention your scorn at my choice to become a lich. That's a prime case of lichism. Gods above and below." "Get this through your thick skull, Maury," I said. "I'm stuck on the back of a gargantuan flying dragon in the middle of a Chinese-German temple compound, surrounded by potential clients turned enemies and without my powers. Now is not the time for a fucking performance evaluation."
"No kidding,"
Sophia said when I reached the edge of the platform.
"Yeah, you're kinda effed in the A, sir."
I looked down at the thousands of feet between me and the ground. I might just be.
"No one does that to Jackson but me,"
I heard Lydia's voice say over the open comm line. I'd like to say Lydia was just saying that for comedic effect, but come on, you've listened to the audiobooks. A sleek, oval-shaped sky car came rocketing up from the cyberpunk London below, making a beeline for my position. When the ship turned broadside, the passenger side opened to reveal my wonderful wife shaking her head at me.
"You know, I think I'm getting sick of rescuing you,"
Lydia said when I hopped in. I gave her a quick kiss on the cheek and she pulled back.
"I'm serious. It seems that in recent adventures I'm your deus ex machina to get you out of danger."
"But you're so good at it," I said, putting a comforting hand on her leg. "And people enjoy my adventures. They like seeing you put me in my place. It gives the illusion of me being humbled." Lydia smacked my hand away.
"I was a central character in your first story. After that, I've been relegated to the role of a support position."
"You had a major role in the last audiobook," I countered.
"That wasn't me. That was a simulation."
Sigh. Why? Why do the gods mock me? Do other supervillains go through this shit? I looked out and saw Erispen standing perfectly still with a smug, self-satisfied smile. She had the audacity to shoot me a wink and lightly lift Steve the candle holder in mock salute. "Can we discuss this while we're fleeing?" I sighed, thumbing over my shoulder at the approaching mob.
"No, I want to discuss it now."
"I wouldn't bother, Ms. Lydia," Morikesh said. "He's clearly in one of his moods. There's a wall there." "There's no fucking—" I started to yell, then calmed myself. "I'm not in a mood, and there is no wall. I just think this could all be discussed back at our home. You know, the place that is, for the moment, safe and secure."
"Fine," Lydia said, revving the engine, "but only because this whole area is about to become even more screwed up."
"What do you mean?" I asked, shutting the sky car's gull-wing door. Lydia threw the flying vehicle into drive while pointing off to the horizon. Squinting, I saw a small dot, then a larger shape behind it coming towards us. Over the comm, I heard Wraith Knight. "Shit, shit, shit, shit!"
"Will you please shut up?"
Mist said. "Will you please go faster?" Wraith Knight bellowed.
"I'm trying,"
Mist said. "Try harder!" As they drew closer, I saw that their own sky car was being chased by a second colossal dragon. Unlike the Eisenlong's great grey behemoth, this new one was red and white and somewhat hairy, like a draconian bear. I could just make out a castle on its back with those Russian onion-like Lukovich-Naya glava domes at the top of the towers. But I also noted that the castle was decorated in maple leaves and hockey sticks. I snapped my fingers. Ah, the Russian-Canadian dragon. So I take it the backup plan for the minions to visit the Poutine Drakon Syndicate went tits up?
"Oh, yeah,"
Lydia said, piloting the sky car over London.
"Did you know all these syndicates were led by a composite clone?"
"Not at first," I admitted, "but the Eisenlong had one, so I began to suspect this entire universe's shtick is using that crap."
"What was this one's name?"
Lydia asked. "Rudolf Lietler."
"Bruce Lee and Hitler? That's horrible," Lydia said. "But it kind of explains why things with the minions went poorly."
Why? Who's in charge of the Poutine Drakon Syndicate?
Cathryan the Greynolds.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I said, shaking my head. It's bad enough that people accuse me of ripping off Deadpool. Once this gets out, there'll be no end of snarky 3-star reviews. So let me guess, after his encounter with that she-bear, Wraith Knight asked Cathryan the Greynolds if she got freaky with a horse, didn't he?
No,
Wraith Knight said. Kill them! I heard an amplified female voice boom from the castle atop the Poutine Drakon Syndicate's dragon. They dared to ask the cursed question. Well, someone clearly asked, I yelled over the comlink.
It was me, boss, Mist admitted. I've always wanted to know, and needless to say, things went bad after that.
Clearly.
Lydia suggested that we lead them towards you.
I looked at my wife, who nodded.
When I was snooping around New London, I learned that both syndicates have been battling for control of this area. I figured the smart play, in case everything went to hell, was to bring the two warring factions together.
Not bad thinking, I said.
Thank you,
Lydia said with a nod. See, you provided a pivotal role.
Don't push it,
Lydia warned while I chuckled. Can we stay and watch the fight? Wraith Knight asked. I looked out the window of the sky car. It would be a sight to behold. Two gigantic creatures engaging in titanic sky combat. Yes, this world was crap, but two giant dragons the size of aircraft carriers duking it out over a fear-swept city. Kinda cool. Just as the battle began, the respective syndicates launched their own sky fighters, and in moments the air was filled with explosions and combat. Okay, I rescind my request, Wraith Knight said. We need to get out of here. I agree, I said as energy blasts crackled across the ship. What the hell was that?
Seems like each of the syndicates has a dedicated squadron hell-bent on killing us,
Lydia said, pointing out the window. She was right. Several aircraft were peeling off on an intercept course right for us. Shit, 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 I said, echoing Wraith Knight. Get us out of here.
On it,
Lydia said, taking the sky car into a nosedive while Mist piloted her own directly behind us. The pursuing fighters followed, maintaining a continuous volley of weapons fire.
Oh, crap,
Lydia grumbled when a small alarm began sounding from the sky car's dash. What?
Down there,
she said, clicking off the alarm and then pointing down at the city.
Sensors detected the city's anti-aircraft weapons are powering up. Guess they don't like the idea of being occupied by either of the syndicates.
So? I said. It's England. You'd figure they'd be used to being occupied.
Not the time to be an Anglophobe, hun, Lydia said.
I'm not afraid of them. I just like picking on them, I countered.
Point is, if we keep flying down to the city, we'll be shot in the face. Or we can fly around up here with the syndicates right behind us as they try their best to get missile lock.
I nodded in understanding. So you're basically asking how we'd like to be sodomized, mouth or butt.
Yep,
Lydia agreed.
And outside of the bedroom, I don't like either option. As fun as it is to listen to my parents talk about their sex life, Evie said, breaking in over the comlink, we could open a portal from our end for you all to escape. No can do, sir, Sophia said. I've been trying for the last few moments to open a portal and nada.
Why? I asked, just as my head slammed off the glass when Lydia took a hard bank to avoid an incoming missile. Ow!
Sorry, dear, Lydia said. I don't know, sir, continued Sophia. After the caretaker for that realm rescinded your visitation status, he blocked all attempts at opening a portal back to our dimension. So we not only came up empty-handed, but we're stuck here? Lydia asked. Not necessarily, Evie said. If you don't mind taking advice from your much smarter daughter, then I think I know a way out of there. Plus, you don't have to come home empty-handed.
I smiled. Not bad, Evie, not bad. Let me guess, cinnamon double stack and savory herb.
Extra crispy,
Evie added. I looked at Lydia. Nugatory Junction's as good a place as any to lick our wounds. Plus, I should be in good standing with Virginia. We can hop on home after a quick bite.
Might as well, Lydia nodded. After the luck we've been having, we deserve the calories.
Okay, baby girl, I said over the comm. I've got your order. See you later on.
You're the best, Daddy, Evie said, then switched off. Why do you always get top billing from her? Lydia asked.
You heard her, I said. I'm the best. Okay, Sophia, change of plans. Open a portal into the seam. Chapter 17, where I cast a self-aware eye at world-building, enjoy a bite to eat, and learn some diner lingo. You know what I hate? Never mind, don't answer that. Once I heard it out loud, I realized the question came across as both broad and leading. Besides, you know me by now. I've been known to drop an anger-fueled rant here and there. When I reread them, I even make myself chuckle. Is it gauche to listen to your own audiobooks? Probably. But researching your past is the only way to check for personal mistakes. Upon hearing my own adventures, it turns out that, well, I apparently hate a lot of things. Who knew? But in this specific instance, I'm talking about writers who disguise their creative shortcomings by bolting on convenient new plot devices and calling it world building. I'm sure you've noticed it. Moments in stories when a new ability, location, character, or item is introduced at just the right time that saves the heroes or furthers the scene. Seems cool in the moment, right? New force powers that save the day for plucky Jedi protagonists, ring any bells? New spells and never-seen-again time travel devices for magical boarding school brats jog the old memory? And when you step back and look at the franchise as a whole, don't these new toys raise questions? Like, have they been here the whole time and are we going to see them again? Or do we as fans ignore any potential criticism because, hey, more things in the worlds we love is a good thing? No real point to this thought experiment, just something that was on my mind. The four of us sat in a back corner booth of the Dare Diner. Our own little interpretation of the Nighthawks painting, if you will, but with 50 to 80% more glum. To any onlookers, we must have appeared a rather ragged and brooding bunch, and they wouldn't be wrong. Defeat tends to have that effect on people. But as it turned out, defeat had no effect on my appetite. "Jackson, what are you thinking about?" Lydia asked. "Why?" I asked, while taking another large bite of food. "You have that look where you're pondering things you hate," Lydia said. "I know your 'I'm pissed at storytelling' face." I smiled. "It's nothing important." "Excuse me, boss," Wraith Knight asked between bites of food. It's rare to see him with his helmet off. I was so accustomed to thinking of him as Wraith Knight, I often overlooked the man beneath. But can you blame me? His name was Wendell Dench. Yuck. Wendell gestured an armored fist about while looking lost. "But what is this place again?" "Damn it, Wendell," I said, slamming my fist on the diner table hard enough to rattle the silverware and coffee cups in their saucers. "How many times do I have to explain it? There are gaps in existence itself. Even at the molecular level, subatomic particles don't really touch. And within said gaps exists an entire separate universe composed of the negative matter. This negative universe is called the Seam, birthplace of the Titans, and it touches all planes of reality. I can't spell it out any clearer, and before you ask, it has always existed and was not made up to facilitate our escape. It was as well thought out and planned as Luke and Leia's incestual kissing." Wendell looked crestfallen. I got that part, Never mind." Mist put a hand on her partner's shoulder and shot me a stern look. "What he means is, what is this place, specifically? We're in a pseudo-50s diner inside a flea market." "Oh," I said, recontextualizing the question. "I can see how that could be confusing. Okay, let's see. First, this flea market, as you call it, is Nuggatory Junction, a sort of interdimensional trading post." I pointed out the windows of the Dare Diner at the endless rows of storefronts, vendors, and kiosks. Creatures and beings of all conceptual shapes and sizes picked at odd knickknacks and items, hunting for that rare find. Sure, Nuggatory Junction may resemble an international bazaar, flea market, or down-on-its-luck shopping mall. But how many of those sit atop cobblestone streets floating in an empty sea of blank white eternal space? As things or people slip through the cracks of reality into the Seam, higher-dimensional life come here and, shop, I continued. Since time doesn't really exist here, people spend as long as they like. "And this diner?" Mist asked. "Ah, yes, a rare find indeed. This fine establishment is the Dare Diner, owned and operated by the one and only Virginia Dare."
One of the few beings in the known and unknown universe that tolerates Jackson, Lydia said, nudging me in the ribs. I wouldn't go that far, said a handsome, middle-aged woman with long, pale blonde hair as she walked by carrying plates of food for another table. Unlike Lydia, I don't have to put up with your bullshit.
That's Virginia Dare? Wraith Knight asked. The Roanoke Colony Croatoan Virginia Dare?
The one and only, Virginia said, swinging by our table once more to refill our coffee cups. I see that you're here with Jackson, but I won't hold that against you.
Hey, I said in mock offense.
Hey is for horses, Virginia said, shooting me a quick wink, then looked over at Mist and Wraith Knight. My diner is official neutral ground, so mind your manners and we won't have an issue.
Thank you for your hospitality, V, I said with a warm smile. She rolled her eyes.
Hospitality, my pale ass. You're paying. Now I assume a little Evie wants a fresh stack of cinnamon waffles and savory herb chicken to go? Double stack, extra crispy, Lydia amended. You got it, hun, Virginia said, snapping her fingers at one of her employees behind the counter. Double checkerboard and yardbird deep fried with wheels on. You got it, Mom, said the man behind the counter. I gave him a once-over and saw that he was a human-alien hybrid with bluish skin and a pronounced cranial ridge structure. I looked back at Virginia.
Haven't seen that one before.
Virginia shrugged. I've more bastards than that old broad in the shoe, but I can't say no to a dashing blue alien with 3 sets of sex organs. So, what brings you here?
I smiled. The delicious food, of course.
Mm-hmm, Virginia said, then looked at Lydia. He lies to me again, you have permission to put him over your knee and spank his bare bottom. That's for Thursdays, Lydia said. But the truth is, V, we got stuck in the realm of the 5 dragons. The caretaker for that universe rescinded Jackson's visitation privileges, and we had enemies on our tail. Oh, so that's where the newbies came from, Virginia said. Newbies? Mist asked. Virginia nodded. People get caught in the seam all the time, honey. Those folks who were chasing you, well, them and their ships are now part of this plane of existence. Like everyone else who shows up without a way back, they'll have to find work until they beg, borrow, or steal a ride home.
What about you, ma'am? Wraith Knight asked. If you don't mind me asking, Ms. Dare, why have you stayed here?
Oh, would you look at that, actual manners, Virginia said, placing a hand to her chest, then mockingly fanning herself. I do declare, what are you doing with this Blackwell fella? Because I know you didn't learn manners from him. Tell you what, tall, dark, and handsome, you get sick of following this fool, and I'll set you up with a nice job. I could use a strong back here. In the kitchen? Lydia asked. Aye, Virginia said, sliding into the booth and scooching a touch too close to Wraith Knight. And it also helps in the bedroom. When Virginia waggled her eyebrows, Wraith Knight blushed and looked away. Virginia just laughed. To answer your question, I like it here. Keeping tabs on the multiverse without having to put up with it is great. She pointed to the large flat-screen monitor on the far wall of the diner. Images flickered by, programming from across the multiverse. Everywhere the seam touches. As I always say, I love drama, just other people's drama. I prefer to keep it out of my life.
I wish I could say the same, I said.
Virginia laughed. So, Jackie boy, rumor is that you're an ass hair away from being homeless. Some new consulting agency looking to squeeze you out?
I morbidly chuckled at her brutal honesty. Yeah, that's about the sum of it.
And this is related to getting your privileges revoked in the 5 dragons? That's all guess, Lydia said. But for the life of me, I don't know how.
This Pencewoman has been growing in influence fast, I added. The realm of the 5 dragons is not well known. Yet there she was. She must have convinced the caretaker of that realm to move against me, but how?
I think I've figured how, Virginia said, hooking a thumb over at the monitor. I looked over at what she was talking about, and my stomach sank.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, Virginia said. That's a hard bit of the backdoor action, but 86 the axle grease.
Chapter 18, where infomercials reign, presents are given, and I get a free meal.
Hello, my name is Eris Pence, CEO of Malum Lux, Inc., and I'm here to offer you a newer, better alternative for all your villainous needs.
Using highly detailed and expensive full-motion graphics, the commercial faded to a brilliant white, while a revolving black candle holder faded in, then out, transitioning from Eris to a sea of endless space. Licensed music swelled into a powerful yet subtly applied orchestral score. Infinite universes, infinite stories, each rich tale begging to be told. Eris's voiceover said in soothing tones, "But how do you stand out? How does your story reach across existence and influence the minds of the Prime Universe? Well, that's where we come in." Once more the commercial transitioned, this time into a tracking shot of Eris walking down the center aisle of modern office workspaces. Men and women sat with all manner of creatures and villains from across the multiverse. Here at Malum Lux, we believe that your story should be just that, your story, and not the machinations of a weak-minded peacock. But how do we do this? By using cutting-edge algorithms and focus testing, our PR and production departments can fuse newer and bolder villains to your narrative. Simply put, we match the right villain to the right universe. But don't take my word for it. The Malum Lux logo flashed on the screen. When it dissolved, Frau Johanna Kinderfresser, wild witch of the weeping woods, and her perfectly coiffed steel-gray hair appeared on the screen. "Not long ago, my previous representation saw me as just your run-of-the-mill Deepwoods witch. But thanks to Malum Lux, I'm now the lead in an exciting new blend of fantasy and horror. Thanks, Malum Lux." The stylized black candleholder logo flashed once more, fading to show Eris seated at a stylishly modern desk with a wall-sized monitor behind her. "You're very welcome, Frau Kinderfresser. We know you will do amazing things," Eris said and looked into the camera, addressing the audience. "Gods and villains of the multiverse, we at Malum Lux know you have choices in your villainy consultation, but we want you to choose an agency that respects you and puts your needs first." Eris turned and clicked a remote. The monitor behind her flickered with light, and the image it showed was me. When I asked Blackwell Villains Consulting CEO Jackson Blackwell himself about his business practices and beliefs, he had this to say. Eris said, then clicked the remote once more. "Tricking the gods is one thing," I heard myself say. "They're just like any dumb, deluded, self-indulgent, aristocratic wanker. But then you have all the villains begging for your help. Believe me when I say that the sum of their life's work is about as interesting as a cockroach fart." The image of me froze while Eris smiled. Interesting words from the self-proclaimed Shadow Master. But did you know that he thinks so little of his own employees that he butchers them? The screen behind her displayed brutal scenes of death. And of course there was me, posing in front of the one I impaled on the candy cane pike. Once again I asked Jackson Blackwell about these savage acts, and he had this to say. "Those commandos, the ones that died, the ones you killed," I heard Eris say off-screen. "Whatever. They were my former employees, weren't they?" "Indeed, each one technically still in your service. Does that make you angry?" "Employees are replaceable," I heard myself say. "Just like romantic partners, there's always someone better out there." "It doesn't bother you that you killed your own people?" "Why would it?" The screen paused with me somewhere between a smug smile and a derp face, and Eris just shook her head. "The choice is clear. If you want your universe's stories to thrive, then choose a company that stands for its clients, not on top of them. Choose the best. Choose Malum Lux. I thank you." When the commercial was over, Virginia had the decency to turn the monitor off. Everyone at the table remained silent, but their eyes bored holes into me. Each of them were waiting to see my reaction. I just took another bite of my chicken and waffles. "Jackson," Mist said. What are you doing?" "Eating," I said. But what about the commercial?" Wraith Knight asked. "What about it?" "Boss, come on, you have to be, well, feeling something," he insisted. "What?" I said. "It was a good commercial, a little long for my taste, and definitely something the YouTube generation will click like crazy to skip at the 5 to 15 second mark. But other than that, it was pretty solid. The motion graphics alone were top-notch. Not some bullshit a kid did on his MacBook Pro.
That's it? Mist said. No rants?
Why?
For fuck's sake, Jackson, Mist said. Eris is out for blood, and with this Steve's help, they clearly know how and where to hit you.
Yeah, I agreed. They do.
Then what the bloody fuck are we going to do about it? Mist blurted out. What are you proposing? Lydia said, setting her hand on mine, stopping me from speaking when I drew a breath. Mist turned her head to look at her partner. You want to go crack some Malamluck skulls?
Just give me a name, Wraithenite growled.
What about you? Lydia asked. I'm the femme fatale, aren't I? The shape-shifting seductress? Mist said. I'll fuck my way through their entire organization in days. I'll get all the intel we need to—
No, I said, cutting her off. You won't.
Jackson,
I said no,
I bellowed, slamming my palm down on the table. I pointed at Mist's face.
I told you when I recruited you, you are not a whore. Spy? Yes. Master infiltrator? Yes. But you are not a tool to be used in that fashion.
And if I choose?
Mist asked. Then you choose, but not for me or the business. What about me? Wraithenite asked. After fucking that bear, I wouldn't dream of asking you to be a sex spy, I said with a smile, while the rest of the table laughed, if only a little. But I know what you're asking. Why is it okay for you to be placed in harm's way and not her? Flatly put, that isn't true. I have and will continue to place both of you in mortal peril to further the business, but I don't subject either of you to situations where your consent or agency is removed. I'm a villain, not a douche.
Well, that commercial explains why the caretaker rescinded your permission, Lydia said, not exactly breaking the tension, but moving the focus. But the question is, how far has it spread? How many other gods, or worse, clients, have turned away from us thanks to that shitty hit piece? I thought it was quite good, the strong feminine voice said. I looked up to see Eris Pence standing there in her immaculate white business suit, Steve the candle holder in one hand and a wrapped package in the other. She looked down at our table and raised an eyebrow. I admit it wasn't our best work, but considering the publishing time crunch we were under, I thought it was an effective piece of advertising. You mean bullshit, Lydia said. No, Ms. Barrowbride, every word in that spot was true. You know this. But if you wish for the lawyers to get involved, that is your prerogative. However, you might need new ones, seeing as I've already poached Jackson's. I don't think you belong here, Missy, Virginia said, standing up from the booth. Eris smiled. And I think if you want to maintain your neutral status, Ms. Dare, you'll walk away. Virginia narrowed her eyes, then shot me a look. I just shook my head. It's okay, V. I'll be close by, Virginia said, glaring at Eris as she walked back behind the counter. What do you want, Eris? I asked. Many things, but for now I wish to give you this, she said, setting the wrapped package in front of me. Time's ticking, Shadow Master. In about a week, all you hold dear will come to an end. This is just something for you to think about. Eris then set a small amount of money on the table. Mist looked at it. What's that for? Because your boss is going to be broke soon, Steve the candle holder said, and we like to take care of those less fortunate. The two of them then turned and left the diner. I pulled the yellow ribbon from the box and blue wrapping paper. Opening the lid, I looked inside. Huh. What is it? Lydia asked. I pushed the box towards Wraithenite. Of all of us sitting here, only he would have the fullest appreciation. While the big minion looked the box over, Mist looked inside the package, then back at me. Toys? She said. Are you kidding me? Wraithenite said in giddy excitement. Original G1 Transformers, G.I. Joes. Hell, there's some vintage Silverhawks, Sky Commanders, and Mask stuff in here. Whose are these? Mine, I said. They're from one of my storage units back in the Prime Universe. Then why— Mist started to say. It's a message, Lydia said, cutting Mist off. She's telling Jackson that she can take his toys away whenever she wants, metaphorically and literally.
I nodded, then stood, grabbing Eris's money. I want you all to be ready for a brainstorming session when we get back. I'm not going down without a fight. I walked over to the counter, nodding at V. Let me square up the bill.
You gonna pull this one out of your ass, Jackie boy?
Virginia asked. When have I ever failed? I said. She raised an eyebrow.
You don't sound assured of yourself.
I laughed a little. She wasn't wrong. I pulled a few bills from my wallet for the tip, seeing as Eris already paid for the food and handed them over to her. As I did, I also took out one of my new business cards.
What's this for? She asked. I already have your number.
Just something to remember me by, just in case, you know. Virginia looked at the card, tapping it in her hand, then nodded.
I have to remain neutral.
I know. I'm not looking for any special treatment.
But, she said with a smile, I'm pulling for you.
Thanks, V, I said, then turned to leave when I collected my change. And if you ever change your mind and want to go into villainy,
I'll keep you in mind, Jack.
At least someone will.
Fun Time with Sophia, Part 3.5. The Plan Continued. Aw, look at ya. I bet you're still getting your hopes up, aren't you? You see Jackson at his lowest point, and yet you think he's going to pull something amazing out of his butt and win. You think this despite me already showing you what happens to him. Don't feel bad about being dumb. You've been programmed to think that way. But you are dumb, don't forget that. You see, Jackson's not wrong about classic storytelling. Whether you realize it or not, the vast majority of stories follow a pattern you've come to accept so deeply it troubles you when it isn't followed. There are plenty of critical analysis and think pieces out there deconstructing the monomyth, Joseph Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces being the one most people are familiar with. Countless stories across all forms of entertainment media tend to prop the protagonist up, then knock them way the hell down, only for them to rise once more and overcome the antagonist. Psst, I know this is simple storytelling 101 and should fall into the no shit category, but I've already expressed how very little I think of you, which is why I'm explaining it. Thanks for the money, by the way. Enjoy the rest of the audiobook. For countless years, you humans have been sold this dream, a dream of how life should be. You've been gulping down the milk from that dream teat for so long that you started believing it. You think that good things are owed to you because you suffer. You think things like karma are real, that good is rewarded and evil is punished. Well, that's not how life works. You suffer because you or your family made a series of poor life choices, or because some rich person wants you that way. Oh, and don't act like you're better. 99% of the time when people come into wealth, they tend to become indulgent and dismissive of lower people. The bottom line in life is that good isn't rewarded, bad isn't punished. Not really. Maintaining the illusion of such nonsense is why the elite back Hollywood and publishing houses. Why? Because the telling of these tales keeps the masses in place. Perpetuating the dream is quite lucrative, after all. Lies are always profitable. Just ask the companies that sell ad space to your favorite political media outlet. But sadly for your beloved Jackson, there's no training montage, no rising from the ashes. I warned you before that my plan will move at a rapid clip and that his failure will be absolute. I wasn't lying. And for those of you who think this is malarkey, that Jackson would never fall for something like this, I tell those people that they, like Jackson, haven't been paying attention to the story. Yes, Jackson is smart. He bends the rules. He pulls off amazing feats and nearly impossible victories. But that's like saying he's the smartest kid in a slow class. The gods of the multiverse are bound by core operating principles. Despite their, pardon the expression, godlike power within their respective realms, they are bound by the constraints of their being. In shorter words and in clear context, because I know you need it, the gods do not have free will. See, the gods must be what they are for their respective universes to operate. That is how Jackson has defeated them and manipulated them for so long. He's nothing more than that basement-dwelling nerd who knows various computer operating languages, and when you know a thing, you can exploit a thing. But Jackson doesn't know Eris. She, like him, is mortal. She, too, is from the Prime Universe. She, too, knows the rules. He's never gone up against someone like himself. Now, let me cut you off before you say the obvious. Sure, Jackson ran up against Randy twice, but that was me testing the waters, so to speak, seeing what Jackson would do when confronted with another like being. A beta test, if you will. Kind of like my beta readers, but actually productive. And since Randy is a Blackwell and thus under my curse, I could influence the outcome. No, Eris is someone like Jackson who can bend the rules to their will. A true opponent. Because he was the first, Jackson felt special. And what do all special people do? Why, they choose to continue feeling special by attacking and defeating those who aren't special. I bet you think that's hyperbole, or heavy-handed morality being shoved down your throat, don't you? That old Sophia's just ladling on the horse pucky. But let me ask you this. Why do Jedi love to do the mind trick on people they see as weak-minded? Sounds kinda condescending, doesn't it? Or how about the way Jedi chop up normies with their lightsabers? That's not nice at all. Now think about your snot-streaming children at play pretending to have superpowers. Don't they use said powers to crush their enemies? You may say that they're defeating bad guys, but what they're actually doing is exercising their instinctual need to feel superior. From internet comment threads to boardrooms to sporting events to places of worship, you humans are born with the insatiable need to feel physically, spiritually, or intellectually superior over others. You desperately look for that edge to make you stand out, to make you feel special. All across the multiverse, the pattern continues. Fantasy, sci-fi, cyberpunk, horror, superheroes, and so on. There are stories where someone has something others do not and are exalted for it, both hero and villain. And as soon as they have that something special, they use it to defeat those who aren't special. Jackson was no different. And this, too, is part of my plan. You see, sweeties, I'm not just going to defeat Jackson. Through Eris, I'm not just going to take his toys away. I'm going to show him how not special he is by driving a spike into his very being, a spike so deep that for all his remaining years, he'll see that there was nothing about him that made him unique, that this character he built up around him, this shell of a persona, this Shadow Master, was nothing more than a child's dream, that he was never and never would be special. Wow, that went dark, didn't it? Oopsie. Let's just blame it on my chort at play once again. Like I said, it's an amazing organ. So, anywho, let's continue this tale and see where it goes. Maybe we'll get a few more jokes in, and you'll once more begin to think old Julie has a chance. Silly you.
Chapter 19, where I brood, raise a few points about race relations, and make a proclamation.
What about this one?
Lydia said, manipulating the holographic display.
A dark, mythic fantasy universe, twisted fairy tales, grim themes, and plenty of villains to choose from. We can't, Mist said. If we even get close to publishing something like The Witcher, we'll be sued by Netflix, the gaming community, and half of Poland. Shit, Lydia swore. I wanted to meet Henry Cavill.
How about this occult realm? Wraith Knight said, swiping his large gauntlets across the image. It's got brooding dark paladins pitted against various supernatural factions. Jackson could easily turn one of them into a villain.
I like it, Lydia said. Could work.
Morikesh shook his withered head, then brought up a new holographic overlay. As he did, several icons depicting a black candlestick floated over various known realms to include the one Wraith Knight had singled out.
Malamluck's already beat us to the punch. They're there now, already securing the villain rights from the realm's god.
How in the Neverrealm does Eris keep doing that? Wraith Knight said in frustration.
Morikesh shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with her pending lease on this realm, Sophia posed. Maybe she has access to our information-gathering capabilities. It would explain how she knows where we are at any given time, Mist agreed. It's what I would have done. Cozy up to the next person in power. Figures, Lydia said. Excuse me? Mist said, her tone absent any semblance of formality. Sigh. I have listened to them bicker and snipe at one another. I should have been engaged in the conversation. It was my empire they were trying to save, after all, yet I didn't add my voice to the discussion. I just stared at the open box of toys on my desk. How? How did she get to them? How was her reach so great? It took me years to build my empire. Each step forward was a battle. I clawed and tore my way upwards, expanding bit by bit. And this person had achieved everything I had in a fraction of the time. How? But none of this gets us any closer to a potential lead, Wraith Knight bellowed. Talk to me like that again, Lydia said, and I'll...
You'll do something horrible to me, Wraith Knight said. I heard you the first 100 times.
Maury, can you pull up an overlay of known realms and cross-reference ones we or heirs have had contact with?
Evie asked as she walked in with a bowl of cereal, ignoring the tension. She perched on the back of one of the couches. With all due respect, Miss Evie, Morkesh said, the multiverse is nigh infinite. No such map exists. Every day new realms, dimensions, and universes are discovered.
Then why is it so bloody hard to find one that works? Can't we just pick one at random?
Lady asked, while giving Wraith Knight the death stare. Only if you want everything to go tits up real fast, Randy said as he walked through my office doors. My nephew slipped off his suit jacket and began rolling up his sleeves. You can't just pop into a realm and grab someone and turn them into a villain. You need to research that universe's cosmic narrative, negotiate the degree of latitude you can work in, and then you can start laying groundwork, which is why the business tends to seed universes with primordial awareness of the Blackwell name, which causes villains to seek us out, instead of the other way around.
What are you doing here? Lydia asked.
What, you don't like when I pop in to visit, Aunt Lydia?
I'd prefer you to be in your own dimension contacting old clients or perhaps finding new ones.
Me too, Randy said. Funny thing, though, I don't have a home anymore.
What? I looked up slightly to see my nephew leaning against one of the office couches. He lit a smoke and continued.
It seems that as time is ticking out on this dimension, the least subdimension I operate was determined to be a bad investment. I only had a few moments of warning before I felt the space collapsing around me, so instead of being sucked into the never-ending void, I came here to help you. What's wrong with Uncle Jackson?
He's checked out at the moment, Evie said between bites of cereal.
Yeesh, cousin, is that all you eat?
Evie shrugged. It's what I like.
Randy shook his head. Anyway, tell your dad get his head out of his ass. We got work to do. I ignored him. I'm talking to you, asshole, Randy said, raising his voice. Everyone in my office lounge area stopped what they were doing and stared. I looked up at my nephew who loomed over my desk at me and narrowed my eyes. He just shook his head. Oh boy, the patented Blackwell glare, Randy said with a slight shake of his head. To everyone outside this room, you're frightening, Uncle, but after all this time with you, I'm frickin' immune. You know I can kill you, right? I said. Oh, look, he finally speaks, and here I thought you were just going to play with your box of toys. I glared up at him. How do you want to die? Randy mimed an invisible puppet while mouthing, How do you want to die? Along with me. Gods above and below, you're a broken record. Look, Uncle, I get it. You lost and you're upset. I'm a few miles past upset, I said, reaching for the Colt 1911 on my desk. I'm firmly in the pissed-off zone. Randy sighed and moved the gun out of reach. What, you think I don't know what that feels like? My nephew snubbed his cigarette out in my ashtray, then held up 2 fingers. Twice I had you beaten, Uncle. Twice, and yet somehow you still pulled a win out of your old ass. That was different, I said. No, it wasn't, Randy said with a shake of his head. You're only saying that because the loss is too fresh. I know, trust me. I went through the same thing after losing to you. Twice, I said. Randy sighed. Yes, twice. Look, you are the Shadow Master and you're not really going to do that, are you? I said, interrupting Randy. My nephew gave me an odd look. Do what? The whole sidekick giving the protagonist the superlative speech to get them back in the game, I said, lighting a new cigarette. I mean, I do love classic storytelling, but thanks to the MCU's white guilt, it just feels kinda icky. What kind of crap are you spewing now? Wraith Knight, I said, making a go-ahead gesture. Captain Marvel, Captain America, Iron Man, Wraith Knight said. Randy looked confused. Decent flicks, what about them? Subjective, but sure, Wraith Knight agreed. But each one of those crackers has a black BFF there to tell them how great they are. Monica Rambeau, Falcon, Rhodey, they all tell their white lead how they're the bestest ever when shit gets tough. In an attempt to look woke, they come off like those sanctimonious people on Twitter, the ones trying to be the good white person because they have non-white friends, you know? Actually, there are all sorts of people of color as sidekicks if you think about it, Mist added. Spider-Man has that Pacific Islander kid, Ned. Oh, and Dr. Strange has Wong. And Baron Mordo for a while, Evie added. Another black man telling the white guy how special he is. Fucking honkies, Wraith Knight cursed. Heimdall and Valkyrie, Mist continued. That's 2 POCs in Thor Ragnarok reminding my future husband how awesome he is. In Guardian, Star-Lord is surrounded by non-white folks in alien paint telling him how great he is, Evie added, then took another bite of cereal. Mist nodded. Huh, what about Ant-Man? No one gives a crap about Ant-Man, Lydia said. What? Sophia said, sounding hurt. Paul Rudd is adorable. Look at those cheeks. Paul Rudd is as exciting as buying new towels, Evie said. He's only there to look like a buffoon next to Wasp, the clearly superior hero. What's her movie? Randy threw his arms up in frustration. Whatever. Am I the only one here trying to save this place? You started it, Wraith Knight said. Jackson doesn't need the sidekick speech. I'm not a sidekick, Randy growled. Aren't you, though? Lydia said, squinting a little. No, Randy said in a serious tone, staring back at Lydia. I'm the one who's come the closest to beating Jackson, so instead of wallowing in self-pity or having tangents about POC sidekicks, fucking white people, Wraith Knight said. We should be focusing on how to save all of this, Randy continued, turning towards me. So, Uncle, do you want to win, or should we all look for a new line of work? No, I said. Randy's jaw literally hung open. What? I held up a hand. I don't want to just win. I don't want to just beat Eris. I need to crush her in such a way that it ripples across the multiverse. A message to all would-be challengers to my throne that fucking with me is the wrong choice. Randy smiled. Then let's... Still, I held my hand up. But it has to be done my way. She has to think I'm beaten, that I'm in a place of weakness, that I'm so far down that there is no way to come back. Then, and only then, can I beat her. It isn't enough to be the victor. It has to be a victory, one that people never, ever forget. Randy nodded. Okay, then what's the plan? I smiled. You know the drill. I taught it to you. Start the list. Chapter 20. Where I use movies to teach and Randy earns my respect, then swiftly loses it. Believe it or not, there are those people who see villains as simply the antagonist in the story, a foil to the hero, and in the most reductive 99 IQ fans of USA Network programming way of thinking, that could be considered true. People who know my work know the love and attention I put into my craft. And in my opinion, which obviously matters more than those special kind of idiots, villains are so much more than just the bad guy. They are the lifeblood of any story, and you can always tell a creator's quality by the villain they prop up. Take the MCU as an example. The previous chapter's jokes and observations aside, I truly do enjoy the bulk of the Marvel movies. Even a villain enjoys a fun cinematic adventure, but those films highlight what I mean about creative quality by way of villainy. Stick with me for a sec. I'm often asked why I use movie references instead of literary ones when making a point. A fair question. First, reading for enjoyment is on the decline. There are many articles illustrating this troublesome trend, despite the growing number of independent and self-published authors. Which leads to my second reason. Because of the sheer volume of books out there, using literature to draw parallels or highlight specific examples does not guarantee maximum understanding. Therefore, I use popular movies because of just that. They're popular. If you want to make a point across a large audience, use ubiquity. If you want to be a pompous prick with a superiority complex, speak in obscurity. You and your 4 internet friends really are so enlightened, after all. With all that said, let's look at some of the villains of the MCU. Several are just plain forgettable due to poor writing or motivations. This brand of villain, evil for the sake of evil, has its place, but it doesn't do much for the story. Characters like Malekith, Ronan, and Yellowjacket are just a thing for the protagonist to overcome. Next, we have the dark shadow reflection style villains. A touch weak for my taste, as they are there basically to remind the hero of what said hero could turn into if they let ambition rule their thoughts. Only upside to folks like Obadiah Stane, Red Skull, and Killmonger is that their narrative sometimes brushes against deeper understanding and personal growth. But then there are a few who stand out, the ones who have motivation and complexity and shine just as bright as the heroes. And they are Adrian Toomes/Vulture from Spider-Man, Thanos, the good one from Infinity War, not that unrecognizable thing from Endgame, and Helmut Zemo from Civil War. Yeah, I said it. That guy Zemo had motivation, a plan, and the willingness to see his vision come to fruition. And no, Loki is not on this list. Fuck Loki. Turn into an anti-hero and see where that gets you on my list. I don't care how many people drool over that lanky Brit. He crossed the line. Now, why am I going on about all this? Because despite their flaws, or in light of their virtues, these MCU villains were placed in a way that made the narrative work. I might not like the style of villain, but nonetheless, the story's flow was correct because of the villain. Maybe I'm too traditional in my way of thinking, but to me, you need to maintain the average villains in order to make the exceptional ones that much more exceptional. Something that Malum Lux doesn't seem to understand. Yet somehow my nephew grasped this concept with ease. Watch and learn. The problem is that looking for just the right world or a genre in the multiverse is like looking for a particular drop of water in the ocean, Randy said. Then what should we be looking for? Mist asked. You? Randy asked, looking at the team. Nothing. Nothing? Wraith Knight asked. Nothing, Randy said, stomping his foot with each syllable for emphasis. Mist looked confused. Why? Oh, that's easy, Randy said with a condescending smile. Because you guys are a peck of dullards I wouldn't trust to find your own assholes with less than 4 scratch-and-sniff attempts. The fact that you've achieved so much with your normal combination of dumb luck, grab-ass shenanigans, and crotch-based humor is nothing but a testament to Uncle Jackson's ability to keep the asylum's inmates in check. You might want to grab a snorkel, kid, Lydia said. You're pretty deep in Jackson's ass. Now, dear, I said from where I leaned against my desk. You had your moment to shine in the first audiobook, Mist in the second, and WK and Maury in the third. I think it's Randy's time to dazzle. He was behind 2 attempts to dethrone you, Lydia retorted. And he failed. Twice, I said, shooting Randy a wink. Regardless, that was really Sophia using the lad to screw with me. You don't hear her complaining. I'll get you one of these days, sir, Sophia said in a chipper tone while holding 2 thumbs up. I know you'll try, I said. Besides, in the last audiobook, I killed Randy off. How did your fans not see that whole audiobook was one big psych-out? Randy asked. I don't know, I said with a shrug. Just dumb, I guess. The clues were all there. Anyway, you were saying. Right, Randy said, continuing. Picking a world or genre to dive into won't cut it. It's the characters that drive a story, not the setting. Okay, I'm calling bullshit, Mist said. We're supposed to look for characters in the multiverse. Isn't that harder than looking for a setting or theme? Exactly, Wraith Knight agreed. Besides, people buy books and watch TV based on genre preferences every day. True, Randy said. And the ones that succeed have compelling characters. The ones that have wooden puppets beating over the head with a plot tend to suck. Randy looked at the room and shook his head. He looked over at me, and I gave him a knowing smirk. They're not primes, I said, but they've been exposed long enough. Dumb it down. Randy sighed. Okay, show of hands. Who watched Game of Thrones on HBO? Everyone raised a hand. Really? I asked Morikesh. I may be undead, but incest and dragons? Yes, please. Okay, great. Now, who read all the books? Randy asked. Only Wraith Knight and Evie kept their hands up. I looked at my daughter, who shrugged. What Maury said, incest and dragons. I sighed, thinking of what her therapy bills will cost me. Really? No one else read them? Wraith Knight asked. They're so good, so deep, so long, Mist said with an exasperated groan. So many side plots that don't matter. It's an epic, Wraith Knight said.
And it epically sucks ass, Mist said. That's why the show was so much better. Wraith Knight positively vibrated with rage, as if the voices of a billion nerds suddenly cried out in horror. Okay, moving on, Randy said, pulling the topic back on point. As we all know, the show ran out of source material and had only bullet points to get to an ending that the entire multiverse agreed was lackluster, we'll just call it. As such, from the Battle of the Bastards onwards, the characters no longer created the story. The story was the story, and the characters we grew to love simply repeated catchphrases and limped along to a familiar tune while being protected by the thickest of plot armor. Sadly, it became just another genre show, bereft of the complexity of its characters. And that is the difference I'm talking about. You may have the greatest world, but if you don't let your characters be characters, then you're just masturbating onto paper. So you want us to find complex characters? Lydia said. Yes and no, Randy said. If the Titan wants Jackson to coach villains, then we need a villain worth our time, and time is the factor. We only have a few days, I said, so that means certain villains are immediately disqualified. Exactly, Randy said. The Dark Lords, supernatural horrors, monstrous beasts, AI tech machines, forces of nature, and the like are of no benefit. What about the aspiring minion, the dangerous beauty or dark reflection-style villains? Lydia asked. Possible candidates, Randy said, but again, those take time to foster, time we don't have. Criminal masterminds or the Disturbed, Morikesh offered. No and no, Randy said. Jackson is already dealing with one in real life, and I don't want his performance to be clouded. Hey, I said, I'm a professional. How are those orphans doing? Randy asked. I shrugged. Touché. And as for the Disturbed-style character, I would highly advise against it, Randy said. Current social climate the way it is, characters with complex mental issues being spotlighted as villains is guaranteed to get you in hot water with some activist group. So what's left? Mist asked. The bully, the authority figure. I don't see Jackson fitting into a John Hughes-style setting. No, I said. By process of elimination, Randy has singled out the ideal style of villain that is perfect, in both quality and our timetable. The traitor. Randy nodded. Just what I was thinking. So with the style of villain you're looking to coach in mind, now you look for a setting that gets you the most bang for your buck. I looked at my nephew with new eyes. How far we've come, I said. To think it really wasn't all that long ago we were at one another's throats. We still are, Uncle, in our own ways, Randy said, but I clearly needed time to learn, so as much as it sickens me to say, thank you. You're welcome, I said, not even bothering to hide my self-satisfied smile. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry about your subdimension. It sucks to lose everything. Yeah, about that, Randy said. What? You did lose everything, didn't you? Nearly everything, Randy said. One thing I saved for a surprise. What? I asked, then immediately began to grind my teeth. Oh, you asshole. The soul-binding contract says I can't knowingly do anything that would harm you, your family, or your business, Randy said. But nothing says I can't annoy the ever-living shit out of you. Julie, said my sister Paige as she burst in through the doors to my office. I just got done setting up my bedroom the way I like. Thanks for letting us live here while we sort all this dimension stuff out. I fucking hate you, I said to Randy. I know, Uncle. I know. Chapter 21, where the story structure shifts, aliens have invaded, and we meet a traitor. The dark angular four-person shuttlecraft was a wraith against the nighttime sky. Swooping in low, the shuttle skimmed just over the tree line of snow-covered pines. Banking hard, the craft decelerated, then hovered over a remote clearing illuminated by the full moon. Dr. Kevin Grant glanced out the viewport window, looking for any signs of anyone approaching. Satisfied that he had not been followed, Grant toggled several switches, initiating the landing sequence. The autopilot system scanned the frozen ground, then extended the ship's docking struts. A few moments later, the shuttle came to a full stop. Claudia? Dr. Grant said to the ship's AI while finalizing the landing.
"Yes, Dr. Grant," Claudia replied. "Maintain low power mode, but keep the engine cells primed. If this meeting ends prematurely, I want an immediate means of egress." "Understood, Dr. Grant." "And the flight plan?" Grant asked, checking the flight logs on the display. "The altered navigational route has been logged, and the false telemetry is being relayed back to Spartan Base. No one knows you're here." "Excellent," Dr. Grant said, nodding. "And have you had any trouble masking your alterations with the central computer back at base?" "No, Dr. Grant, your work was exceptional," Claudia said, then paused a moment. "Dr. Grant?" "Yes?" "You're doing the right thing," Claudia said. "I know," Grant said. "Open the hatch, please." "Of course, Dr. Grant. Good luck." With a hiss, the shuttlecraft's rear passenger hatch opened, and the boarding ramp extended. Arctic wind blew back what little there was of Grant's thinning, neatly cut hair. Affixing the clasps of his thick parka, Grant put on his goggles over his tortoiseshell glasses, pulled the fur-trimmed hood over his head, and walked out into the cold Alaskan air. Stepping off the ramp and onto the snowy ground, he was oddly reminded of Mars. Not the weather, of course, but the silence, the blissful sound of nothingness. 12 short years earlier, he had first stepped foot on that raw, untamed planet, but Grant still remembered the absence of sound as if it were only yesterday. That red wasteland and its serene silence had been a promise of potential. With his terraforming engines, he would transform Mars into another Earth, one ready to be the salvation of the human race. And then a grateful world would fall to their collective knees and thank Dr. Kevin Grant for saving their lives. But that foolish dream had been before the construction team found the ruins on the Red Planet. In that discovery, not only had the irony of mankind's life on Mars been revealed, but also the answer to whether or not they were alone in the universe. Powering up the ancient Martian technology was meant to be a moment of scientific discovery. Instead, it had been a beacon, a light in the darkness of space. And when the Cabal answered the call, mankind and the Earth had been forever changed. For over a decade, the Earth Defense Force fought the alien invaders. But Dr. Grant refused to be a casualty. Pulling a scanner from his coat pocket, Grant checked the signal. It was weak, but there. He tapped his goggles and activated the next-generation graphene lenses, magnifying the ambient light and illuminating the darkness. Following the signal, Grant walked into the silent forest, leaving behind only his footprints, which were swiftly covered by the wind and falling snow. After nearly a mile of walking, the scanner began to emit a low tone, letting him know he was close. But he didn't need the scanner for that. The smell gave away the fact that he wasn't alone. The scent wasn't good or bad. It was what it was. Alien. From his right, deep within the trees, Grant sensed something large shift. "Did you come alone?" A deep synthesized voice asked in slurred English. "Yes," Grant said, "as instructed." Snow shifted and fell as pine needles parted. A long, segmented insectoid leg stepped onto the path, followed by another, and another, and another. Grant looked up at the near 7-foot creature. Of all the Cabal, Grant disliked the warriors of the Kryn Dominion the most. It wasn't because the 4-armed, 4-legged creatures with their thick armored chitin resembled a man-spider hybrid. Basing an emotional reaction on outward aesthetics was the sign of an inferior mind. No, he disliked the Cabal's muscle because they were just that. Muscle. They were a caste of warriors that dominated their smarter yet weaker evolutionary cousins, the Ottawan, into doing all the heavy mental lifting. With what he knew about Kryn and Ottawan history, Grant could have done an entire dissertation on the sociological parallels between the aliens and mankind. Even across planets, the physically gifted still subjugated the mentally superior. But it was his experience that the superiors always found a way to win. "Well, are you going to lead the way?" Grant asked. The Kryn soldier narrowed his 4 eyes at Grant, while his mandibles twitched in agitation. It said something in its native tongue, while the translator it wore on its battle armor said, "Follow." Grant did as instructed and followed the large alien deeper into the woods. After a few minutes, Grant could make out a light. Deactivating the night vision, Grant saw several other aliens of the Cabal standing by one of their own small armored gunships. 3 more Kryn soldiers stood watch, holding their heavy rifles at the ready. 2 Ottawan busied themselves by checking various equipment at their site. The human-like aliens were shorter than the average woman, but with a thicker bone structure, antennae, and 3 wide-set white eyes. Both of the hairless aliens had cybernetic tech implanted in their bodies. One was a dappled coastal blue, while the other had skin markings of red and orange. He was likely from a more tropical climate. But it wasn't the engineering branch of the Cabal that had Grant's attention. It was the mind. The Vaal hovered there, held aloft by the psychokinetic energy all of its kind were able to produce. Tall and lean, with a large angular head, the powerful psychic alien stared at Grant with its softball-sized black eyes. Despite having no mouth or nose, only the blue-gray skin of its people, Grant heard the alien clearly. "Your information was accurate, human," the Vaal communicated mentally. "Was it ever in doubt?" Grant asked. The Vaal's head tilted to one side while his robes fluttered in the cold night air. "It has been our experience that the subjugated are often unreliable, especially in matters of betrayal." Grant shook his head. Even an advanced mind like the Vaal considered what he did as betrayal. They didn't see it for what it was: survival. All his work, whether it was the Mars expedition or the acts he committed now, Grant had done to ensure that mankind would survive. Yet the Earth Defense Forces kept throwing resistance fighters over and over at the inevitable, and to the world-conquering aliens, humans were simply another species to dominate. Grant looked up at the floating alien. "You see my value, then. I can give you more locations to strike. When their supply lines end and the Allies abandon them, the EDF will falter, and then nothing will stand in your way." "If only more of your kind were willing to submit," the Vaal said. "It isn't submission," Grant hissed. "It's our evolution." The Vaal considered him for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, here's your reward for loyalty." The two Ottawan carried over a stasis chest, set it on the ground, and backed away. Grant touched the side of the chest. The lid slid open with a hiss, and inside he saw the tech components required to finish several of his projects. A next-generation desalinator, able to turn massive volumes of seawater into drinking water. A soil enrichment injector to nearly triple crop yield and vitamin load. A deep genetic scanner able to identify and correct potential defects while reducing infant mortality. Yes, this was all perfect. The Vaal extended a long three-fingered hand, and the other members of the Cabal began packing up their armored gunship and preparing for departure. "Can you assist me with this?" Grant asked. "It's too heavy for me to carry back to my shuttle." "Then I suggest you evolve," the Vaal said. Chapter 22. Where Dr. Grant needs exercise, Earth's most gullible heroes are introduced, and three saviors sling some thick bullshit. Finally reaching the clearing, Dr. Kevin Grant dropped the poles of the makeshift litter hauling the stasis trunk and then collapsed in the snow. Huffing, he lay there while the muscles in his thighs and lower back burned in agony. "I hate physical labor," Grant panted. "Maybe if you spent more time conditioning your body instead of plotting betrayal, you wouldn't be so out of shape," a familiar, strong, feminine voice said from behind him. Rolling over, he looked up to see a tall woman with long, honey-brown hair. Lieutenant Alyssa Hayes rested her hand on her sidearm, which was still in its maglock holster. With the tactical response suit she wore under her parka, she could have the weapon drawn and ready in the blink of an eye. Grant nearly sighed. The enhancement suit was a system that he had designed years earlier for human laborers in higher gravity environments. And, of course, the militant arm of the EDF had co-opted his work and turned it into a weapon. A soldier enhancement system. Leave it to the military to see everything as a potential weapon. "Lieutenant Hayes," Grant said, getting to his feet. "Once again, I see you've missed the point completely. Perhaps you should spend more time sharpening your mind instead of polishing your gun." "Your problem, Kevin," she said, ignoring his honorific, "is that you're not as smart as you think you are." "My dear, we all know that I am that smart." "That you are, Doc," a new voice said with a slight southern drawl. Grant looked over to see a man in the shadow of his shuttle. One leg propped up, the figure took a moment to spark his lighter and took a puff from a narrow hand-rolled cigar. The brief flash of light was all Grant needed to see the brown leather bomber jacket, the shock of dirty blonde hair, and the cocksure smile of Captain Rick Yeager. Grant looked at Hayes and shook his head. "I should have known. The dog's leash isn't that far from its master's hand." Yeager stepped out into the light of the moon. A hair over 6.5 feet tall, the blond man with a rugged square jaw stared back at Grant with cold blue eyes. "But you see, Doc, there are other smart folk in the resistance movement, and those folks aren't as arrogant as you. They don't have— what's the word, Alyssa?" "Hubris," Hayes offered. "Hubris," Yeager said, snapping his fingers. "Just the right word, darling, and these smart people know that by themselves they're not as strong as they are when working together, and when they do, well, seems they can accomplish a lot, like spotting a fake flight plan or tracking a stealth shuttle." Grant narrowed his eyes but said nothing. "So, Doc, what'd you get?" Yeager asked, tapping the stasis chest with the toe of his boot. "More of your science projects? All that recovered Mars tech wasn't enough to keep you happy, Was all this junk worth selling out your own kind?" "Answer him," Hayes demanded. Grant opened his mouth, but then closed it. It was the only way to keep the laughter contained. The situation wasn't funny, far from it, but when frustration reached certain peak levels, laughter seemed to be the only biological response. Once again, brutish Luddites incapable of seeing anything beyond the immediate dared to question his mind. This scenario was the perfect vignette illustrating the cyclic nature of his being. He saw what needed to be done, and lesser minds were incapable of keeping up. And true to evolutionary theories, the slower members of the herd always tried to claw and hold back the faster, for that was the nature of the inferior. "Nothing to say, Doc?" Yeager asked. "What's to say?" said Grant. "To you, I'm already guilty. Let me guess, you have a squad of your hitmen nearby to execute me?" "Well, that is what we do with traitors," Yeager said. Grant sighed, then shook his head. "You're all going to die without me. Or maybe we'll actually have a fighting chance without you," Yeager said, drawing his sidearm while Hayes drew hers. "Stow those weapons and stand down, Captain Yeager." A voice boomed from the darkness. "Now." Grant was surprised to see a man with Middle Eastern features stepping from the darkness into the clearing. He wore an expensive-looking business suit under his parka, and was flanked by a woman with mouse-brown hair holding a long-barrel sniper rifle, and a huge, thickly built black man in combat armor who was taller than Yeager. "Who the hell are you?" Hayes asked. "Someone who's an ass-hair away from giving the kill order," said the man in the suit. "You think we're alone out here?" Yeager asked. "You mean that squad of inept troopers you had posted up out that way?" the woman with the sniper rifle asked, thumbing over her shoulder. "Yes," Yeager said, exchanging looks with Hayes. The tall black man tossed a handful of dog tags into the snow. "Then you're alone out here." "What did you do to my men?" Yeager said, drawing his own sidearm and aiming the weapon at the newcomers. "We taught them a lesson about how real resistance fighters operate," the sniper woman said, leveling her rifle at Yeager. "But they're alive. Now quit waving your little dick around, or else those troops are going to need a new captain." Grant had no idea who these people were, but at that moment he wanted to shake their hands. Yeager scowled at the woman, but lowered his gun. "I don't know who you are, but—" The man in the suit reached into his inner pocket and pulled out a leather wallet and opened it. "Colonel Jackson Blackwell, Sector Sigma. This is Lieutenant Colonel Barrow and First Lieutenant Dench." "What the hell is Sector Sigma?" Yeager asked. "Believe it or not, there are covert cells of the EDF out there, and we're the ones who pull the jobs that make real differences in this conflict," said the man in the suit, this Colonel Blackwell. "So shut your West Virginia coal mining hillbilly mouth, put your guns away, and release our operative. Captain." "Operative?" "I'm from Virginia," Yeager said. "Like there's a difference," said the sniper woman, Lieutenant Colonel Barrow. "Dr. Grant," Colonel Blackwell said as he looked at the stasis trunk. "I see your mission was a success. Congratulations." "Thank you?" "Don't be modest, Dr. Grant," Lieutenant Dench said. "We don't know many people willing to go undercover." "Undercover?" Yeager said. "Grant?" "What, did you honestly think that the man who's worked tirelessly to save us all was a traitor?" Colonel Blackwell asked. "I'd heard you were dense, Yeager, but if you think that man is a traitor, then you, Captain, are a special kind of stupid." "Oh, fuck this," Hayes said, hauling back her fist to swing on Colonel Blackwell. The strange man in the business suit had his own weapon drawn and aimed faster than Grant could have believed. And from how Hayes froze, her eyes wide in shock, it was clear she couldn't believe it either. "Lieutenant," Hayes, is it?" Colonel Blackwell asked. "I've heard you're good. I'm better. Stand down. The Resistance needs as many good people as they can get. It would be a shame if I had to terminate a top soldier over a misunderstanding. But please understand that I do have that authority." "It's like I said," Yeager said. "We've never heard of you." "We wouldn't be much of a shadow group if you had," Lieutenant Colonel Barrow said. "If Captain Yeager were to check with General Gloval, I'm sure he would explain it to you," Lieutenant Dench said, then added, using small words, of course. "Excuse me, Lieutenant," Yeager said, his anger rising. "I'm your superior officer." "Just a higher-ranking one," Lieutenant Dench said with a smile. "And I am yours, Captain," Colonel Blackwell said. "So walk away. That's an order." "We're not through, Grant," Yeager said, then gestured for Hayes to follow. "Come on, Alyssa, we'll get to the bottom of this." "What about Grant?" she protested. "We got his scent now," Yeager said, "and like my pappy's bloodhounds, we'll find him if this is all one big pile of bullshit. Ain't nowhere on earth he can hide." With that, Grant watched Yeager and Hayes leave the clearing. When he was sure they were alone, he turned back to the agents. Who the hell are you?" "Your salvation, Doctor," Colonel Blackwell said, "provided you're willing to listen to my counsel." Chapter 23, where I dismiss the scenery, ponder potential sexist memes, and get my team ready for disappointment. I picked up some piece of tech and turned the oddly shaped, softball-sized piece of metal over in my hands, trying to figure out what it did. "What do you all think this is?" I asked. "Maybe some sort of time-traveling vibrator's flux capacitor?" I smiled, amused with my own brand of humor. But when no one laughed with me, I sighed and tossed it over my shoulder, where it landed on Grant's work table with a thud and clang. "Come on, people, it's not that impressive," I said to Liddy and Wraithknight, who stared out the transparent aluminum window. You're kidding, right, boss?" Wraithknight said, looking back at me while thumbing over his shoulder. "This is frickin' beautiful." Sure, the wide window allowed the viewer to behold the vastness of space. Yes, the blazing bright beams of starlight were a wonder, and yes, our home planet Earth was like a sapphire of hope glowing in the dark. But was there a decent coffee-maker in this orbital space station? No, there wasn't, so screw this place. If you recall, WK, I had a moon base back in the comic universe. "Yeah, but that's kind of impractical," Wraithknight said. "It works in comics, sure, but this universe's setting runs under Prime Universe rules, so it takes like 3 days to fly to the moon. An orbiting personal space station is way cooler." "I like you less now," I said flatly, and I didn't think that was possible. "You're being a bit of a dick, husband," Lydia said. "Are you nervous? You get dickish when you're nervous." "I'm never nervous," I said, absently reaching for my smokes. "Uh-huh," she said. "Fine, maybe a little," I admitted. "The setting is right, the villain is right, and I've done this hundreds of times. It's just that in this case, if you screw the pooch, we're all boned?" Wraithknight asked. I narrowed my eyes at him, then lit my smoke. "Far, far less." "Come on, boss, you got this." "I don't need your affirmation," I said. Lydia put her arm around me. "But you do need mine, and you do have this." At my wife's touch, I relaxed a little. What is it they say? Behind every great man is a great woman. Horse shit, of course. Drivel from the 1940s that has been spun into a plethora of sexist slogans. Naturally, I love that my wife supports me as I support her in whatever it is she does, but as a great man, I take umbrage at notions like this. Lesser people trying to steal credit from the great is the equivalent of those sucker eels that hang on to great white sharks. Repulsive star-fucking at its core. But, back to the point, I obviously get the concept. Likely a wife, mother, sister, aunt, or daughter helped encourage and support said great man. But that's discounting husbands, fathers, brothers, uncles, or sons who did the same. And by that logic, we have to assume that behind every great woman was a great man. Plus, all this male-female way of thinking is incredibly binary and exclusive of people who don't fall into gender norms. As such, it would be a more accurate statement to simply say, no one great achieved greatness on their own. But again, I greatly dislike weaker minds and wills trying to take credit from their betters. So, speaking as one of the greats, it should really be this. Behind every great person is someone who came in second place. Gods above and below, I love being a villain. So what's the play, boss? Wraith Knight asked, bringing me out of my musings. I said. Dr. Grant, Wraith Knight said. He's going to come back in here after checking our credentials and find out that we're full of shit. So what happens then? Who said our credentials wouldn't check out? I said with a sly grin. I personally spoke to Polyphony Guilt, the goddess who runs this universe, and we have permission to be here. No, I emailed her, Sophia said over my earpiece, and she begrudgingly allowed us to come here provided you adhere to the rules she set forth. No magic, no unlawful killing, and no altering her narrative. She was strict on that. When we searched for someone who was betraying his or her own people, she gave us Dr. Grant, and that is who we agreed to focus on. She also attached a cease and desist letter concerning a Robotech fanfiction, Evie added. What's Robotech? I weep for the youth of today. I shook my head and turned back to Wraith Knight. Not to mention we have a crack team right now planting the digital evidence concerning Sector Sigma. How do you spell surreptitious? I heard Morikesh say over the comm. Just spell it the best you can, Randy said, frustration in his voice. Then right-click the red squiggle and see if the right word pops up. Let's see. Syrup, scrumptious, superstitious, propitious? What the hell is propitious? Something we're not going to be if you can't figure out basic word functionality, Randy sniped. Does anyone want dinner? I heard Paige say in the background. I can nuke some Hot Pockets or something. Yep, I sighed. A crack team. You know we can hear everything, right? Lydia said, tapping her own earpiece. I nodded. Sadly, yes. Why do it this way at all? Wraith Knight asked. Why not just do what you normally do? Bring them back to my office? Let them know about the multiverse? I asked. Wraith Knight shook his head. Well, yeah. I started to say, mulling it over. I think that I need to go old school in this approach. What do you mean? Lydia asked. How did you used to do it? I pondered that a moment, collecting my thoughts. I looked out the transparent aluminum window into dark, wonderful mystery of space. It really was beautiful. I was going to miss this. If I failed, that is. Way back when I first started counseling villains, I never told them about me. The real me, I said. As far as my clients knew, I was a product of their world, a mysterious benefactor, a dark icon, if you will. A dark icon? Lydia chuckled. Laying it on a little thick there, sir, Sophia said. Way I remember it, you were more like that creepy guy shortly after the Matrix came, the one in the black trench coat at parties, but, still wore the coat after the movies were out, like too long after. Please tell me you have pictures, Lydia said. Oh, are you talking about Julie's emo phase? Paige asked. I have tons of pics back home. I'm starting to see your value, Lydia said. First, fuck all of you, I said. Second, I didn't tell my old clients about the real world because it often blew their tiny minds. Metaphorically, I hope, Wraith Knight said with a slight chuckle. I shook my head. Nope, literally. Like scanners? Wraith Knight asked, while miming an exploding head with his hands. I nodded. Oh, you should have seen it, Sophia said. Because he was new, Jackson was the godly equivalent of an awkward teenage boy having sex for the first time, not really knowing what goes where, how much or how little to thrust. Then he'd kinda blow his load? So a one-pump-chump kind of new godling? Lydia asked. Exactly, Sophia said with giddy excitement. As soon as he exposed mundanes to the divine and a greater reality, Jackson put too much essence into awakening their minds, and pop! Heh, good time. Although the dry cleaning bills were outrageous. Thank you for that trip down memory lane, Sophia, I said. Next time we're back at the office, I'll show everyone the photos of your trucker hat and Ugg boots phase."
"You said you deleted those,"
Sophia hissed. "I lied," I said. "But back to the point, I don't think someone like Dr. Grant needs to know about the multiverse. As soon as he's aware of it, he'll give up on this universe, and we need him here performing as a villain instructed by me. So I think it's best we keep it simple."
"This is about what Frau Kinderfresser said, isn't it, sir?"
Sophia asked.
"That if your clients were aware of what's really out there, they may want more than what you're providing."
I sighed and nodded. "Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Damn it."
"Plus, you can't," Evie said. "Uncle Yali said no new soul-binding contracts while you're under review, so you literally can't show him the multiverse."
"Thanks for not letting Daddy save face, sweetie," I said.
"Anytime, Daddy."
"It's okay," Lydia said. "If we have to go old school, then we go old school. We've all been voluntarily attending the acting classes, and we'll see it through. We can do this." "Those are mandatory classes," I said, narrowing my eyes at Lydia. "And you're being overly supportive, like above and beyond. I don't like it." Lydia sighed.
"Well, of course I am. You think I want to go back to living like a fantasy realm peasant? I've gotten a taste for the finer things, and no sucker-punching hussy in a white power suit is taking that from me."
I smiled. "That's honesty I can appreciate. Okay, when the doc gets in here, it's showtime, people. Remember, say nothing of the multiverse, stick to your assigned characters, and follow my lead. If you get stuck, just say, 'What do you think, Colonel?' and I'll take it from there. Got it?" Lydia and Wraith-Knight both nodded. "Great." There was a loud clicking sound, almost like an intercom being turned on. Ah, crap. You know I have that room wired for sound, right?" Dr. Grant asked over the speakers. "I heard everything you said." Chapter 24. Where comfort and coffee are correlated, a retcon is narrowly avoided, and Wraith-Knight finds his big boy pair. I did my best to lean back in the semi-circular booth-style seat. It was clear that a practical man like Dr. Kevin Grant did not consider things like comfort when he designed his space station, likely believing that such things distracted and weakened the mind. The floating laboratory/research center was impressive, no matter how much I tried to pretend it wasn't. But the confined utilitarian nature of the galley suggested that he rarely, if ever, planned on having company. I would much rather have had this discussion in the larger open bay of his lab, but apparently this was the only place to get a decent cup of coffee. Resigning myself to poor lumbar support, I put on a fake smile when he handed me a mug. "Thank you," I said, blowing on the coffee before taking a sip. "So let me see if I have this straight," Grant said, setting his own mug on the oblong table and taking a seat across from me while looking at the business card I'd given him. "You're a god, but not from this universe?" "Correct," I said, wincing at the bitter taste of the black coffee. Seriously, why do people pretend they like it this way? To prove something? Might as well boast about wiping their nether regions with 80-grit sandpaper. I lease a pocket dimension from a titan, and I use it to run my business as a villain advisor. "And all of you are from different dimensions?" he asked, turning to each of us in kind. Lydia leaned against the sink, peeling and eating an orange, while Wraith-Knight stood a few feet away from me with his large arms folded across his chest. "Yup," I said. "Each one of us is from a different plane of reality." "So all the theories, bubble universe, infinite universe, parallel universe, daughter universe, all true," I said with a quick swipe of my hand, trying to get the topic back on track. "Wow," Grant said, the weight of scientific realizations settling in and causing him to be slightly awestruck. "And you need me to act as a double agent for both the Cabal and the EDF, or else this Titan is going to evict you from your dimension?" I nodded. "Yes." "And what's the difference between a god and a Titan?" "Is now really a time for an exposition dump?" Lydia asked, using a dish towel to wipe the juices from her hand. "Please indulge me," Grant asked. I need to understand." "Fine," I said, reaching into my coat's inner pocket for my cigarettes. Once I pulled them out, Grant shot me a look. We're on a space station, breathing recycled air. If you want to hear all this, then shut up, I said, lighting the smoke and snapping the lighter shut. Okay, here's the quick and dirty. For the majority of the universes and realms, there is a god or goddess that runs it. In some of the larger or more popular universes, there's a pantheon. Smaller universes are monitored by caretaker beings. Regardless, these powerful beings maintain the cosmic balance and narrative of their respective charges. Narrative? Grant asked. Think of them, each realm of the multiverse, as one big story being told. The gods are the directors and set designers, while the mortals play their parts. That's so very infantilizing. You're telling me, I said. And these titans? Grant prodded. Yes, I'm getting to them, I said, taking a pull off my smoke. While the gods are bound to a particular universe under their control, the titans are not. They don't do one thing. They're responsible for multiple facets of cosmic karma and— Wait, Liddy interrupted. I thought we established in the last audiobook that there were 5 races across the multiverse. Yeah, Wraith Knight added. The whole 5th tongue storyline, the gods, mortals, celestials, infernals, and jinn. Audiobook? Grant asked. What audiobook? First, that was a training program Lydia wrote, so it's not canon, I said, ignoring Grant. Second, the multiverse is too vast to whittle down to just 5 races. I don't know, Wraith Knight said. Sounds like some grade A retcon crap. Fans aren't gonna like it. Oh, fuck the fans, I said. As long as I act smarmy and humorously condescending while telling butthole jokes, they keep coming back. He's not wrong, Lydia put in. Thank you, dear, but for the sake of narrative continuity, let's officially classify the Titans as an entirely separate but similar type of powerful being, cousins to the gods. I looked at Wraith Knight, my nerd consigliere, who shrugged. It's weak but serviceable. Great, I said. So like I was saying, Titans aren't tied to one universe. Their essence, their souls, span many realms, and it's from this expansion of their souls that they draw power on a scale larger than the gods. Can one of us become a Titan? Oh, no, I said. A Titan has to be born from a void-like place of being, while their essence simultaneously spans the multiverse. Then what is their function? Grant asked. All things in the cosmos have a function. I wasn't sure if that were true. My sister damn sure didn't have a function. But a scientist like Grant can't accept a thing if the numbers don't add up. If the gods direct their stories, then the Titans serve not only as the themes from which the gods draw inspiration, but also as the owners of the theaters, their trans-dimensional influence. I see, Grant said. So to summarize, if you use me to document yourself as being a villain advisor to this Titan who owns your lease, then you won't be expunged from your universe and cast back into the role of a mortal. Exactly, I said. So I was thinking that if we use you to— What's in it for me? Grant asked, cutting me off. Excuse me? I said. Well, it appears you need me. Badly, I might add. As such, what do I get out of this? Grant held up his hand. Please, sir, don't. I didn't get to where I am and achieved all that I have by not being able to see beyond the obvious. You're rushing all of this, which means that you're likely running out of time. As such, this brings us to a case of quid pro quo, Mr. Blackwell. What do I get out of this arrangement? I told you, I said, keeping my anger in check. You get to act as a double agent, currying favor from both the EDF and the Cabal. I was going to do that anyway, Grant said. You were, I stressed, right up until Jaeger caught you. You're alive because of me. And for that I thank you, Dr. Grant said, taking off his glasses and cleaning them on his shirt. Satisfied with his job, he put them back on his face. But let us not kid ourselves, Mr. Blackwell. You did not save me out of a sense of altruism, if such a thing exists, but rather out of obligation. As I previously stated, and you've confirmed, you need me. I don't, in fact, need you. So what is it you're offering me? That ungrateful, self-centered, arrogant— I started to think, but then stopped myself and added, villain. Of course he would act that way. He was cast in the role of a villain, and compelling villains make you hate them. I should know. But before I could respond, it was Wraith Knight who sprung into action. My big minion crossed the space between them, hauled Grant out of the booth by his throat, and slammed the scientist so hard against the bulkhead, the man's newly cleaned glasses fell off his face. "Listen here, you condescending fuck monkey," Wraith Knight boomed. Fuck monkey? Jackson is offering you the chance to be more than your pretentious mind could possibly understand. I was a small-time crook before I met Jackson. Now, I've been across countless realities. I understand science in a way you can only hope to achieve, and I've accomplished all this because I knew when to shut the fuck up and listen. Pretty sure you were also molested by a talking bear, Lydia said under her breath. Now, if you play nice and do what you're told, then I'm willing to bet Jackson will show you a wider universe, give you knowledge you could never achieve without him. So what's it going to be, Doc? You have 10 seconds to release Dr. Grant, a synthesized voice said over the station's comm system, or else I will terminate you. That's Claudia, Grant wheezed. My AI, she's protective. Rectangular panels in the ceiling retracted to reveal small auto-tracking turrets accentuating the point. You have 5 seconds, Claudia said. Can you save a crushed windpipe, Claudia? Wraith Knight asked. Doctor, Claudia said. Stand down, Claudia, Grant said. As you wish, Dr. Grant. Color me impressed. I looked at Lydia, whose face read that she, too, saw old Wendell in a new light. Not bad, WK, not bad, I said honestly. Thanks, boss. But I believe you can let the good doctor go. We are here to support him in his endeavors, not to hurt him. After all, he is right. We do need him, which is why I'm willing to share technology with him from across the multiverse, insights into alien cultures. I'll even throw in the occasional trip to any genre he wishes. This could be the start of something special, provided he's willing to play ball. Wraith Knight nodded and dropped Grant unceremoniously to the deck. The older man coughed a little while rubbing at his throat. So, do you accept, Doctor? I asked, then felt a vibration in my pocket. Yes, Grant said. I do. So, what is it you need me to do exactly? I looked at my phone, reading, then rereading the text message I had received. So, Doctor, I assume this station has emergency evacuation pods of some kind, preferably stealth-based technology, not those crap ones in Star Wars. Yes, he said. But why? My shuttle is in the docking bay. And how long would that take to get ready? A few minutes. Why? Precision, Doctor, please, I said. 2 minutes, 5. With Claudia's help, we could be up in approximately 6.5 minutes. And the weapons systems on that shuttle? Almost none, Grant said. It's a retrofitted research vessel with minimal armaments. I'm a scientist, not a savage. Then we need to get to the escape pods, I said, stashing my phone and gesturing for Lydia and Wraith Knight to follow. Why? Grant asked for a second time. Because a Cabal warship is on a direct course for your secret station, and the weapon systems on said warship are very active. Claudia, can you confirm? Yes, Dr. Grant, Claudia said. Long-range sensors have just picked up a Cabal warship on an intercept course for this station. Estimated time to arrival is 4 minutes. Oh, shit, Grant swore. Claudia, initiate Lost Treasure Protocol authorization Grant Gamma 21771. Affirmative, Dr. Grant. Follow me, Grant said to us, then ran down a corridor to the escape pods. Chapter 25. Where I don't waste time, badmouth aliens, and let my feelings about the 15th state be known. So the way I see it, you should continue as you are, but work it from both angles, not just one, meaning get the Cabal to give you intel on their seemingly strategic locations for the EDF to hit, I said, pondering the avenues of possibilities. Naturally, you'll seem like a hero to the Resistance, and from this newfound level of acceptance you'll be able to gain more information which you'll pass back to the Cabal, currying more favor with them. Play your cards right and the cycle can continue for as long as you wish. Now, Let's talk acting and charisma lessons, as you are clearly in need of both." "Really?" Grant said. "You want to do this now?" "What?" I said, holding my hands up in frustration. "We have time to kill." "But," was all Grant could say while gesturing around us. I looked out the window of the escape pod. Sure, there was a fire-like particle effect as the escape pod punched a hole through the Earth's upper atmosphere, and yes, the capsule was vibrating like a $20 lap dancer with Parkinson's, but not wasting valuable time is one of the keys to success. Well, that and being born privileged, by which I mean wealthy. Let all the self-loathing, sanctimonious white people on the internet talk about various systems of oppression. Travel the world a little, especially to places where the melanin content is homogeneous, and it becomes very clear very quickly that money has always been and will always be what truly separates people. Oh, and gated communities. Man, I can't say enough good things about how a good old-fashioned electrified gate keeps the poor away. If you're interested, I have a gate guy. With enough juice, the shock not only deters those subhuman sub-850 credit score Morlocks, but also burns off most of their stink. But only mostly. Oh, and FYI, make sure the fence is off when the Girl Scouts are trying to sell you their cookies. For one, sizzling thin mint isn't all that appealing. But neither are the constant stream of lawyers threatening litigation because Little Ms. Badge and Sash can't be bothered to read the goddamn high-voltage sign. Future world leaders, my tan ass. But back to the matter at hand. I looked at Grant with all seriousness. Yes, now, you weren't wrong. I am on a bit of a timetable here, so I need to make every second count. But, whatever, fine, Grant said in resignation. You were saying? That's another thing. Drop the attitude. Pardon me? You want to make it as a successful villain, you better learn to be less of a douche nozzle. Sure, plenty of villains are complete tools. But you don't have that option. Like the good girl gone bad on prom night, you have to be amicable yet slippery. What? But I'm not a villain, Grant stammered. Most people don't see themselves that way. I get it. Hero of your own story is nothing new to our kind. But you betrayed members of the EDF to the Cabal for tech, I said, correcting him. I was doing it for my research, Grant snapped. If mankind is going to survive, then we must be of value to the Cabal, just like our Martian ancestors. I smiled. Exactly what I said. The hero of their own— Wait. What in the what now? Our ancestors, Grant said. The Anaxos, or as we called them, Martians. Uh-huh. That's my bad, sir, Sophia said into my earpiece. We missed a few key facts during our hurried research. You don't say. But to be fair, this was a slapdash job, Sophia said. Anywho, yeah, this universe has some weird origin stories. During Earth's colonization of Mars, my research team discovered ancient ruins belonging to the Anaxos. We discovered that they were the fourth and most powerful members of the Cabal. Their technological advancements brought peace and prosperity to the galaxy. But they've all, ever jealous, sought to destroy the Anaxos and claim their technology for their own. The Anaxos fled to a remote solar system to live in solitude and peace. But when their world began to die, they seeded the nearest planet with their DNA. In mankind's DNA exists the potential to— Shut up, I said, holding up my hand. Just shut up. I tapped my earpiece. Sophia, patch me through to Polyphony Guilt, now. You got it, sir, Sophia said. Cancel that call, Sophia, I heard Randy say over the line. Excuse me? Sophia said. Jackson is still the god here, not you. And if he wants to keep it that way for however long he has left, you won't connect that call, Randy countered. Uncle, listen, Polyphony's doing us a favor by allowing you all to be there. Have you been listening to this garbage? I asked, reaching for my cigarettes. Grant raised an eyebrow, but I lit one up anyway. Look, I get the progenitor alien trope, and I'm fine with it. Seems like every third sci-fi story uses it, so it's ubiquitous now. I even like the bit about the Martians splintering off from the rest of the Cabal and settling on a backwater solar system. But when everything went to shit, this spacefaring advanced race seeded the next planet over. What the crap is that? Well, Grant began while waving the smoke from his face. "It's my belief that the Martians—" "Stop talking," I said in a firm tone. "This is for both of you. If you have a race of creatures capable of interstellar travel, then you have to deal with that. They could have gone to another solar system or built a Dyson sphere. So why did they give up and die while seeding another planet with their genetic material, As I was saying," Grant said, "the Anaxos— if you say they couldn't flee Mars because they destroyed their spaceships and decided to live a simpler life, I'll kick you out of this pod myself." Grant sat back, silent. "Yeah, I thought so," I said, sighing. "Fine, cancel the call, but polyphony's a hack of the highest order." "Yes, Uncle," Randy said. "I'll note it in your captain's log." "I don't have a—" Before I could finish my sentence, the escape pod's thrusters suddenly kicked in, slowing our descent as we impacted the ground hard. A moment later, the hatch opened and warm, midday sunlight poured in. I could see a lush green field outside, and I smelled an untouched, earthy aroma. I unbuckled myself, hopped out, and landed on the grass. About 20 yards away, the second escape pod containing Lydia and Wraith Knight thudded into the ground. Looking up, I saw several more items falling from the sky. They looked like high-density plastic cases floating down on automated parachutes. "What are those?" I asked Grant, who was climbing out of the pod. "Vital research projects I couldn't leave behind," Grant said. "I have a facility near here that I use as a backup location." "Where are we?" Wraith Knight asked as he helped Lydia down from their escape pod. "A contested zone," Grant said. "A place that neither the EDF nor the Cabal wanted to claim, as there's nothing of significance worth fighting over. A place so devoid of merit, both sides deemed it meaningless. A perfect place for a hidden base." "Oh, that's crazy," I said. "Everywhere has something of value, either in the land, the people, the—" "We're in Kentucky," Grant said. "Oh, then never mind, I take it back," I said. "Kentucky is pretty much the Grundle of America, and no amount of bourbon or fried chicken can make up for that." "Please, help me with these," Grant asked us, as more of his research landed. "You don't expect us to carry these, do you?" Lydia asked. "No, of course not," Grant said, pointing towards the sky at a much larger, shipping container-sized container slowly falling towards us. "That's why I had one of my all-terrain transport vehicles ready for an emergency relocation." "That brings up a good point," I said. "Why did the Cabal come for you?" "I honestly don't know," Grant said. "I thought I was in good standing, but once the transport lands, we can load up my equipment and head to my secondary base. From there, we'll get to the bottom of this." An explosion sounded from high above. Looking up, I saw pieces of the transport fall in black smoke contrails. A scream of an engine was heard as a combat shuttle rocketed overhead. The shuttle banked and began to land. A moment later, the hatch opened and troops filed out. The last to step out was a tall, blond man with a brown bomber jacket. Once again, I was staring at the smug face of Rick Yeager. "Hey there, Doc," Yeager said. "Y'all need a lift?" Chapter 26. Where tall people suck, grown men bicker, and smart people are blind. The first time I saw Yeager was only a few hours ago in Alaska, but that had been during the dark of the early morning. Seeing him now in the warm Kentucky sun, I hated him. And I couldn't help wondering why. Something about him pinged my prick radar, making me want to choke the life out of him and then piss on his corpse's prominent jawline. Sure, he had just shot our transport vehicle from the sky and made a killer entrance. That's what the roguish hero type did. But that wasn't what was bothering me. Was it because he was taller than me? I admit I've always had a bit of a complex about my height. 5'10" isn't short, per se, but it's been my experience that in life, people seem to always treat guys 6'2" and above better than the rest, as if they had earned something, a privilege of sorts. Tall privilege. Worse still was when they were tall and attractive. Gods above and below, those people are the worst. They can be dumber than a box of rocks, and society will still fawn over them. I mean, look at Tom Brady. That tall, supermodel-marrying, dimple-chinned son bitch has more Super Bowl rings than any other quarterback. But you ever hear his interviews? Woof. As for Jaeger, it wasn't his height. It wasn't his looks. It wasn't how his troops fanned out across the open field and began to search, collect, and load Grant's cases. It sure as shit wasn't how his second-in-command, Alyssa Hayes, never strayed far from his side or her hand never strayed from her weapon. It was something else that bothered me. Sadly, I'd figured it out. And damn me for a fool for not realizing it sooner. "Good morning, Doc. Colonel Blackwell. What are you boys doing out in the contested zone?" "Captain Jaeger," I said, dialing up the military authority voice. "You want to explain why the hell you just shot down our transport?" "Our apologies, Colonel," Hayes said, stepping up between Grant and Jaeger. "We had a report that an object in low Earth orbit was recently destroyed. The energy signature matched that of Cabal weaponry. On our arrival, sensors indicated that that particular container had Cabal-like signatures." "Of course it did," Grant said in frustration. "I based the design of the transport inside on Cabal technology so that it wouldn't be discovered by their sensors, you idiot." "Huh," Jaeger said. "That's pretty smart. So what was that explosion up in space, then?" "My secret research station," Grant sighed. "And the Cabal blew it up?" "Obviously." "Why?" "I don't know." "Well, looks like there's still a lot of stuff here, Doc," Jaeger said while his troops began to gather Grant's research cases into a central spot. "How much more'd you lose on your secret space station?" "Quite a bit, Richard. Fortunately, the most critical pieces of my work are here," Grant said, then groaned. Please tell your men to be careful. These items are more valuable than you could possibly realize." "Now, Doc, isn't it kind of silly to be getting worked up over a bunch of gizmos?" "Ever the plight of the superior," Grant sighed, "to be questioned, mocked, and belittled by weaker minds. My work has done more for mankind than the total sum of you and your troops' collective lifetimes." "I don't know about you, sir," Sophia said in my ear, "but I'm starting to like this guy." "I'm not," Randy said over the comm. "Reminds me too much of Uncle Jackson from a couple audiobooks back, when he was more of a loner and more of a, well, condescending douche." "But now we're a big, happy family," Sophia said in her most saccharine voice. "Ugh, don't remind me," I said. "If past me saw current me now, he'd try to kick my ass for breaking my original set of rules. And yes, I said try to kick my ass. I'd mop the floor with past me. I have more experience, and I know all his weaknesses. Trust me, when you're as paranoid as I am, you plan for such contingencies." "Yeah, Doc, you are smarter than me, no doubt about it," Jaeger said with a nod and sly grin. He chuckled, then took a seat on one of the crates that his troops had dragged over. The tall Virginian took out a hand-rolled cigar and lit it. "You see, your problem is you're too smart for your own good, and that makes you easy to predict." "I doubt that highly," Grant said. "You don't play poker, do you, Doc? You might have all those fancy degrees and formal education, but I know poker. I know poker very well," Jaeger said, pausing to take a long pull from his cigar. "How enlightening," Grant scoffed. "You see, the game is simple," Jaeger said, blowing the smoke out and ignoring Grant's sarcasm. "But people don't understand that it isn't about the cards. You never play the cards, you play the player." "And is that what you're doing, Captain, playing me?" "Doc, we've been playing since the day we've met. You've won a few hands, no doubt, but you ain't won the pot. So tell me, which one of these little cases of yours has the Anaxos Codex in it?" Grant's jaw went slack and his eyes went wide. Having no clue what they were talking about, I did what I always do. Cross my arms, pretend like I know what's going on, and try to pick up what I can from context clues. Or I just call Sophia. Leaning my chin down and away, I whispered as discreetly as I could. What the fuck's an Anaxos Codex?" Over the line, I heard the clacking of keyboards. A moment later, it was Morikesh who answered. "Mr. Blackwell, it seems that the Anaxos Codex is this realm's version of a Rosetta Stone. An ancient artifact from the Martian people left behind for—" "Why do people always say ancient and artifact together?" Paige asked, interrupting Morikesh. "When I was in college, my lit professor said it was unnecessary, as the word artifact denotes age." "You went to college, Aunt Paige?" Evie asked. "Yes, dear, I did. I even got my master's." "Well, that settles it," Evie said. "I'm never going to college." "As I was saying," Morikesh continued, "aside from being an artifact, the Anaxos Codex, is an incredibly complex cipher used to unlock the Martian language, and is itself an example of how to create a portable, nearly inexhaustible source of power. This realm scientists have theorized that these devices were how the Martians provided the Cabal with so much of their advanced technology. "So it's a widget MacGuffin," I said. "The thing the good aliens had and what the bad aliens want." "In overly simplified terms, yes," Morokesh confirmed. "Got it," I said, then lifted my head up proudly to look like I'd known what was going on the whole time. "How did you know about the Codex?" Grant snapped. "No one in the EDF knows about it." "That's right, Doc, they don't. Now, the Cabal, well, shit. They know all about it. Hell, them ugly spacey bastards have been hunting it a long damn time, and I reckon that if anyone would know, it would be you. Problem is, where would you keep it? We done run all kinds of scans, but came up with nothing. That's when I came to thinking that maybe it ain't on Earth, so I slipped a cloaked tracker on your shuttle yesterday and let you show me where all your goodies were." "Brilliant idea. No doubt Lieutenant Hayes conceived of it," Grant said flatly. "I highly doubt a cretin like yourself could have thought of such a plan." From how the man's clenched fists shook, Grant was clearly raging on the inside, which was exactly what Yeager wanted. Grant was so worked up over being mentally bested by someone he saw as an inferior that he couldn't see that he was being played the whole time. Gods above and below, for a guy who thought he was so smart, he was really, really dumb. "Cretin, huh?" Yeager asked, then shook his head a little. "Sure, maybe. So let me ask you something. Is this Codex thing gonna explode when I tell my troops to open fire on all your cases?" Grant's eyes shot to the left, looking at one specific case. "No, don't." "Oh, Doc," Yeager laughed. "I'd love to play poker with you one day, but something tells me that day will never come." With that little bit of showmanship, Yeager all but confirmed my earlier suspicion, and the distant sound of the engines cinched it. "What's that sound?" Grant asked, turning to look. "That, Dr. Grant, is the point you're missing," I said, pointing towards the sky at the Cabal warship. What point?" Dr. Grant asked. "What do you mean?" "Yeager sold you out," I said with a resounding sigh. "He's the traitor we were searching for, and you... apparently you're the goddamn hero." And the good captain didn't even have the decency of hiding his smile. "I blame you," I yelled, pointing right at Lieutenant Hayes. "You should have seen this coming." Chapter 27, where mist makes an entrance, blame is passed like a hot potato, and Claudia becomes my new best friend. "Oh, that is bullshit," Lieutenant Hayes said. "I'm not taking the blame for this one. You all picked the target, not me." "Alyssa?" Yeager said, turning to look at his second-in-command. "What are you—" "Oh, shut up," Alyssa Hayes said, slamming the butt of her pistol across the bridge of Yeager's perfect nose, breaking it with an audible crack. "Pencil-dicked douche." Yeager fell over backwards from the crate he'd been sitting on, and I swear I heard him cry. Alyssa Hayes's form shifted, revealing mist standing over the fallen, bleeding man. She adjusted the lines of her combat fatigues under the combat augmentation suit and took off the beret she'd been wearing, tossing it to the ground. 5 days I've been here, Jackson. I've infiltrated the EDF, replaced Alyssa Hayes, and doubled as General Global to confirm our cover story," Mist said. "I've been working my ass off, and I'm not taking the fall." "Then who else am I gonna blame, huh?" I asked. "Wraith Knight? Lydia?" "You better not," my wife said, sliding her belt knife from its sheath an inch or two. "How about your crack team of experts back in the dimension?" Mist offered, then drew, aimed, and fired a few warning shots at Yeager's troops, who had seen what was going on and had begun to advance. "How about yourself? Any chance you drop the ball on this one, boss?" "Oh, don't you get pissy with me, missy. You missed a major detail," I said, drawing and firing my own sidearm. I wasn't trying to kill the troops, as they had yet to threaten me with mortal harm, instead aiming at the ground by their feet. "And blame myself? Are you knucking futs? Do you even know who I am?" "Blame game later, kids," Lydia said, drawing her sniper rifle. "We got incoming." She was right. Instead of firing on us, the Cabal warship was coming in for a landing. "Why aren't they shooting?" Wraith Knight asked. "Because their prize is down here," I said, then turned to Grant. "You better get your nacho codex thingy. Something tells me if they get it, they won't bother being polite." "The Anaxos Codex," Grant corrected. "Like I give a shit," I barked. "Go get your goddamn toy." Grant sighed, then placed his hand on the large metal crate Yeager had been sitting on. "Claudia?" "Online, Dr. Grant," her voice said. "Is your AI fully downloaded into the shell?" "Affirmative," Claudia said as the crate began to unfold itself. A moment later, a blocky 6-foot bipedal robot stood there. "Excellent. Please keep the EDF troops busy." "Yes, Doctor," Claudia Bott said, then turned on the troopers while automatic turrets appeared on her forearms. As she did, Grant bolted for the case that held the codex. "Huh, I like it. Looks kind of like the G1 sound wave," I said, then turned to Wraith Knight. "WK, grab Pencil Dick there and take him into their shuttle. We're out of here in 60 seconds. "You got it, boss," Wraith Knight said, picking up Yeager and dragging the kicking man onto the ship. "Come on, asshole." "Let me go." "Shut up," Wraith Knight said, opting to drag the lanky man by his hair. "Can you fly that?" I asked Mist. "Yeah, it seems pretty simple." "Good. Get her ready for takeoff." "Then what?" Mist asked. "I'm making it up as I go. Now move," I said, then turned to my wife. "How long?" "Few moments until they land, a few more until they swarm the area," she said, sighting the ship through her sniper scope. "I can probably pop the first few that come through the hatch, but—" "No," I said, shaking my head. "It's clear we've been duped into backing the wrong character. But if we go all trigger-happy without provocation, then Polyphony will definitely rescind my permission to visit. We're going to have to think of something, but staying here isn't an option. Pissed-off aliens isn't my scene." "Well, think of something fast," Lydia said, lowering the rifle. She kissed me on the cheek. "See you in the ship." "This is bad, sir," Sophia said in my ear. "Really bad," I echoed. "Polyphony led me believe I was counseling a villain. We don't outwardly dislike one another, but she's never been overtly hostile towards me. Yet she intentionally misled me." "You think Malum Lux got to her?" "Seems par for the course," I said, watching the Cabal's warship land. "And we don't have time to do another universe. I've got to find a way to make this work." "If anyone can, it's you," Sophia said. I've got it," Grant said, huffing. He was cradling a red stone object with golden alien script. The thing looked like a football-shaped canopic jar. "Good, get on the ship." Grant nodded, then spoke into the comm device on his wrist. "Claudia, retreat to Yeager shuttle now." "Right away, Doctor," her voice said over the comm. Grant and I hauled ass with Claudia's robotic body tromping up the ramp right behind us. The EDF combat shuttle's interior was dark with soft yellow LED track lighting. The main hold had seating for about 12. Based on the width of the ramp and hatch, I'd say it was meant for rapid troop deployment. Gunner seats were located in the aft, port, and starboard sections. Grant grabbed the first chair he saw and buckled himself in. Up front in the cockpit, Mist was flicking switches, and I felt the ship's engines hum with power, then shut off. "I thought you said you could fly this," I yelled. "I said it seemed simple," Mist yelled back. "I feel pretty betrayed right now," I said, peeking back out the open hatch. "If there weren't 30 Cabal troops out there, I'd give you an employee evaluation, and guess what? Wraith Knight's winning." "Don't be hyperbolic. There's only 12 of them out there," Lydia said, looking out the open door. There was a sound of weapon fire, and Lydia winced, then closed the hatch. Yeah, they're killing Yeager's men, and more of the big spider-looking ones are flooding out of their ship. We need to take off now." "Working on it," Mist yelled as the engines spun up again. "I can fly," Yeager said. "Wraith Knight," I said, and the big minion elbowed the man in the face, then secured him in his seat. "Ow!" "Claudia, please fly the ship." "Yes, Dr. Grant," the AI-driven robot said, then touched the side of its head. "I have slaved the ship's computer. I am in control." The engines roared to life, and the combat shuttle suddenly lifted skyward. I had to grab onto one of the chairs to keep myself from falling over. "Don't you need to be up there to fly the shuttle?" I asked, gesturing towards the cockpit. The robot turned its visored face towards me. "I am the shuttle now, Mr. Blackwell." "Okay. That's kinda cool. The ship suddenly began to rock as weapon fire from below hit the craft's armor. I had no idea how much damage the vessel could take before we fell from the sky, or how long it would take to get out of range. "It looks like a bunch of your experiment crates got loaded on," I said to Grant, nodding towards the black hold of the combat shuttle. "Any chance one of them can, I don't know, blow up a Cabal warship?" "Sadly, no," Grant said. "These are all research projects and prototypes, nothing that can serve as a weapon of that magnitude. The experimental fuel cells were not loaded on board and are likely still on the ground, Doctor," Claudia said. "They are highly combustible. While detonating them won't destroy the Cabal vessel, they should provide us with adequate cover for an escape." "That is an idea," Grant said, considering the option. "Can you target them?" From far below, I heard the sound of a muffled explosion and alien screams. I just did. Chapter 28. Where narrative roles are established, vaginal anxiety is explored, and I experience major sucking. "You know they're still coming for us, right?" Jaeger asked. "They're gonna catch us and kill us." I glared at Wraith Knight. When the big minion went to silence his captive, Jaeger winced. "Seriously, y'all need to really look at the situation. We have the thing they want, right? Why not just give it to them?" "You're a damned fool, Richard," Grant said. "Once they have the Codex, what value do we then offer?" "You sure he's the villain and he's the hero?" Lydia asked, pointing at Jaeger and Grant respectively. "I'm certain," I said with an exasperated sigh. I lit a smoke and took a deep drag. I was led to believe that this was your standard fare, the handsome scoundrel flyboy trying to stop the ugly mad scientist. Grant blinked and looked at me. "Ugly? Don't be mad at the messenger. Be mad at your fugly parents for fucking and passing along their aesthetically unpleasing genes," I said with a dismissive wave, then tapped my earpiece. "Sophia, what was Polyphene's exact message?" I heard her keyboard tapping away and her mouse clicking. "Okay, to the Blackwell Villain Consulting Agency." Wow, she didn't bother using her name. How informal. "Sophia," I growled. "Right, so, Blackwell Villain Consulting, blah, blah, blah. Your request to enter the realm of Polyphony Guilt to offer counsel has been approved. Per your request, I have identified one traitor-type character for the purpose of mentoring and counseling, one Dr. Kevin A. Grant, scientist and traitor to the EDF. While in the universe known as Children of the Codex, lame, you are permitted full visiting deity status provided all actions and manifestations of powers are setting appropriate. You may not bring a totem of power, nor may you alter the narrative in any way. If you violate any of the agreed-upon terms, your deity status will be revoked, and all methods of interdimensional transport will be blocked until reparations are made." So she screwed us with legal jargon. She pre-approved Grant, but never overtly said he was a villain, just a traitor to the EDF. Gods damn it, I said in frustration. Of course, Jaeger's a chicken-shit coward and Grant is the reluctant hero. It makes for a much better narrative. "How much time is left?" Lydia asked. "A day or so at most," Sophia said. "We burned a lot of time setting Mist up and establishing the cover story." "What the hell are you people talking about?" Jaeger said. "Hero? Villain? And what's a polyphony?" I dropped my smoke to the shuttle's deck and loomed over both Jaeger and Grant. "Okay, listen up, dipshits. I don't have time to play with a variable, so get this through your heads. You're the hero and you're the villain," I declared, pointing at Jaeger and Grant in turn. "Ricky boy, you love all mankind, and this fugly chut, hey, shut up," I told Grant. "This mad scientist is the bane of your existence. Your entire life's mission is to stop him and save all mankind from the evil aliens. Got me?" "Fuck mankind, I don't want to die," Jaeger all but screamed in an octave inappropriate for a hero. "The Cabal are killing people left and right. Those that survive become slaves." "Oh, Richard," Grant sighed. "What?" Jaeger said. "You aren't out there. Everyday pilots are blowing out of the sky. We sleep in cold, wet, underground bases to hide. I hate spiders. The Cabal, they made me an offer. Bring them the Codex and I get shipped off to a paradise planet. So if the rest of the world has to be the Cabal's bitch so I can live a life of comfort, so be it." The Anaxos didn't leave us clues to our survival for us to roll over, Grant said. The Codex is the key to unlocking new technology, new forms of energy, new— "Oh, fuck you," Jaeger said. "You gave the Cabal locations to hit for science experiments. How are you any better?" "I gave them old supply line routes, and yes, a few EDF troops had to die. That's what soldiers do to win wars, in case you didn't know that, Captain. I made hard choices so that mankind can survive. My science experiments, as you call them, save lives. Clean water, food supplies, alternate power sources. And I'm doing all this so we can grow strong enough to either leave Earth and take our place among the stars or fight back, you square-jawed jag-off." "I think you misheard me," I said, shaking my head. "He's the hero, you're the villain. You betrayed mankind for your own nefarious endeavors, and it's his job to stop you. I swear it's like you're not even listening to me." "I entertained your little show on my station, Mr. Blackwell," Grant said, "because the science behind interdimensional travel is fascinating and could be imperative to my work, but at no point did I ever say I would betray mankind." "I will," Jaeger interjected. "What do you need me to do to prove it? Kill kittens, kids, kitten kids? Get me a sack of rope in the river and I'll do it right now." "I don't know if I'm disgusted or impressed," Mist said, walking toward us from the cockpit. "Where was this passion in bed, Mr. I'm afraid of cunnilingus?" "Don't shame me." "Shouldn't you be up there?" Lydia asked. "Why?" Mist said, thumbing at Claudia. "The robot's flying the ship." "I'm an advanced AI currently inhabiting this shell, not a robot," Claudia corrected. "At this moment, I am technically both the shuttle and this automaton." "Will all of you shut the fuck up?" I said. "Well, what do you expect us to do, huh?" Lydia asked. "You heard the message. We can't change the narrative. So if these two won't switch roles on their own, there is nothing that we can do." I sighed. She was right. I turned to the two men. "Fellas, look. Just think about it. Grant, Doctor, if you accept the role of being a villain, then there's nothing to stop you. Sure, protect humanity all you want. That's great. Hell, I support it. Every villain should believe they're the hero of their own story. We can work with that. But if you could act just a little more self-serving, then nothing can stop your pursuit of science. And Jaeger, well, you're pathetic, and I can't technically advise you, but I can point out that everyone loves a hero. And so what if you're a coward? Most heroes are." I snapped my fingers. "That can be your arc. The tall, handsome fighter pilot who hides his fear behind a false bravado. People look up to you and expect great things, but deep down you're still the scared kid you've always been. Damn, even I'm getting interested in your story. As the story continues, you work tirelessly to overcome your fear of the Cabal, of death, of—" "A vagina," Mist said. "I'm not scared of vagina," Jaeger said, then mumbled while oddly fumbling with his fingers. "It's just confusing. There's a lot of folds down there." "Regardless," I said, shooting Mist a glare, "I need you two on board, the cowardly hero and the delusional villain, okay? So what's it going to be?" Jaeger stared at me open-mouthed. No." "Richard is right," Grant said. "This is preposterous. You can't change people to fit your whims." "The hell I can't!" I roared, then grabbed both men by their shirts. Augmenting my strength with my godly power, I pulled them both from their chairs, tearing through the restraints, and shook the ever-living shit out of them. "It's about time you two chucklefucks learned that I'm the goddamn Shadow Master. Bending the rules of fate to my will is what I do. My resolve is iron, and my success is as inevitable as the tide. My enemies and critics may scoff, but even when it looks like I'm losing, I'm actually winning. So either get on board or I'll kill you myself." Lydia put her arm on my shoulder, just like we've practiced in our acting rehearsals. "No. You can't kill them. We need them." "No," I said with a wolfish sneer. "They need me." And just as I delivered that killer line, the shuttle was hit by a cluster of Cabal ship-to-ship rockets. In a matter of seconds, a huge section of the shuttle's portside bulkhead sheared away. The rapid decompression sucked Jaeger and Grant from my grip with the ripping of shirts and screams of frightened men. So there I stood, holding only torn fabric while the last chance at saving my life's work went plummeting to the ground. Well, shit. Chapter 29. Where I revisit sage-like wisdom, take a walk in the clouds, and steal from Star Trek. So, you remember back in Chapter 2, when I did a little side bit about famous quotes? Sure you do. You're not dumb. Wait, are you? I mean, sure, a lot has happened since Chapter 2, which can make things hard to recall. And obviously your taste in literature is suspect. But I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that you're one of the brighter people who listens to my audiobooks. Reason I bring this up is simple. At this moment, with me holding torn fabric and my chances of saving my business falling to their deaths, a few other famous quotes ran through my mind. Quotes about failure. I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work, for example. By Thomas A. Problem with that quote is that old Tommy E. did as he always had, stole the idea from a smarter man, inflated it, and claimed it for himself. I may have mocked that founding father and French horn dog back in Chapter 2, but around 100 years earlier, Ben Franklin said, "I didn't fail the test, I just found 100 ways to do it wrong." Oh, Edison, what a great villain. Good thing for him, Google didn't exist then. I have no problem with stealing, but getting caught is always the sign of a weak mind. Which brings to mind another famous failure-based quote from someone who got caught. Pain is temporary, quitting lasts forever, by the famous one-nut twerp Lance Armstrong. Anyone with 2 brain cells knows that rubber bracelet bullshit was a reframing of the Chesty Puller quote, "Pain is weakness leaving the body." Besides, I wouldn't take advice from someone who had their medals stripped from them, not because he cheated, but because he admitted to cheating. The point I'm belaboring is clear. Never listen to quotes about failure from successful people. False humility is so unattractive. So once more, when I seek sage-like wisdom, I get it from the woman who said, "If you always do what interests you, at least one person is pleased." Yup, Katharine Hepburn. And looking out the hole in the shuttle, one of Kat's most important quotes came to mind. "Life is hard. It kills you, after all." Damn right, you old saucy bird. And so does a 40,000-foot drop. I let go of the scraps of cloth, which then flew out of the open hole. I turned to Wraith Knight and Mist. "If you let me die, you're fired." Before they said anything, and before I lost my nerve, I dove through the hole and into open air. "Jackson!" Lydia yelled. Immediately after, I heard her say over the comm, "Well, what are you doing? Go after him." "We don't get paid enough for this," Mist said as she jumped. "Wait, you get paid?" Wraith Knight asked as Lydia shoved him out of the ship. Cold wind buffeted my face, whipping my hair back. Below, I spotted Grant and Yeager tumbling end over end. Pinning my arms to my side and straightening my legs, I shot through the air like a missile on a direct course for my target. "What exactly are you doing?" Lydia asked over the comm. "There's no way Polyphone's not going to blame me for this," I yelled over the rushing air. "If these two go splat, then so does my chances of saving the business." "What do you need me to do?" Lydia asked. "Draw the Cabal's fire," I said. "Any second now, their sensors are going to pick up that the Codex isn't on the ship anymore, so they need to be busy with you. That shuttle has weapons. Use them." "Roger that. Don't die," Lydia said. "I don't feel like training a new husband, but I will." A moment later, the EDF shuttle banked and began firing on the Cabal warship. A quick glance over my shoulder, and I saw that the minions were right behind me. Despite the time crunch, I took a moment to appreciate the scene. The 3 of us rocketing through the sky in a V formation. I only hoped it looked as cool as I thought it did. "What's the plan, Jackson?" Mist asked over the comm. "We're going to save those 2 idiots." "How?" Mist asked. "Your god powers aren't setting appropriate." "Which is why Wraith Knight is going to think of something," I said. "I am?" "You're the resident nerd," Mist said. "Someone needs to think of a plausible use of Jackson's magic in a technological setting, and it damn well isn't going to be me." "You're just coming up with a plan now?" Wraith Knight boomed. "No, you are," I said. "What?" "It's called improvising, WK," I said with a smirk. "So what do you have?" We're falling to our deaths here, WK," I reiterated.
It's like he doesn't grasp the concept, Mist added.
Right? Hard light, Wraith Knight blurted.
Come again, I said.
Back on the ship,
my big minion stammered.
Dr. Grant said that the Anaxos Codex was capable of revealing technological secrets, right? So, like energy to matter? Just say that your powers are pieces of tech based on that, hard light projections that are created by a pre-programmed generator. That way you can make whatever it is you need.
This sounds like bad writing, like someone ripping off Green Lantern, I said, then snapped my fingers. Wait, I recognize this bullshit. Are you spewing that technomancer crap again?
Yes, no, whatever. Look, a lot of sci-fi and fantasy uses this trick, Wraith Knight explained. Star Trek The Next Generation had holodecks that created tactile holograms, and the replicators made food out of energy, right? Just say you're doing that.
I shrugged. Works for me. Hold on. I summoned my power, and a chest harness with crisscross straps appeared on each of us. Tap the center button on your chest, I told my minions as I tapped my own. Glowing black angular wings manifested on our backs and extended outward. The sudden drag of wind resistance jerked each of us back with a hard, spine-bruising yank, slowing our fall. They're getting away, Mist said, pointing at the still-falling men. Double tap the button, I ordered. Once activated, the hidden thrusters in the wings ignited. The sudden thrust accelerated me directly towards the falling Grant and Jaeger, while tinted goggles digitally materialized over my eyes, protecting them from the wind shear.
"Hoo-yah!"
Wraith Knight roared with giddy excitement as he rocketed past me.
"These are awesome!"
So glad I thought of that whole digital light thing, Mist chuckled when she came to fly alongside me. Well done, Mist, I said, shooting her a wink. Real outside-the-box thinking.
I hate you both,
Wraith Knight grumbled. We zoomed towards the ground, gaining on the falling men. We were only 100 feet or so away when the first energy blast hit my wings, knocking me off course.
"What the hell?"
I yelled, looking over my shoulder, and when I did, my blood ran cold. Above us, the sky was filled with the Cabal's shock troops, those insectoid Spider-Men, the Kryn Dominion. They were pouring out of the warship, each one wearing their own futuristic-looking rocket pack. Soon the sky above was filled with armed aliens flying and firing lasers at us. But the sight of hundreds of aerial soldiers wasn't what chilled my blood and made my hands clench into trembling fists. Through the throngs of enemies I saw it, the EDF shuttle. It was on fire. It was falling from the sky. And my wife was still on board.
"Lydia!"
Chapter 30, where I turn out the lights, paint the grass, and receive an untimely answer. "Jackson, in trouble, love." And that was it. That was all I heard my wife say over the comlink before the line turned to static, then went dead.
"Lydia!"
I yelled. Watching the ship falling from the sky, aflame and billowing smoke, my resolve crystallized. Pivoting in the air, I aimed for the EDF shuttle and opened the thrusters as wide as they would go. I had to save my wife. Fuck everything else. "Jackson!" Mist yelled over the comm. "Where are you going?"
"To save Lydia,"
I said, pulling my blasters and firing at the aerial soldiers of the Kryn dynasty while I continued zooming upwards. "What about Grant and Jaeger?"
"I don't care,"
I yelled, not bothering to look back because a small army of aliens were between me and the woman I loved. Dark, shadowy power roiled and built within my being, dimming the very light around me. I'd always prided myself for my control. Throughout my career and countless battles, both physical and mental, I'd always managed to maintain some level of restraint. But that was in the past. Before now, before Lydia and Evie, I never had something truly worth loving or losing. And if something or someone was that important to you, then holding back was not an option. With what I was going to do to the aliens that stood between me and my wife, I'd like to say the gods would have pity on them. But no god I knew would dare to do so for fear of pissing me off. Bobbing and weaving with my winged jetpack, I continued to climb while avoiding the bulk of the incoming artillery. I fired my guns, rolled and roared, channeling my inner child's lifelong dream of fighting for Cobra against G.I. Joe.
What energy weapons and cluster rockets managed to hit me detonated against my personal shield. I wasn't sure if it was setting appropriate or not, but I didn't care. After this next display, I had a feeling Polyphony would be cross with me. "Boss, we have Grant and Yeager," Wraith Knight said over the line. I looked down to see that the minions had indeed saved those two wastes of pros from splatting against the ground. Grant and Yeager dangled from some kind of energy tether attached to Mist and WK respectively. "Tell them to watch," I growled. "I want them to understand what not obeying me results in." And that's when I let my power loose. An explosion of dark energy erupted from me in all directions, blotting out the sun and casting everything within 100 feet into darkness. Screams of panic and pain echoed across the sky as hundreds of razor-sharp shadow tendrils slithered through my impromptu eclipse, striking and stabbing alien flesh over and over. With each beat of my angry heart, I sent waves of my shadow blades out, searching for a new life to take. They had come for me, for my wife. They intended my family and me mortal harm, so I returned that gesture in kind, so much so that the Kentucky bluegrass far below had turned a shade of purplish red from the alien blood that gently rained down. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. I didn't want a drizzle of blood. No, I wanted an ocean, a crashing wave to cleanse the fear in my heart and the hate in my soul, and to do that I would need a clear shot. My globe of darkness obeyed my will and retreated back into my body, preparing for my next strike. With the darkness gone, all could see the alien corpses and machinery falling from the sky like broken, discarded toys. Those members of the Kryn dynasty that had survived targeted me and opened fire. I held up my fist, manifesting a shadowy shield along my forearm that spread across the front of my body. I ignored the soldiers the way a hunting lion ignores the flies. I had a larger target in my sights and couldn't be bothered by insects. Beyond the troops high in the air, the Cabal warship still firing on the shuttle. On my wife. I threw my hand forward, unleashing my power once again. Not a sphere of darkness like before. No, that had been for these poor fools who opposed me, yet had done so openly. It had been, in a way, an act of mercy when I slaughtered them quick and clean. No, this time there was no sphere, no soft, round edges. Throwing my fist forward, my shadow powers manifested as a jagged, barbed lance streaking through the sky. Like a wild boar stabbed by a hunting spear, so too did the Cabal warship squeal in pain as I pierced its heart. I pulled my fist back, withdrawing my shadow lance only to strike out again and again. Each stab sent a signal across the multiverse to all my enemies. Don't fuck with the Shadow Master. The Cabal warship exploded in a dazzling display of destruction. The roar of the dying craft echoed across the hills. The following explosion, an intense bluish-red fireball, briefly lit the sky like a second sun, while the subsequent shockwaves scattered the remains of the alien vessel across the Kentucky hillside for miles. Black smoke hung like shadowy fingers in the sky, each one pointing towards death. But it wasn't enough. The EDF combat shuttle was there one moment, and then... boom. Like the Cabal warship, the shuttle had suffered too much damage. I watched as the ship that had held my wife exploded, and with it went a piece of my heart. I didn't even register the first blast of energy that struck me, nor the second. I just stared at the spot in the sky where Lydia had last existed. Closing my eyes, I could still see the explosion. The fireball burned into my retinas. After a moment, I was only partially aware that Mist and Wraith Knight had joined me, firing their weapons to finish off the few remaining Cabal troops. "Jackson! Jackson!" Mist yelled. "Boss, come on, boss, snap out of it," Wraith Knight added. "What's the point?" I whispered. "What's the point of this anymore?" "We need you, boss." "Jackson, seriously, now's not the time," Mist said. "These Cabal aren't done yet, and we need your help." I opened my eyes, watching the last flickering images of the explosion fade away. The remnants of the Kryn dynasty sky troopers, as well as some of the other Cabal who managed to escape the destruction of their warship, were forming up in the sky, held aloft by either their own jetpacks or the mental will of the Vaal. "I don't care," I said. "Well, you better care, you piss-poor excuse for a husband," Lydia's voice said over the comlink. "We still have work to do." "Lydia!" I roared, looking around. "Where are you?" Her answer came in the form of a high-yield explosive ordnance. Before the last vestiges of the Cabal phalanx knew what was going on, they were dying. Plasma grenades exploded amid their ranks, killing everything within a few meters of their blast radius. Following the line of destruction, I saw that the grenades were being launched from behind and above the Cabal. There, flying through the wake of the Cabal in some kind of metallic exo-armor, and armed with some kind of futuristic grenade launcher in her hands, was my wife. I could make out that her power armor was in fact the robotic shell of Claudia. The AI's body had transformed into some kind of flight-capable enhancement suit. "Lydia?" I said, rubbing a thumb across my eyes. "Oh, husband, you think I did something stupid like getting killed?" I nodded, unable to speak the words. "Didn't you get my last message?" Lydia asked. "I did," I said. "You called my name, said you were in trouble, and said you loved me." She laughed as she floated over to me. "No, what I said was, 'Hey Jackson, the Cabal are jamming the comms, but we're not in trouble. Claudia can turn into a power armor flight suit, which I absolutely love. I'll be just fine, so save those two idiots. And look, you almost listened to me," she said, pointing to the still dangling Grant and Yeager. "Well, oops," I said. Lydia leaned in and gave me a quick kiss. "You should know by now, husband, that I'm not the kind of woman who gets blown up off camera." No, you are not," I said, just too happy to see my wife alive and well. Lydia looked around the open air, then at the carnage below. "I wonder how pissed Polyphony is." "She can't be that mad," I said. "I still have my powers." As if waiting for the perfect moment to screw with me, I felt the connection to my power end, and the digital light jetpacks I had created suddenly blinked out of existence. Lydia grabbed me and kept me from falling, but the minions, along with Grant and Yeager, were once more in free fall over the blood-soaked Kentucky hillside. Chapter 31. Where I make demands, display uncharacteristic attributes, and am thankful for deep-fried country cuisine. "Jackson?" Lydia said, looking for guidance. "Follow them," I ordered, and Lydia responded by rocketing us downward. I then tapped my earpiece. "Sophia, patch me through to Polyphony now." "1 second, sir," Sophia said. "Oh, it seems that she is already trying to reach you. Go ahead, Ms. Gilt." "Problem, Jackson?" I heard Polyphony ask in her husky voice. "Yeah, Polyphony, a big goddamn problem," I said as Lydia and I sped towards the 4 falling bodies. The minions were closer, while Grant and Yeager were further away. But it wasn't like I gave a crap about the latter two. "Return my visitation status now. I need my powers back." "Why would I do that?" Polyphony asked, her tone almost playful. "You violated my conditions." "I was threatened with mortal harm and responded in kind." "And what exactly was that display of power?" Polyphony asked. "Oh, come off it," I said. "The effect was plausible, using that whole digital light nonsense." "Yes, the Anaxos Codex could provide mankind with such technology, but how and when did you find time to study said artifact?" the goddess asked. "I'm a stickler for my rules, Jackson." "We both know that as gods we can make up whatever bullshit we want," I said. "The Accords of Godly Conduct clearly state that if a visiting deity is in mortal peril—" "No," Polyphony snapped. "You were never in real danger, and you know that. And don't bother trying to say that your wife's life was threatened. By her own admittance, she is not the type to die in a ship explosion to which you agreed. As such, you are in violation of the Godly Accords." "But my minions—" "Are just minions," Polyphony finished. "Easily replaceable. Now, if you are willing to use your power to save my protagonist and antagonist, then I could be amenable to returning your abilities to save them and only them." "What an asshole," Lydia said, pushing us further. "Doesn't she realize how hard it is to train good help?" "Apparently not," I said as we closed in on Wraith Knight and Mist. I reached out my hand, trying to grab Mist, our fingertips inches apart. "Jackson!" Mist yelled, desperation on her face. In that moment, it wasn't Mist who yelled in fear. It was Doris. Past the facade, past the bravado, I saw the terrified eyes of the housewife I'd saved from the comic universe, and she begged me to save her. "Push it," I told Lydia. "I'm trying," she said.
This isn't as easy as it looks. If Claudia's thrusters overheat, we can explode. I have to match their velocity almost perfectly."
Ironically, it was Wraith Knight who was calm. Normally, the giant scaredy-cat would be trembling or shrieking. But he wasn't yelling in fear or flailing about. He simply fell, looking almost at peace. The big man reached out, took Mist's hand, held her close, looked at me and mouthed, "It's okay, boss." Fuck that. I pulled my gun and aimed it past my minions at the other two falling men. "Polyphony, give me my fucking power back or I swear I'll kill Grant and Jaeger."
"Oh, don't make threats you can't follow through with, Jackson," Polyphony said. "Killing them would not only be in violation of every godly decree, but would also place you in bad standing at the conclave of the gods."
"I've been there before," I said.
Polyphony sighed. "Go ahead and shoot then. Who cares if they die? The children of the Codex's narrative is so much larger than them that I'll just use their deaths to spin a martyr story for the next generation." "Jackson," Lydia said, worry in her voice, "the ground's coming up fast. Less than a minute until impact."
"Oh, fuck it," I said, breaking myself free from Lydia's grasp.
"What are you doing?"
"What I have to," I said, kicking off her Claudia exoskeleton. With the added push, I dove towards the minions. Grabbing their outstretched hands, I pulled myself to them and then twisted the three of us so that my back was to the ground and they were in my arms.
"Jackson!"
Lydia screamed. "Shut up," I said. "Sophia, portal."
"I can't, sir," Sophia said. "Polyphony is blocking all interdimensional travel."
I was afraid of that. Her message had been very clear on the matter, which was why she prohibited me from bringing a totem of my power. Likely for situations just like this. But the Shadow Master is nothing if not tricky, and dancing around rules is what I do, so I didn't bring a totem of my power. I brought two. With Mist and Wraith Knight in my arms, I focused with all my will and began siphoning my bestowed power from them into me, just as I had done with Randy back in the twisted fairy tale realm. From Mist, I took her shape-shifting abilities. Immediately, I felt myself capable of twisting and bending in any way I saw fit. And from Wraith Knight, I took his strength, resistance to damage, and limited shadow manipulation. I felt myself become stronger, denser, able to absorb huge amounts of damage. And I was going to need it. With an expression of my will, two sets of incredibly large shadow wings sprouted from my back, buffeting our descent, while I commanded my body to become softer and more malleable. Between us, I formed a cushion of shadow that wrapped around the minions, cradling them in a blanket of protection. Even with these augmentations, this was going to hurt, but I wasn't going to let those loyal to me die. There wasn't any profit in it, after all. There's a story back on Earth from my youth. A tale of a man whose parachute failed to open when he was skydiving. The man purportedly bounced twice and lived. Since then, there had been other stories of people surviving a chute malfunction. One was in 2006 when a young British man in New Zealand fell over 2 miles and lived when his chute failed. Sigh. Of course he was British. England. Failure is what they do. So if some tea-drinking, crumpet-sucking Brit survived a fall over Australia's afterbirth, then I could survive this. It was Kentucky, after all, and everything there was slow and soft. After reading a 2019 article which said that Kentucky ranked number 1 overall for physically inactive adults and number 2 in overall obesity behind Mississippi, congratulations, Mississippi, on coming in first in anything, I figured we would literally bounce off the state's collective cholesterol. "Thanks, boss," I heard Wraith Knight say. "Thank me if it works," I said, but I still shot him a wink.
"Jackson,
Mist tried to say, but the world exploded into pain and darkness.
Fun Time with Sophia, Part 3 3/4. The plan still continues. Hey, dear listener. So, how are you feeling so far? A little up, a little down? The car ride while listening to this book feeling a little off? Like you want to get into the story, but you're confused by how this will all play out? Yeah, I can empathize. Well, not really. I've already told you about my chort, so I really can't empathize per se. But as in any true friendship, I'll lie to you, tell you platitudes to make you feel better, all the while working my own angle to get what I want out of the relationship. And when I'm done, I'll ditch you for someone better. Don't believe me? Come on, think about all the friends you've met in your life. How many of them do you really maintain contact with? I'm not talking about social media. I mean real people and actual engagements where you're invested in their lives just as they're invested in yours. A handful, right? But how many friends have you had over your lifetime? Why so few now compared to so many over your life? The answer is easy. See, you humans ditch your friends constantly. Don't act like you don't. The science is out there and only a Google search away. Oftentimes you think you've outgrown someone, or you bail an old friend for someone who better reflects your beliefs because dealing with personal differences is just too daunting. Sometimes you pick a new friend because of just that. They're new and thus more entertaining. Regardless, the bullshit excuses are all the same when you people terminate a friendship. We've grown apart. They were just a bad friend. They were constantly negative. I couldn't trust them. They got mad when I fucked their grandma on the table in front of the family during Thanksgiving. Sound familiar? Now, don't pout because it's true. The reason I mention all this, other than it's fun to be cruel, is because friendship is a key factor in why I decided to go forth with my plan to end Jackson. That might not make sense now, but it will soon. It's all part of the plan. Operation Jack Kill. Sorry, the naming convention hasn't gotten any better. It was supposed to sound like Jackal, since Jackson is kind of a tricky predator, but yeah. Oh, and before you ask, yes, everything that has happened is going according to plan, regardless of the name. Well, maybe not the specifics. Okay, cards on the table. I never mapped out a scenario where Jackson would go to an alien invasion world, which would then result in a deadly skydive over Kentucky, but I did set him up for failure, positioning him into a place where the harder he tried, the worse he'd do. So, sure, you can call me out. Crashing into an alternate dimension's bluegrass state hillside wasn't exactly what I thought would happen, but it did serve its function for the rest of the plan to play out. Heh, to be honest, I thought for sure he'd dip his toes into the fantasy realm again and try to solve his problem that way. He sure does miss the obvious, doesn't he? Anyway, in a few moments, Jackson and the rest of his little gang of friends will wake up in a crater and see what else Operation Jacuzzi has in store for them. Really, Sophia? Jacuzzi? Are you getting dumber?
Chapter 32, where I kind of talk to myself, suffer the effects of overhydration, and am presented an odd choice. Consciousness beckoned me, waving for me to come join it. "Come, Jackson," consciousness said. "I have such sights to show you." I don't think so," I said. "I think I'm just going to stay here a while, maybe have one of those really kinky sex dreams, you know? The ones that are steamy at first, then take a weird turn. I'm not talking anything illegal or anything, just the kind of weird that makes you question certain things about yourself, but then you realize, hey, sex is a spectrum, and why limit yourself to societal constraints?" "No, Jackson," consciousness said, taking on a serious tone. "It is time. And no tears, please. That is a waste of good suffering. Ah, the suffering, the sweet, sweet suffering." "You just want me to feel pain," I said. Consciousness smiled. "What you think of as pain is only a shadow. Pain has a face. Allow me to show it to you." Wait, I said, looking consciousness up and down. "You're quoting lines from Hellraiser, aren't you?" No," consciousness said. "Of course not. How dare you?" "You are," I snapped. "And not even the original or the second one. Some of those are lines from those shitty sequels." "Okay, fine." Consciousness barked back at me, dropping all pretense. "I'm quoting Hellraiser. Are you happy? But whose fault is it, You're the one who likes to drink scotch and browse Voodoo's digital discount movies. If anyone's to blame, it's you." "I do like bad movies," I admitted. "Yeah, you do," consciousness said with a chuckle. "I mean, who the hell besides you owns the unrated director's cut of Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters?" "Watch it," I warned consciousness. "You're treading on thin ice there. That movie's a misunderstood masterpiece." "Jackson?" consciousness asked. "Yeah?" "Are you just dragging this out because you're afraid of facing reality?" "I'm not afraid of pain," I said. "We both know we're not talking about physical pain," consciousness said. "Yeah, I know," I said. "Look, man, I get it," consciousness said. "It's easy to stay here and dream about action, adventures, and sure, the occasional finger in the butt during sex. Don't kink-shame me. But," consciousness said, "it isn't real in here. Out there is real, and yeah, out there is where your life is going to hell, but you can't fix it in here, brother." "No, I can't," I agreed. "Fine, let's do this. You ready?" "No, but life doesn't wait for you to be ready, does it?" I asked. "That's what separates winners and losers. Winners like me plan, execute, and improvise when necessary. Losers, which are pretty much everyone but me, wait to be ready." "Goddamn right," consciousness said. "Okay, brace yourself. This is not gonna tickle." I sighed, a slight smile on my face. That's exactly what Lydia said to me the first time she... Well, never mind. "Okay, let's do this." "You got it, brother," consciousness said. "Here we go in 3, 2... You peed your pants on impact. And 1. Wait, what?" Pain. That was my first sensation. Total body, bone-deep, soul-crushing pain. My second sensation was piss. A lot of piss. Not a sprinkle of tinkle, mind you. I'm talking about the volume of piss that comes from absently drinking a full bottle of water before bed and waking up at 4 a.m. in pain with a Lake Champlain's worth of wee-wee screaming for release. A quick check confirms soaked underwear, damp pants, and a really sore ding-dong, likely from it soaking in my own salty brine for an undetermined amount of time. But I was alive, and that's what mattered. "Jackson! Jackson!" I heard Lydia screaming. Her voice was muffled as if it were far away. Blinking my eyes open, I saw that not only were Wraith Knight and Mist on top of me, but I was in the bottom of a rather impressive impact crater. All of which, to include my obvious concussion, explained why Lydia sounded distant. I'm okay," I groaned. "I feel like hammered shit, but I'm alive." Why am I so wet?" Mist asked. I think you pissed yourself," Wraith Knight said, his voice groggy. "So did you," I heard Mist say. "You all did. This whole crater reeks like an R. Kelly piss party and asparagus," Lydia said, then added, "Allegedly." With the Claudia Butt exoskeleton still attached, Lydia easily pulled both Mist and Wraith Knight off me and out of the crater. "Isn't it, like, bad to move someone too soon after a concussion?" Mist asked. "You're fine. You and the big lug go walk it off," Lydia said, then gently held my head and looked me in the eyes. "That was really stupid. Brave, but stupid." "But it worked," I said, doing my best to smile. Even performing that little bit of exertion made my teeth hurt. "Yeah, it did," Lydia admitted. "Look what it got you. A broken body and burst bladder." "I'm pretty sure that was minions," I lied. "Bedwetters, both of them." "Oh, please," Lydia smirked. "Is it disturbing or a turn-on that I know your urine from the smell?" I did my best not to laugh, but failed. "Yeah, Golden Shower Night was... well, I wouldn't call it a success, but it was an experience. Now help me up." "You sure?" I nodded despite the pain and disorientation. "Yeah, I saved just enough power to stitch myself back together. It isn't enough for full health, but I'll live." With my arm over Lydia's shoulder, we managed to crawl out of the crater. I rested there a moment on my hands and knees, waiting for my brain to unscramble. Once I felt only a little tipsy, I slowly got to my feet and surveyed the damage. Burning pieces of wreckage from the Cabal's warship littered the countryside. Alien corpses were already beginning to rot and stink in the Kentucky sun. Unlike me, these dead, buggy bastards didn't have godly powers to draw from, so when they hit the ground from that height, their exoskeletons basically exploded and their guts gushed out. "Where are Grant and Yeager?" I asked, searching for them. "Over here, boss," Wraith Knight said, then promptly vomited. "Oh, don't," Mist said. "If I smell vomit, then I'll—" The minions were standing by a nearby secondary crater retching. With Lydia's help, I limped over, taking care to avoid the puke twins and their respective puddles. Looking over the impact site, I saw what had their stomachs rebelling. Both Grant and Yeager were little more than wet pulp. "What's your problem?" I asked. "There are bug guts all over this place." "Yeah, I know," Wraith Knight said, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "That's bugs," Mist added. "Those are people, or were people." "Well, that's terminal velocity and a sudden stop for you," I said with a shrug. "At that speed, everything in the body effectively weighs over 7,000 times more than normal. On impact, cells burst, blood vessels shred, the aorta will rip loose from the heart, and the brain is pulp. Look, you can see some of the brain leaking out of the ear. It looks like curdled oatmeal. Both Mist and Wraith Knight threw up. Amateurs. You're just lucky I had the foresight to store a little bonus power in the two of you. Yet another violation of my rules, a feminine husky voice said from behind us. I told you he'd find a way to cheat you, said a second, more sinister voice. I sighed. Since I had just spoken to her, I knew the huskier voice to be Polyphony Guilt, goddess of this realm. And the second voice, there was only one person it could be. Hello, Eris, I said, not bothering to turn around. What, you're not going to say hi to me, bro? Asked Steve the candleholder. Douche. Turning around, I saw them standing there, watching us. Polyphony appeared as a 9-foot-tall bald woman in ornate burgundy and gold robes. Eris wore her standard white business suit and held Steve close to her chest. For breaking my terms, I find you guilty. As such, reparations must be made, Polyphony said, somehow without moving her lips. Reparations? I asked. What kind of reparations? Eris smiled. You have to be punished. So, choose. Choose what? Which of your minions to lose, of course, Eris said with a smile. But do be quick about it, otherwise I'll make the choice for you. Chapter 33. Where contracts are renegotiated, a third option is selected, and I go home empty-handed. Despite the pain racking my body, I stood as tall and as proud as I could. Gently removing my wife's arm, I squared up on Eris, all the while willing my legs to stop spasming. I refused to show weakness in front of this woman, this usurper. What do you mean you'll make the decision? I asked. It's very simple, Jackson, Eris said, after talking it over with the goddess Guilt. Oh, please, call me Polyphony, Polyphony said without moving her lips. After all you've done, I think we can be on a first-name basis. Thank you, Polyphony, Eris said with a smile. So after discussing what kind of reparations should be made for breaking Polyphony's compact, we thought it best to take away something that you cared about. There is no better punishment for boys than to take away their toys, after all. You think I care about them? I asked, thumbing over my shoulder at Wraith Knight and Mist. They're minions. Gee, thanks, boss, Wraith Knight said. Mist elbowed the big man in the ribs and gave him a glare. Again, Eris smiled. There's no need for pretense, Jackson. You've made it abundantly clear that you have an attachment to these particular employees. Don't ask me why. The fact that you risked your own life to save them proves you hold them in higher regard than any former minions, even higher than, say, my uncle? I wanted to yell at her, remind her again that Randy killed Courtney, not me, but it was clear she already had the speech prepared and was going to finish it regardless. Yeah, I've heard this bit before, I said, twirling my finger in a wrap-it-up motion. Let's get to the rest of your bullshit. Bullshit? Steve asked. Bro, you're not getting this, are you? You ain't ever gonna leave this realm until you pick one of your guys to sacrifice. So choose, Eris said. Wendell or Doris, Wraith Knight or Mist. Or should I do it for you? You can't do anything to them. They belong to me. Do they? Well, let's find out, shall we? Eris said, reaching into her suit's inner pocket. She hit a speed dial button and put the phone to her ear. What are you doing? Calling Yolgarath, Eris said, holding up a finger to silence me. Good luck, I said. Last time I tried calling him directly, I was on hold with customer service for Yali. Hi, Eris said, affecting an overly pleasant tone. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Oh, stop, you're so bad, Eris giggled. Of course, dinner sounds great. So, anyway, the reason I called is because I'm standing here with Jackson Blackwell, you know, the guy who calls himself the Shadow Master. Yeah, the douche nozzle. Have you considered my offer?
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Polyphony, do you mind? These things are best done in person.
If you must, Polyphony sighed. But please make it quick. We need to get back to planning our next move here.
One sec, Yali,
Eris said, placing the phone against her suit and addressing the goddess directly.
Don't worry, my development team has already secured the rights to a couple of slasher-type serial killers. Once I have their files, you pick the one you want.
Serial killers? Polyphony said. I don't know if that would work in this setting.
Oh, honey, trust me. They're all the rage right now and completely universal in application. You plop a serial killer in the EDF, set him against the Cabal invasion, and poof, your new hero will show himself.
Polyphony looked impressed. Okay, I can work with that.
Will your codex being destroyed be a problem?
Polyphony shook her head. No, I have a drawer full of them back in my office.
Excellent. So, Yolgarath?
You may tell the demon he can come.
Brilliant, Eris said. Yali, you're free to enter.
A moment later, purple and red light flared along the ground, and a 9-pointed star flickered into life, forming a portal between this universe and the Neverrealm. Monstrous red and black muscular arms burst from the burning star. The arms heaved and pulled the rest of their master forward, as Yolgarath, exalted one from the 8th plane of the Neverrealm, came forth. Yolgarath stood an impressive 15 feet tall in his reverse-jointed legs. His barbed serpentine tail swished back and forth, while his black wings stretched. As always, Yali's horns were black and smooth, curling like a ram's. His head was bald, and a forked snake's tongue flickered through his needle-like teeth. But instead of being naked as I was accustomed to, he was wearing a bright, white suit.
"Oh, you got my gift," Eris said. "You look so sharp."
"Thank you," Yali said. "I feel sharp." "Yali, what the fuck, man?" I asked, my jaw all but hanging open at the sight. "What?" Yali asked. "I think it looks good on me." Yeah, fuck it," I said, running my hand on my face in frustration. "Are you selling her my soul contracts?" Yali gave a half-hearted shrug. "Sorry, brother, I told you your account is under review, and in the last couple of weeks, well, it hasn't been looking good for you, and Eris made a handsome offer." "But they were bound to me," I protested. "They signed themselves to me." "And that power is backed by the Neverrealm," Yali countered.
"Why, Yali?" Lydia asked. "Why are you doing this?"
"Hey there, Lydia, good to see you again," Yali said.
"Fuck you,"
Lydia snapped. "Oh, get over it. The Neverrealm is just like a bank, but instead of selling mortgages, we deal in souls. If we have a better buyer, then we go where the heat is. Eris is on fire right now, and you two, well, you're old news." Yali reached into his new white suit and pulled out 2 rolled-up pieces of parchment. I've handled them enough to know they were soul-binding contracts. "Here you are, dear," Yali said. "The ink is still wet."
"Thank you, Yali,"
Eris said, taking the documents and looking them over. A malevolent, gleeful smile crossed her lips. I looked Eris in the eyes. "I won't let you kill them."
"Kill them? I never said anything about killing them," Eris said, placing her hand to her chest and feigning mock offense. "I'm sending them home."
I looked at her, confused.
"Will it be dear, dumb Wendell who goes back to being a low-level supervillain on the path to prison? Or will Doris go back to her abusive husband, Harold? Choose."
I said nothing, anger preventing words from forming. "I told ya," Steve the candleholder said. "When he gets backed into a corner, he shuts down. Fuckers all talk."
"Indeed," Eris agreed. "I'm sure you're not used to this, so let me be clear. You are beaten. And unless you want to spend the rest of your life in this realm with Polyphony as your god, make a choice. Now." "By all means, stay," Polyphony said while Yali laughed. "It's okay, Jackson," Mist said. I can deal with Harold."
"Bullshit," Wraith Knight said. "Send me back, boss. I'll make something of myself. I'll find my way back to you both."
"Touching, truly," Eris said. "They really love you. Proof of Stockholm Syndrome. How about this? I'll make it simpler for you."
Eris pulled a coin from her pocket and flicked it in the air. I watched the metal disc spin and fall into Eris's palm. She looked at it and smiled.
Lydia.
Wait, what? I looked at my wife and she at me. Pain creased her face.
Jackson?
She said in confusion as blue-green energy crackled and danced round her form. And then she faded from existence. No. She's not gone. I refuse. I fought gods for her. I've fought aliens, monsters, and cultists to be with her. I've endured her pregnancy hormones, butthole fetishes, and parental training programs to prove that I'd go to the ends of existence to be with her. She wasn't gone. She couldn't be. You can't cut your soul in half. How? I stammered, looking at the spot where my wife was. Behind me, Mist and Wraith Knight put their hands on my shoulders.
Jackson,
Mist tried to say but couldn't finish. Boss, I don't know what to say.
I do, Eris said. Wraith Knight, punch Jackson in the face as hard as you can.
Before I could register what had happened, Wraith Knight swung a huge fist that connected to the side of my head. Hard. My legs gave out and I hit the ground.
Mist, Eris said. Be a dear and kick your former boss and lover in the mouth.
I looked up just in time to kiss Mist's boot. The sudden snap kick split my upper lip and broke my nose. Both of the minions shook their respective heads as if coming out of a daze. Boss, what happened? Wraith Knight said, shaking his head.
Jackson, I'm so sorry,
Mist said, rubbing at her temples. There was a sound of tearing paper. I didn't bother looking. I knew what it was. I simply stared at my minions, my friends. I'm sorry, I mouthed. I'll find you. A nimbus of energy appeared around them, and without a final word of goodbye, they too were simply gone.
Polyphony, Eris said, this is your realm. Has restitution been made?
The tall goddess regarded me with her distant alien eyes.
Yes, he may go.
A portal appeared in front of me, and I heard Sophia's voice over the comm.
Come home, Jackson. It's time we had a talk.
Chapter 34. Where I come home, endure honest truths, and play the last card in my deck. I stepped through the portal location in the receiving room and immediately felt it. My realm, my home, was empty. Even after healing myself with the replenishing power of my realm, I'd never felt more hollow. I walked up the stairs to the office section of my domain in silence. With each step I saw phantom images of Lydia beside me. I know it was crazy, but I swear I could hear her playfully mocking me, the minions, Wraith Knight and Mist, bickering and laughing just behind us. But that wasn't real. They were gone. My steps echoed through the dark, vacant waiting room, amplifying the emptiness. This empire I had built was my tomb. I used to mock the Shelley poem Ozymandias as nonsensical prattle. But I get it now. I truly do. Look upon my works and despair, I said to no one. The light from my office door glowed like a beacon at the end of the waiting room. I walked to the door and paused, preparing for what was to come. The metal lever handle was cold to the touch. I stepped inside. Sophia sat on one of the leather sofas. She had a bottle of the good scotch on the coffee table and 2 tumblers ready. Taking a seat across from her, I picked up one of the glasses. She held hers out, and we clinked glasses. So this is it, then? I asked, taking a sip.
Yes, Sophia said softly. In the next 24 hours, all of this will belong to Eris.
I nodded, then set my glass on the table. I took out a smoke and lit it. So she was your plan all along, a replacement?
No,
Sophia said with a slight shake of her head.
Jackson, I would like to have an honest conversation.
Why start now? I asked. Aren't the lies that friends tell one another what maintain friendships? She smiled.
True, but we started honestly, you and I, all those years ago, remember?
I do, I said.
Do you remember your first wish? Sophia asked.
Of course, I said, taking a puff of my smoke. I wished for the resources to become the greatest villain in the multiverse.
Exactly, Sophia said with a smile. You didn't wish for immediate power. You just wanted the chance to reach it on your own. I admired that, truly. And your second wish?
A can of wild cherry Pepsi, I said, softly laughing at my own youthful arrogance. Coke is a better product overall, but wild cherry Pepsi is infinitely superior to cherry Coke.
Oh, Jackson, Sophia said, a beam of pride in her eye. I saw so much in you, so much so that I staved off my sworn vengeance against the Blackwell family as long as I could.
So now you've decided to take my business and kill me? I asked, looking at my drink.
Sophia quirked an eyebrow. Kill you? Oh, sir, I may have made jests, but I never wanted to kill you. I wanted to destroy you.
And Eris is what, then?
Just a means to an end, a tool, Sophia said, sipping at her own drink.
An effective tool, I said. Dragging up Courtney's niece had me running in circles. Attacking the business and my finances hit me where it hurt.
I don't care about your business or your wealth, Jackson, Sophia said. Your empire is just a thing, an amassment of baubles and illusory power. The shiny things you humans search for with your limited time. No, I wanted to crush your soul.
I tapped out my cigarette in the ashtray and picked up my scotch. By removing Lydia?
Sophia squinted and gently rocked her head from side to side, considering. More than that.
How? I asked. How'd you do it?
If you remember, it was her pregnancy that prevented her from returning to Caledon. Your marriage was the only thing tethering her to this realm. I officiated that marriage, after all, and since pencils have erasers, what can be made can be unmade, Sophia said. Congratulations, Jackson. You're divorced.
And Evie? Where is she?
She's safe, Sophia assured. Well, safe-ish. You see, I was the one who urged her to use her power and grow up. I robbed her of her childhood, Jackson, while also robbing you of those precious years a father spends with his child.
I want her back.
I know, Sophia said, a cruel grin spreading across her face. That's why you won't get her. She is far away from here, Jackson, and in a way, it was your idea.
I leaned back on the sofa, my jaw clenched in mounting anger. My mind blurred, calculating possibilities, probable outcomes, and potential paths.
Do you want to know why I held off until now?
Not really, I said, harsher than I meant to, not wanting to expose my emotions. But I'll hazard a guess that you're mad about me losing my edge, that I've lost my villainous way, that between my first recorded adventure and now I've become a parody of myself. The hard veneer of villainy is now a soft, fluff piece played off for laughs.
Sophia smiled. God's above and below, you're a fucking idiot. I waited until now because I had to make sure it would hurt more.
What?
Sophia reached over and poured herself another 3 fingers of scotch. Leaning back, she swirled the glass while considering her thoughts. She took a large swallow of the expensive liquor. You drone on and on about how smart you are, but I've been playing you like a fucking fiddle since before you grew hair on your nuts, manipulating you over the course of your life, Sophia said, then set the drink down. As she did, she looked up, staring me directly in the eyes. Killing your parents was fun. Snuffing your father in that car accident was too quick, which was why I let your mother suffer with cancer for years. Their deaths made you hard. By convincing you that this was the way of the universe, you became cold, ruthless. You like to think it was your mind that shaped your resolve, but it was me. It has always been me.
You shut your mouth, I snapped. I'm my own man. I'm
a fucking joke, Sophia finished. A human punchline that I wrote on the back of a bar napkin in my spare time. Sophia laughed to herself, then took one of my black cigarettes from the coffee table. She snapped her fingers and a flame appeared on her thumb, which she used to light the smoke. And that emotionless vessel of potential villainy I created was just the beginning of my revenge. Over the following years, you built your empire. Each subsequent success galvanized your code of conduct and belief in yourself. And when the time was right, when you felt like a true god, I enacted the next part of my plan. Sophia paused to smoke her cigarette. She exhaled with a look of intense satisfaction. Grooming Randy was exceptionally easy.
Through him, I put into motion a series of events, everything from Calendon and Lydia to the comic universe, and your existential crisis of fatherhood and marriage was an extension of my will. My plan, breaking your villain's rules, falling in love with that woman, that was my doing. Your marriage, the birth of your child, practically adopting Mist and Wraith Knight. Me. I even made sure the training program you participated in elicited real emotional responses concerning your daughter's safety. A tear rolled down my cheek as I thought of my little girl. Sophia rolled her eyes and snubbed out the cigarette. You thought all this was personal growth, an evolution of your character. It wasn't and never was. To break you down to your core, I had to first build up your walls and fortify them with egotism, isolation, and contempt for others. And then I tore them down. Not all the way, not at first. A simple crack to start, like tapping a diamond, through which I let joy trickle into your life. I gave you friends, family. I gave you happiness, Jackson Blackwell, true happiness. And then I took it all away. Because I could. This was never about your empire of villainy. This was about assassinating your soul as a man. They are gone forever, and you will be alone forever. And thus my revenge against you is complete. I couldn't hold back any longer. Years of repression broke. The tears flowed freely. My jaw opened and the sobs came. You're pathetic. I mumbled something under my breath. What? Sophia hissed. What did you say? Through bloodshot, teary eyes, I stared hard at the gin and growled. I said that when you have a trump card, you have to wait until the right time to play it. No, Sophia said, pointing at me. Don't you dare! I, Julian Jackson Blackwell, I began, choosing my words carefully, make my third and final wish. I wish that Sophia return all that she has ever taken from me. You can't, Sophia screamed. It's my final wish, and since you declared your vengeance against me is over, there is fuck all you can do about it. Sophia gritted her teeth, and I could see her jaw muscles clench in anger. Purple-black energy crackled around her. She began to levitate off the couch, suspended in midair, her arms wide. The room began to shudder. Books flew off the shelves, and papers fluttered and flew about in a swirl of cosmic power. By my master's final wish, I, Sahafia de Frit, deadly rose of the garden, Sophia began, her voice resonating with booming power. Tell Julie to go fuck himself. Sophia dropped from the air, landed on the coffee table, spilling the expensive scotch, and gave me double middle fingers while cackling her goddamn head off. Before I could even react, Sophia lashed out with a savage kick to my face. The incredible strength of the blow flipped me and the couch I was on, tits over tea kettle. Oh, and FYI, I was never trapped here, so let me say goodbye, Shadow Master, Sophia said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Sophia out. And just like that, she vanished. Fun Time with Sophia Part 4, The Twist. Boom, motherfuckers! I told you every great heist has a twist. Quick, someone give me a football so I can spike that sumbitch. Yeah, in your face, Julie. Yeah, feels good to win. Woo! Hey, you big spending audiobook buy bastards. Sorry for the little victory lap here, but do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this? That asshat has been holding on to that last wish like a rom-com virgin, waiting for the right time to give it up. Lording it over me like a sword of Damocles. But you want to know the secret, do ya? There was no third wish. Ha! The football wasn't enough. Someone throw me a baby sea otter to spike. Boom! Ooh! Messy. It feels so good to be so evil. Okay, full disclosure. Technically, there was a third wish, but old JJB wasted that decades ago. You see, throughout this book, there have been allusions to what Jackson forgets. Courtney, his old employees, and so forth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but he really is a dumb person who thinks he's smart, just like his sister. Don't believe me? Still holding out hope that this is a ruse? Then let me just point you to his previous works. Ahem. In Villain's Rule, the word wish was used over 40 times, of which Jackson said wish no less than 13 times. A couple of my favorites. I wish a truth-seer to be present to ensure my testimony will stand uncontested.
And I, on the other hand, wished for a bowl of popcorn while I sat next to Karina's corpse watching the show. For fuck's sake, chapter 14 of that book was titled, Where I Wish for a Better Cell Phone Provider. Did you know that Villain's Pride had 18 uses of the word wish and 23 were used in Villain's Deception? What a cockwobble. So there's no way you can legit tell me you think this guy is or has ever even remotely been capable of being a compelling character, let alone a successful villain. Do you want to know what his real third wish was? Do ya? He was 24 and was looking at himself in the mirror and he absently murmured, I wish I was a little taller. So he is now technically 5'10 and a quarter. That's the way of us, Jin. We are constantly listening, waiting for you to screw up. And even if you make your wishes as clear as possible, we'll find a way to screw you. This is an old one, but a classic that illustrates the point. A little boy is walking the beach on a summer day, and he finds a lamp. Kid picks it up, rubs it, and poof, out pops a genie. The genie says, You have freed me from my lamp. I will grant any wish you desire. The kid thinks about it and says, I want to be just like Batman. The genie nods his head and says, Your wish is my command, and kills the kid's parents. Ha! So all these years I let him believe he had an edge over me. It made him so frickin' easy to manipulate. But like most men waving their guns around, they just assume it has the ammunition. And by guns, I obviously mean penis. Huh. Come to think of it, and knowing what I know, I always wondered why Jackson wished to be taller. I want to see what happens next in the story, but I'm still feeling kind of jazzed up and want to celebrate. Oh! Ooh, I have something that's just perfect for this moment. Stealing Jackson's bit and fucking with the audio guy. Ahem. Hey there, important audiobook person. Oh no. No, fuck that. I am not doing this again. Who the hell said I was talking to you? I was talking to the important person when it comes to audiobook production. But who's more important than the narrator? The person who makes your brag chasing ass sound good, you dolt. Who? Karen, the sound booth girl?
My name is Heather, Jeff. Heather. We've been dating for like a year. For shit's sake, we live together.
Really? Huh. I thought it was Karen. You sure it's not Karen?
Yes, I'm sure.
Then where am I getting Karen from? Is your middle name Karen? Your mom? Sister? Do you have a dog named Karen?
No. You do realize that calling a woman a Karen in this day and age is really condescending and incredibly offensive?
Is Becky any better? How about Brock?
No. Fuck it. I'm done. Good luck running all this equipment by yourself, dipshit.
Hey, I'm Jeffrey fucking Kafer, 2019 Society of Voice Arts Award winner for Best Audiobook Humor Narration for Villain's Deception. You think Gibson is even remotely funny without me? No, hear me. Heather, I can do anything.
Oh, really? Remember that time you tried to make a grilled cheese sandwich? Mm-hmm.
You promised you'd never bring that up.
Oh, get this, folks. We spent half the night in the emergency room's burn unit. And Mr. I Can Do Anything had to have skin grafted from his ass to his forehead.
How dare you? It's not true, I swear.
Yeah, it is.
Who are you calling?
Oh, a real narrator. Hey, R.C. Bray. It's me, Heather Costa. How are you? Oh, Bobby, stop it. Stop. Yeah. So I'm willing to take you up on that offer to produce your next book. Oh, I'm done with Penguin Dick McAssface. It's a wonder he can fit through the door with an ego that big. Oh, Bray.
Yeah, to hell with her and Bray. I can do this on my own. Shouldn't be too hard. Fuck, I swear to God I fucking hate Gibson. The piss-poor royalties aren't worth this crap. So while old Jeff tries to figure out what button does what, just like in the bedroom, hey-o! Why don't we go on to the next chapter? Jackson was left under a couch and in a pile of his own failure. I want to relish this. Chapter 35. Where my world is upside down, job loyalty is rewarded, and a wild card is found. I was flat on my back. The heavy black leather and mahogany couch was on my face. My ego was crying naked in a shower while eating ice cream from the carton and listening to Adele's Someone Like You on repeat.
Sure, I could simply will the couch off me. It was still my universe, after all. Well, for the next 20-ish hours. But it felt right to just lie there for a while, a broken man in his broken home amid the acquired memories of a life lived as a lie. I wondered how Lydia was doing. Was she back in Caledon? Probably. Knowing her, she had likely found a tavern, kicked the ass of every bruiser in there, and drained the place dry of all the dark alcohol they had. Gods, I loved her. Huh. Pretty sure that robot bodysuit of Claudia had gone with her. That would be interesting in a fantasy realm. Then I thought about